Wasn't meant to start again. The gel's so good we need 2 intros, that was the reason. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Jackson, I'm the founder of Wildhearts. It's such a privilege to see you all here today. This is the flagship of the Wildhearts events throughout the year, where we bring together our customers, our soon-to-be customers, our supporters, ambassadors, to celebrate business for good. When we started pioneering this idea of corporates using their spend to repurpose their spend, if you will, to create social impact, we felt it was just an idea that we'd had. We didn't realize that there was a whole global movement that was growing. And one thing that's so exciting is as Wildhearts has progressed, we've seen the movement speed up. We've seen bigger and bolder statements from all around the world of people making huge progress in this area, and it's making things easier and easier to the extent that we grew at 38% last year in a market which is relatively flat, and the impact is growing exponentially. There's so many companies now which just intuitively they're switching their spend to Wildhearts, either through procuring with purpose, whether our document management business or our office supplies business and wider office products. There's so many companies now training their people, such as the leaders at Nestle, LV, Barclays, through our training program. And soon to come, I'm going to talk to you about how more of our partners are coming on board to help us inspire the next generation of business leaders, which we so badly need, and more of that in a minute. So at this intro, I always like to give a wee highlights, if you will, of who's come on board, what companies have joined us since last year, and some of you in the audience that have joined us, but you haven't got permission to use your logo, so don't be upset if you're not on the screen. So since last year, these are some of the companies that have joined us. And last year I had one screen. This year we have two. And as you can see, more and more, it's almost like a who's who of household names that are joining brands such as Barclays and Johnson & Johnson and LV, et cetera, are already customers. For years, we've been saying that buying socially can have such an exponential impact on your relationship with your customers, on your relationship with your staff, on your relationship almost with your sense of self, of the meaning that you can have when you're working. But we didn't have tangible evidence, if you will. People sensed it, but we didn't have the numbers to back it up. And we're going to hear from Peter Holbrook later from his, I just love Peter's speeches and the global perspective he brings to the social enterprise movement. And we're so honored when he stated at last jail that we were now the premier or the leading B2B social business in the UK. Since then, through the Buy Social Corporate Challenge, as surveying the companies that are taking part, we've now got much more tangible feedback, if you will, on the benefits of which we've all known intuitively. 100% of corporates said that social enterprises were comparable in terms of quality to their other suppliers. When we started Wildhearts, people used to think I was sitting in my front room sending this stuff out. They didn't realize that they didn't have to compromise the service or the quality. Many times it's better, the pricing's better from Wildhearts. 86% of corporates said that buying from a social enterprise contributed to new business growth. And 85% said that buying from social enterprises had a positive effect on how they were perceived. Wildhearts last year throughout the year there, just became a B Corp. And then just recently, they got in touch to say that not only we were a B Corp, but we're in the top 10% of the world in terms of our community impact, which is something we're really, really proud of. But we're seeing it in the press. Have you seen some of the headlines that are coming out now? Just before last year's summit, Larry Fink from BlackRock urged investors, this is the investment community, this is not activists. It's basically saying if investors and business people don't step up to address the issues the world's facing, the future doesn't really bear thinking about it. But the point he was getting at is because he didn't think politicians were going to do it. Businesses were going to have to do it. This line here, an article in Forbes citing Johnson & Johnson buying from Wildhearts as an example of best practice is, well, how the chief procurement officer will soon become the chief purpose officer. We've always said, you can talk all you want in brochures about how you want to create a better world and social impact, but where do you spend your money? Because that's what you value. Where you spend your money is how you tangibly demonstrate what you actually care about. And in The Economist recently, you see the 150 chief execs in the States coming out with an open statement about how this obsession with shareholder value was now basically no longer fit for purpose, if indeed it ever was. They were going to be much more aware of wider stakeholder value, which has always been a more healthier way to run your business. This short-termism of constant shareholder value, when there's a much wider stakeholders, the community, your staff, the longevity of your business. For the economists to start speaking like that, I think is an indication that things are changing. Now, this is a narcissist's dream, to be standing on a stage, in front of a picture of yourself standing on stage. I always get to reveal our big numbers, but I get so excited last year that we've been shouting about it for the whole year. This was the year when we collectively, and I was looking out, I can see so many of your faces that I recognize that have contributed to this journey, is the goal that I set at the jail 4 years ago. And I was actually wearing the same jacket. It's a different one, it's just the same style. To say change 1 million lives by 2020, and we achieved it a year and 9 months ahead of schedule. That was a massive deal for us, but we're just getting started. And that number of one of my dear friends who's an executive coach said, look, 1 million lives, what does that mean to you? And I went, well, it's hard to get my head around. She goes, no, you're chunking up too much. Bring it down to one person's life and tell me about it. And I was trying not to get overly emotional. Where it was a wee kid in a borough in London, inner city borough, that had their lives and future transformed through our entrepreneurship program, or the woman in Malawi whose kids now get to go to school and she's set up 3 businesses when she was on a pauper before, or the executives that have got a whole new sense of themselves and what they're capable of. The young girl in South Africa that stays in school because our team in South Africa have distributed reusable sanitary pads for her to stay in school. These are the people that have never met you, but I suspect they bless you every night before they go to sleep. So, can you give yourselves a round of applause? This year we also merged with, or invited, the Microfinance Foundation into our family. We've been investing in microfinance for some time now, and one of the absolute stellar partners was the Microfinance Foundation. I wrote a letter to the Economist a few weeks ago because there was an article about a microfinance scandal in Cambodia, one of the many microfinance scandals that you'll read if you Google it. I personally think that term is very problematic now. Simply stated, the most predatory loan shark, payday loan, or payday lender, or loan shark, right the way through to the most passionately committed credit union in, for example, inner city Glasgow that my mum used to use. Both of them, by definition, are microfinance. They're both giving small loans, but how different is their purpose and how different is their impact? But it's still under this catch-all term. You can read about people lending money to the rural poor in Guatemala or Cambodia and lending money to people they know can't pay it back with multiple loans for consumption, not for investment, with no training, and then strong-arming them when they can't pay them back. That's loan sharks. Our team and the Macmillan Foundation team who are here today were obsessed with reaching out to the hardest to reach, most poor, rural, vulnerable women in countries like Malawi and Zambia and empowering them. For example, 800,000 kids have got to go to school because we empowered their mothers. And that is the kind of microfinance we practice. And so the fact that when Macmillan Foundation wanted to scale, it was so intuitive for them just to come into the Wildhearts Foundation. They're now a part of the Wildhearts Foundation, which is something we're so, so proud of because now we want to achieve our 1 million lives a year together. Brings me on to Microtackle. You're going to see some extremely stylish, very sharp young people in the audience. Those are our Wildhearts Youth Ambassadors, Global Youth Ambassadors. Formidably talented young people who are the first wave of young people that we inspired and worked with over the last year. Microtackle, as you may be aware, is our multi-award winning entrepreneurship training program where we give you £1. It's now a rupee, a dollar, a euro. You have 30 days to grow your pound into as much as you can. And all the money will be invested in microfinance on your behalf. That was the original Microtackle. It's still the fundamental part of the training program that Barclays grads and apprentices run globally, to the extent that this year, Barclays' partnership with Wildhearts was given the Best Collaboration Award by the Institute of Student Employers. It's a formidable program, but we wanted to take it further. And so this year we evolved it to say it's the same entrepreneurship training, it's the same Microtackle method, which is incredibly effective at liberating entrepreneurship, but you've got a choice. You can do Microtackle Generate, where you get your pound, rupee, euro, whatever, or we'll train you in the same method, but you have to pick one of the UN's global goals or an example of responsible business and come up with a sustainable business idea that you can implement to make an impact in your community. And you will be judged on the 3 pillars of inspiration, innovation, and execution. Now, to say that idea had taken off, I have never seen anything like it. The results that have been produced from the senior leaders in Nestle who are now training our people, Nestle's grads, Barclays pioneered it with their interns. The output was incredible. But of course, we always start with kids. These little boys who are looking slightly triumphant are wee boys from outside Glasgow. They stood up in front of a panel of business leaders from brands like Soprasteria and Barclays and pitched how they were so inspired by the concept of peace in institutions and peace and justice from the global goals, they then took that into the local community and stopped the violence between rival schools. The violence was so bad that the OAPs were terrified to go out. The little kids weren't going to the local play park. Those boys, through applying entrepreneurial thinking in their community, stopped the violence. Unbelievable. What kind of leaders are those young boys going to grow up to be? And what kind of role models do they have in the business leaders that we're coaching and helping judge them through their program? The distance we've come to is such that we had the celebration of something, and these young guys got very embarrassed and tell us we're not on your slide. I'm sorry, gentlemen, we are in the audience. You are on my slide. It's them with the team from Soprasteria getting their awards as youth ambassadors for, I don't want to steal their thunder because they're going to be on the stage later, but their idea was specifically targeting OAP loneliness in their community using entrepreneurial thinking to address mental health and OAP loneliness. And they were recognized at the House of Parliament. We had our summit at the United Nations. We're going back to the United Nations at the end of the month. We're going to be launching online voting, whereby these kids will be doing, the little kids and the older students will be doing their video pitch, and then we'll all get to vote. And we want to scale that up, so our whole passion is to say, if Wildhearts has transformed 1 million lives as our business movement together, and if we're uniquely recognized by the world's top school for entrepreneurship for our excellence in inspiring entrepreneurship, we want to use that to teach kids that business can be a force for good. It is a force for good, and we will inspire the next generation of business leaders the world deserves. And I've got a video to show you, so.
As a young person in today's society, it's so easy to feel disillusioned and hopeless about the state of the world. But Microtyco provides you with the skills and the opportunity which empowers you to take action.
We wanted to try and save the bees because bees are such an integral part of human life. And without them, we would die out in 2 years because they pollinate all the food that we eat. We're using the waste food from the cafeteria, making it into compost to plant fruit and veg, and they'll then make that into soups and sandwiches for the homeless.
I now know that business can be a force for good, and I'm determined to use the skills that I learned in Microtyco to benefit the world and make a positive impact both now and in my future career.
So that was the first gel junior. As soon as the gel youth, and then we have the UN gel, and then we have this gel. And I know you're all going to come up and complain, going, why do we not get flags? I mean, you guys are awesome, but the junior gel is much more fun, right? So, those kids had teams beaming in from Afghanistan, India, South Africa. These little kids, some of them from top private schools, to wee kids from some of the so-called poorer areas who were smashing it as equals, interacting with their peers globally. From a pilot, we've had kids, young students, sorry, not kids, dealing with OAP loneliness in the kind of older category of high school. Little kids talking about addressing the bee population. I now know the difference between a bee hotel and a beehive. Do you know the difference? Beehives is where they live, bee hotels is where they chill out. Who knew, right? So these little girls were standing up going, we have to address the decline in the bee population, and they'd made bee hotels around their school with wildflower gardens. You're going to hear from some youth ambassadors later who have banned single-use plastic in their school, right? All these manifestations of making the world better through business, with noble business role models that they can relate to because they're not going to see good business role models in the media. They're just not going to see it. They're going to learn it from you. And so the way we're scaling this is in the old Microtyco, original, you basically would create your pound, and then the one who made the most money was the winner, and then we'd have a celebration. Now, we've created a national advisory board, and I reached out to some of Wildhearts' top supporters who have earned their stripes through what they've done, not because we think they'd look good on it, but they've moved mountains for us. And then we're having regional advisory boards. So that what you saw with those wee girls talking about the bees, they had stood up and pitched, and I can see Ashley from Barclays, who was one of our top judges there. Basically, judging those kids, that's going to be scaled throughout the regions and then scaled globally. And those kids are going to be learning from the best business people in their own communities about how business can be a force for good. Yes, there's stories about business getting things wrong, but they're not hearing about all the things business is doing right. So if your brand wants to say, right, okay, Mick, we've bought into this idea of business for good, we now want to inspire our own people and the next generation and come forward, get involved in the schools program and put your people forward for the regional boards. Because that's how we're going to inspire the leaders the world deserves, and that's how we're going to address these issues that seem insurmountable, but they're not when we apply human genius to them. So, on the subject of great business leaders, that leads me beautifully into introducing our first speaker. I love introducing gel speakers because they're all invited for very specific reasons, and we have a real warm connection with so many of them, the relevance of why they're perfect to speak. Barclays have hosted this summit for us for the last 3 years, free of charge. They give so much of their resources to help us, and every year we have top leaders from Barclays speaking to introduce as their hosts. So I met Catherine. Can anyone hear that? I met Catherine virtually about a month or so ago when we had a call virtually just to talk about the gel. And she's been Jacinta Stewart, who's the chair of our board, basically said, give them an introduction as to what Wildhearts does, and I took about half an hour, went through it. Then Catherine went, okay, so what you're saying is an encapsulated Wildhearts in about 1 minute, right? So from there I thought, right, Catherine, do me a favor, just say what you're saying and just bring that to life as you introduce introduce the gel. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Catherine McGrath, and There you are, the back. And ladies and gentlemen, Catherine McGrath. Read this? Music started playing.
Thank you, Mick. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and it's because it's a cause that's so close to the things that Barclays are trying to achieve and also to my heart. When I met Mick, it's impossible, as many of you will know, not to be swept away by his enthusiasm, passion, pride, and determination for the causes that Wildhearts supports. The thought that I had when I went back and met the team is I've just met a force of nature, and I think it's an irrepressible force that we are going to continue to be swept away by. And what I found most insightful about his words earlier were right at the beginning, when he talked about momentum. And he talked about the opportunity that we all have to help drive real change. And so part of what I want to talk about is some of the things that Barclays are doing. However, the real opportunity is not what we're doing individually. It's about the collective shoulders to the wheel that we can all do and the amazing change that we can make if we do that together. So it's been said quite often before, we are living in quite remarkable times. Climate change is finally becoming a topic that more people are talking about and taking seriously. And we have a 16-year-old taking world leaders quite rightly to task for not acting fast enough to ensure that future generations get to enjoy the globe in the same way that we do. And society at large is also changing. There is an ongoing debate about globalization versus national interests. Many of our established norms that we've taken for granted over the years are starting to be rewritten, and economies, therefore, are fundamentally transforming. This is all impacting the way that we work and the skills that we need to be successful. And then if we bring it back a little bit more nationally, the referendum vote to leave the EU, combined with the changing shape of global trade partnerships, means that even more than before, the UK needs to focus on how we drive our economy forward in a changed world. The combination, we believe, of these challenges means that the UK is at a turning point, and we all have an absolute and fundamental responsibility to help our people and our businesses. The way I look at it, Barclays has been around in this country for 328 years. We have over 24 million customers and clients. But over and above the day-to-day products and services that we offer as a bank, we also are physically at the heart of communities, supporting them and helping them to thrive. Therefore, it is our responsibility and commitment to help those people, communities, and businesses to go forward. So I wanted to share with you some of the ideas that we're undertaking, focused on upskilling people and supporting businesses so that our communities can thrive. So last year we launched an initiative to build thriving local economies, which is intended to help local communities and businesses morph in this changing time and succeed. And as part of these initiatives, we have been spending time researching across the UK what the characteristics are that make some economies thrive and mean that some are really struggling, and particularly identifying the barriers to success. I can't tell you about the specific things we've done in any of those markets yet, because rather than do, I think what we would have typically done is a one-size-fits-all approach. Here's the pack in the box from Barclays and we're here to help. Instead, what we're actually doing is spending time with the local people in those communities, the local MPs, the local authorities, and the businesses and communities that want those local areas to absolutely thrive. And what we're starting to see is the actions that we will take in each of those markets. We've been holding seminars and discussion groups and worked with the local schools and colleges to implement a life skills program, which will help young people gain the skills that they need to enter the working world. So some of you might also be familiar with our Eagle Labs. We have 24 of them across the UK, with over 506 resident businesses and almost 2,000 co-workers. Our labs support both individuals and businesses to innovate and grow across a broad range of sectors by using specialist knowledge and structured programs. We also connect industry-specific corporates, universities, and startups so that that entire community is working together more effectively and collaborating to help those businesses thrive and therefore support both local and the national economy. So part of our role is in reshaping and help to drive the UK economy forward is to ensure it's both inclusive and competitive. And we believe that helping to create a strong UK workforce and helping people build the skills that they need to help them go forward is absolutely fundamental. We are passionate about helping people to get the skills, knowledge, and confidence that they need to achieve their goals and succeed both now and in the future. So with this in mind, we created the Life Skills program to help people all over the UK, whether it's a young person developing skills for their first job interview or someone looking for the next step in their career, achieve that success. I'm incredibly conscious that when I was growing up, I had extended family around them who ensured that I scrubbed up well, that I knew how to deliver a firm handshake, and that Dad coached me on how to do well in an interview. At the time, I didn't realise that I was incredibly privileged to have that support. And I'm extremely conscious now that there are many children that don't have that advantage that I did. And I didn't understand that I had an inherent advantage and privilege in getting my first job because of stuff that I just got taught without even being realised that I was being coached. So that's why I'm so passionate about life skills. It's helping to ensure that irrespective of the background that you come from and the advantage or disadvantage that you have, that having the skills and the confidence to get your first job is no longer a privilege. It's an absolutely basic right that we all have, and it's there for everyone. So since 2013, we have supported more than 8 million young people improve their confidence and skills in order to move from education to work. The program is volunteer-run and helps address core transferable skills that businesses increasingly need. We help young people write their CV. We help them think about what they're really good at. We help them with key interview skills, but we also help with financial education so that they can learn for a very young age about how to plan and keep control of their finances. More than 9 in 10 of the participating students have said that life skills has helped them feel more motivated to achieve their goals and to raise their aspirations. So this year we're expanding the program even further to the whole of the UK workforce, irrespective of age. It'll be aligned with the current employment trends such as underemployment and an ageing workforce, and areas where individuals want to change their working lives, such as career progression, introducing more flexibility and well-being and starting a business. The other thing that we're very focused on is that our world is increasingly digitized, and the skills that we need are shifting as a consequence of that. So in 2012, we launched our banking app, and in 2013, we introduced iPads into our branches. And our thinking at the time was to help colleagues, help customers become more used to the digital age. What we didn't realize when we gave them those iPads is many of them were not at all comfortable with digital devices either. And we'd spent all this money on iPads and they were shoved in lockers in the back of the branches. And what we realized was our colleagues lacked the confidence to have those conversations with customers. And so therefore what we did is we launched our Barclays Digital Eagles program and our Digi Literate course so that we could help our colleagues to help our customers. We believe that digital skills are fundamental in a modern workforce and benefit our colleagues, but more importantly, they are critical for our customers, from millennials to the more older and more vulnerable customers. The stories that we have of people starting to feel more connected with the world around them because a digital eagle in a branch has taken the time to sit and not just teach someone about what a banking app can do, because frankly, that's the least important thing. But if you see someone being able to use FaceTime or some other device where you can video somebody and therefore bring their family to them is an absolutely amazing outcome. And giving people that confidence to be able to interact in the digital world is amazing. So we've grown from 228 golden digital eagles and to more than 14,500 colleagues who have taken our Digi Literate course to grow their skills. We've also launched our Code Playground sessions to teach children to code and have helped almost 5,000 children to date already. I just thought I'd touch for a moment on gender inclusion as well, because there are amazing things that Wildhearts are doing to help women both in the UK and abroad. So here, what are the things that have we done to try and help? Because gender diversion and inclusion is a challenge no matter which part of the world you're in, or frankly, how senior you are. So firstly, the chief exec made himself the accountable executive. He did that because he wanted to signal to our organisation that it was one of the most important things that Barclays could do was to change our conversation on gender. Secondly, we started to look at how we were making decisions, and we looked at key committees or forums in the bank and said if those committees or forums are not balanced, then they need to have an ex officio on them, and the ex officio needs to be helping that balance. So what did that mean for me? It meant that when they looked at our group executive, they decided they didn't have enough women on it, which they clearly didn't. So I became the ex officio on it for 6 months. I had very mixed emotions about it, and the conversation I had with Jess is this is cool, it's a great privilege, would be great if you didn't have to have me on here as the ex officio and that you actually had enough women here in the first place. He took the feedback on board and is starting to change the mix. But what did I learn as someone who had very mixed feelings about that opportunity? I learned that in doing that my perspective changed because I got the opportunity to get a different view. So that has helped both Barclays, but it's helped my career. Secondly, it gave me an insight into some of the challenges that they had, but it also gave me the opportunity of forming a relationship with a group of individuals that I may not have otherwise properly known. But I think, thirdly, the most important thing, to Mick's point earlier about momentum, is it gave me a real sense of responsibility. I'd sat in that room for 6 months and I had listened to their debates, and I was there because of my gender. And as someone who has never joined a female network in her life, because if you're brought up in New Zealand, we pride ourselves that women were the first to get the vote in the world, so who needs women's networks? What it taught me was I have an incredible responsibility to all the other women in this organisation. Now that flows through, so we have a leadership intervention that's specifically targeted at women. Some of you may say, why do you need leadership programs that are specifically targeted at women? It's because some of those interventions do need to be a bit different. And it's because if you get women in a room together, they create a support network that they didn't have before. So then what's happened with those women, and I've spent quite a bit of time with them, they also feel a real responsibility. And they feel a responsibility to change the organisation around them. They feel a responsibility to call out the small things that make a difference every day. So if you ask me what makes a difference to help drive on gender diversity and inclusion, or any diversity and inclusion for that matter, it's that you make people like me, through the opportunities that you give me, feel far more accountable. And then you start to get more of us, and then we work together, and then you get some underpinning momentum. So I think the momentum piece and the power that we have is a key theme that comes through. I was privileged to hear the chief executive of Stonewall talk, and she had a very interesting perspective that stuck with me for quite a long time. She said that when she's the chief executive of Stonewall and she's in a room with that hat on, she has the power and she can make amazing stuff happen. She said when she then goes and sits on the tube with her partner and holds their hand and someone is horrible to her, she said she then has absolutely no power, and all that power that she had 5 minutes earlier had gone. And then she said, the person sitting next to her who just made a comment and said, I'm completely supportive of you, and that person is an absolute idiot. She said that person at that moment had that power, and they gave the power back to me. So the question I have for you is, how are you using your power? We all have power every day, and it's what we do with it and the decisions that we make that can make a real difference. So when I look at the impact that Wildhearts has had, and when I look at what Wildhearts is celebrating today, impacting over 1 million lives globally and 600 lives every day, my goodness, they're using their power well. And the thing that they're doing with all of us, and the reason that we're all in the room as well, is that we collectively choose to use our power to drive greater momentum. Thanks very much.
Catherine, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was amazing. A couple of wee points before I introduce our next speaker. You can only see the world through your own eyes, right? And I always grew up surrounded by really amazing women. My mum was my role model. I had no brothers. I had 2 big sisters. I wanted to emulate my sisters. And in the little school that I showed you with the little boys that stopped the violence, the ideas that came out of that class were incredible. And when we talk about the halo effect, we call this a chain of inspiration. That the world has, the fact that we connect business leaders and global leaders right the way to our primary school kids, and this sense of a movement of equals, if you will. These little girls, one of their ideas was they had heard about he for she because Jess Staley sat on this stage and he was one of the first signatories to he for she. Elizabeth Nia Moreau from the UN spoke right there, talking to the founder of he for she about how men had to stand up for women's rights. It was amazing. These little girls had created she for he, And I was looking at them, and they went, yeah, because we really have to look out for the boys too. And I thought, that's the kind of woman I want to be a leader. And she wouldn't be a female leader, she'd be a great leader. If she would happen to be a woman. But that was the kind of wisdom that those wee girls had. This idea of this genuine collaboration and their responsibility. I know, so the other thing I just want to touch on was about empathy. And you're talking about, Catherine, about how we can be blind to our privilege. There was an amazing young woman, an intern, who did Microtyco Innovate with Barclays, who piloted with their interns. And this young girl was formidably intelligent, incredibly sharp, and immaculately well presented. She was from Malaysia. She came all the way over to England to study and had come all the way up from Exeter to Scotland to do an internship. I just thought she was an absolute world beater. Her idea was to make it easier for people from getting a job interview to get business attire, or in fact, to remove the need for business attire for your first interview. Because she stood up and said, when I got my internship at Barclays, I had a choice. Do I pay my rent? Do I eat? Or do I get a business suit? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I just assumed she had beautiful business attire for her first interview because that was her background or whatever, because I'm old enough to be her dad. I'd forgotten what it was like to not be able to afford my first interview suit. I had to borrow my dad's. And that just had my eyes opened in so many ways across the board. So when we talk about leadership, I'm really, really excited to introduce our next speaker, Peter Holbrook, CBE. I know you didn't want me to say that, Peter. Social Enterprise UK, they're almost like our spiritual home. It's amazing to have such credible thought leaders going out and talking to corporates about social business. They're basically talking about what Wildhearts stands for. And so in terms of a partnership, the customers we've won and the partnerships we've developed with corporates as a result have been directly introduced to us by SE UK. It's an amazing, abundant relationship we have, this kind of mutual reinforcing way of supporting each other's messages. And SE UK are just such a fundamental part of Wildhearts' success today and our partnership going forward. So I'm really looking forward to Peter's take on the global momentum, as we've been talking about social business and from a much bigger view. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Peter to the stage.
We've also got a real increased lack of portable, usable water in areas where we're seeing some of the greatest increases in population growth. And we know that these implications around food and water are very, very likely to create conflict and migration unless we can address them. And I think also we've heard about plastic, and plastic is an increasingly important issue. And I would like to congratulate you all for banishing your plastic water bottles, your plastic straws, and your plastic carrier bags. But this year, the world will create more single-use plastic than it did last. So this is a battle that we can take some inspiration from, but it's certainly a battle that we cannot be complacent around. And one of the big issues that's still really frustrating the world, and is one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, is around inequality. Now, I'm sorry if you can't see this graph. I'll make these slides available. I'm sure Mick and the team can do so. But actually, we have seen since really the end of the 1970s, right across the OECD, an increasing level of inequality, income inequality right around the world. I think this graph on the left, which you may or may not be able to read, I'll interpret it for you, actually demonstrates just the challenge that this is creating in our world. So the USA, income inequality between 1970 and 2015. Currently, the poorest 9% of the US population benefits from only a very, very diminishing amount of income. In fact, it's got so low that now half of America only owns 10% of the wealth of America, whereas the top 1% has increased its ownership from 9% to 25%. This has happened in the last 30 years. This is an extraordinary consequence of globalization, of changes in ownership, of accumulations of power and wealth right across the world. And one of the real challenges we have, because we know the consequences of inequality drive issues like migration and conflict and war, is how we make globalization, capitalism, actually work for the people once again. We've also got a massive challenge with governments struggling to capture tax that they once would have used to address inequality, climate change, decarboning our environment. There are huge, huge changes. And people argue about this statistic. It was produced by Oxfam. People say it's not just 8, it's 64. But fundamentally, the principle still remains that too much of the world's wealth and power is held in too many or too few unaccountable hands. And it's great that we're talking about diversity, and it's right that we celebrate the advances we're making getting women onto boards, an increase in the number of black and minority ethnic people in positions of power. But boy, there is so much more to do. I mean, just look at the room today. I ask you to. Does this represent your London? It doesn't represent my London. And actually, the real challenge today isn't about disability and ethnicity and gender. It's as much about social mobility. The opportunities for kids in our poorest communities to aspire and get to the boardrooms of our big companies, the cathedrals of capitalism here in Canary Wharf, are diminishing, not increasing. All of us have to do more. We don't have much time. This is desirable levels of achievement by 2030. This is where we're seeking to get in terms of the global goals. And this shows how far we've got to go. Where you can see this is where we need to be by 2030. And actually, in terms of environment and biodiversity, we're probably doing better than the other big issues that the SDGs try and address. So we should celebrate our successes. And I'm not here to say the world is terrible, you're not doing enough, you must do more. I'm not here to berate you. But what I am doing is trying to instill a sense of urgency. Because these problems are interrelated. We can't just tackle environmental degradation and forget about the other SDGs because they're a bit more complex. We have to recognize the interconnected nature of climate change on poverty, poverty and inequality, inequality on social division and extremism. These are the challenges that we have to face. And I'm sorry, right now, politics isn't giving me the faith that we can trust our political leaders to deliver it. So I'm looking to you. I'm looking to us. I'm looking to myself as well about what more can we do. Because actually, it's in our interests. If we want to see a world where business is welcomed, where talent wants to join us, we have to start addressing these problems. It's great to see Philip Ullman in the audience, and I know he's speaking later. But Philip's an inspiring guy, runs a very large business, net revenue just under £1 billion, came to see me and said, Peter, capitalism is in crisis. I want my business to become a social enterprise. We have to address the big structural problems that continue to drive these big challenges in our economy, and we have to celebrate the leaders like Philip and others who are just doing that. So what's to become of capitalism? Well, if the FT is putting a wraparound on its newspaper saying we have to reset capitalism, then we all have to be part of that conversation. Practical and pragmatic, what are the steps that we can take? Domestically in the UK, we have some really, really significant problems. I think it's miraculous that we haven't seen more damage done as a consequence of the financial crisis and of the issues around Brexit that are dominating our country. But let's just take a look. 1 in 4 children now born into poverty in the UK. Household debt continues to increase, not just here in the UK, but actually right around the developed world. This is putting more and more pressure on households, more and more financial insecurity and instability into our lives. And we're seeing an increase in the number of people sending more and more of their limited income, their insecure income, to loan sharks. And we are really wondering about purpose, aren't we? Like, what do we do with our lives? Is it enough just to work? Well, we know that work isn't satisfying our needs. We know we've got a mental health crisis. We know that we've got increased social violence in our communities, partly as a consequence because people have lost hope. So how can we make people feel as if their contribution when they come and work for our companies is more than simply paying the man? We have to give people a reason to come to work and prosper and thrive. I've mentioned the mental health epidemic, and it's great that we're beginning to address it. But we have to look beyond the issues that we so often talk about. These are deeply rooted societal issues. They are issues about insecurity about our future, about purpose, about whether there's hope, whether we're going to enter periods that are going to worsen and worsen and worsen, or periods that actually can fill us with hope and pride. That mental health epidemic also has an impact on business. If you look right across the OECD, we see once again productivity stagnating and decreasing, diminishing. This is a crisis of capitalism, even if you don't believe in climate change and issues of inequality. Productivity is a major, major problem for the biggest employers in our world. But I am an optimist, and I leave you with a positive message, a bit like the news at 10. Here's a picture of a happy donkey. Actually, the world is a changing place, and we have great leaders emerging. We see activism, we see climate strikes, not just for the momentum, extraordinary left-wingers of our world. We see all sorts of people beginning to realise that collectively we have to apply the pressure on our leaders, be they corporate or political, to drive the changes that we need. And there is a little mini revolution going on, and I love it, because people are actually taking back control, but not necessarily just by flying the Brexit flag. Actually, they are finding solutions within their communities, because without finding their own solutions, there is no hope. And so we are seeing a huge growth in things like community renewable energy schemes, cooperatives and social enterprises, decarbonising their communities, putting solar panels, raising their own capital to put solar panels and photovoltaics on their school roofs, driving down the cost of energy for the schools and the community buildings in which they install their solar panels, using the profits from the feed-in tariff to actually reduce fuel poverty within their countries. There are solutions, and we need to be part of accelerating them and scaling them. This is my boss, who's an incredible social entrepreneur in his own right, making the point that yes, we've got 200 B Corps in this country, 9,000 across the world. We've got 100,000 social enterprises, but actually we're still only contributing a small amount to global GDP. We would argue this has to become a much more preeminent form of capitalism within our new world, meeting the challenge that Mick said earlier about meeting the needs of all of our stakeholders, not just one set of stakeholders. We are doing business and we are doing it differently. And I think my last slides have disappeared. So I will leave you, rather surprisingly. I think they thought that I was going to be too radically optimistic at the end, so they cut them. I've got another 3 or 4 slides on my deck, which you can see. I'll leave you with this. The world is full of challenges, and we should not be complacent about the extreme nature of those challenges. But I know in this room, you're already leaders because you're already in this room. I also know that we have the opportunity, given the best brains in our world, the innovators, whether they be political, whether they be corporate, whether they be in our universities and in our science labs, to find the solutions. But we have to understand the integrated nature of the challenges we face, not just pick and choose which solutions we decide to work upon. And we can start very, very simply by making the choices about where we spend our money, about how we recruit our people, about where we send our profits, and about how we pay our taxes. And so I commend all of you for being in the room today. I'm sorry that my slide deck didn't quite complete in the razzmatazz way that I had hoped, but I do thank you for listening with such great attention. And I do say this, in a world of great despair, please remember to be hopeful. There are a whole series of reasons and opportunities to be inspired by what's happening all around the world, all around the country. Hang on to that hope, because that will drive you to do even more wonderful things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. So, when I started investing in microfinance, I went to my mum and said, "Mum, it's this amazing thing. They bring these women together and the women vouch for each other and it's small loans." And it's this whole new movement. She went, "Son, that's a credit union. We've had them in Glasgow for years. We've had them in inner city Manchester." The financial inclusion of the poor has been a prevalent part of the financial system of Britain and indeed Europe for centuries. One thing I'm very excited about, Wildhearts has bought a new office, and it's in this stunning building. It's the ground floor, but this stunning Victorian building. It's got this big golden statue on the roof that I love asking my wee boys if they can spot it, because it just stands out on the horizon. And the statue is called Life and Light, and it's this woman, this golden statue. It's exquisite. It's the Co-op building. And one thing I'm so proud of is that Wildhearts is in Scotland. And so that's one thing I think sets the context for our next speaker, Richard Warner, who's the Chief Operating Officer of LV. LV have been amazing for Wildhearts. When they decided to switch to us, they said, "We'd like to switch." And we're like, "Well, that's great." And we want to happen in 2 weeks because our Chief Exec wants to announce it on Valentine's Day. We're like, "Okay." So we had to all scramble to get it. And every step of the way, they had an event, and they invited all their suppliers to come to the event to talk about what they could do. Their influence is so authentic and so compelling. And I don't want to steal Richard's thunder, but when I told you the context of the Co-op building, this idea of capitalism that has lost its way, this obsession from Milton Friedman about shareholder value as opposed to wider stakeholder value, capitalism was not always like that. We have the most amazing tradition in this country and beyond of the creators of wealth who saw themselves as the custodians of society. So when Richard took time out to come and do a wee intro for me, when I was training the LV microtycos who did incredibly well, and some of them are here today, he did this talk on why he personally, as the Chief Operating Officer of LV, got what Wildhearts stood for. In fact, they'd kind of got that up over 100 years ago. So I just said to him, "Richard, do me a favour, could you just come to the jail and just say what you said at that talk, because it was perfect." So please welcome Richard Warner.
Morning. Morning, thank you. I will actually be using a bit of a speech. Normally I riff these things, but my team got very worried when they thought I had a precise slot from 10:19 to 10:34, and they said, "You've got to stick to a speech." Mick has done a marvellous job of not stealing my thunder by saying everything I was going to say, so thanks for that. And you'll notice I've added a beard to continue the theme with everybody else. LV, you've probably heard of us, we're an insurance company. We do travel, home, motor, pet, lives, illness, all that sort of stuff. And we've been around a while, which I'll talk about in a minute. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, which means many things to many people. Best described by my then 7-year-old daughter when I was driving past the office with her one day. She said to me, "Daddy, remind me what it is you do." And I said, "Well, I kind of make sure we answer the phones and everybody, gets the right answer, and we look after our customers, and we make sure the computers work, and when we need to change something, we change it well, and that the buildings are open and clean and tidy." She looked at me and went, kind of like the caretaker at school then. At which point I thought perhaps I had taken the wrong career track. Anyway, the next question she asked me was much harder. She said, and why do you do it? And I felt that was really key. You know, she's 7 at that point, saying, so why do you do that? And I guess I wanted to talk today a bit about the why. You know, why we do what we do at LV, why I do it, why I'm passionate about it, and why I think purpose, to Peter's point, is absolutely key. So if you'd indulge me, to begin with, I'm going to play a little video that we use internally with our staff to talk a bit about the history of LV that hopefully set some of that context. Can you play the video, or do I need to press? Let's try that. Oh, there we go.
175 years ago, Britain was gripped by poverty, real poverty. The kind that affected people's very existence. Genuine poverty. Generations of one family living under one roof. The most basic shelter was a luxury, food was a gift, and hope was a dream. We have the works of Charles Dickens to paint a vivid picture of life in those times. The 19th century was a truly wretched existence for millions. People struggling to survive, let alone provide and care for the ones they loved. Massive unemployment, zero social security, and many years before the NHS was even an idea, the poor had few options. Their most likely prospect was starvation, illness, or death. Nowhere was the problem more endemic than in Liverpool, swelled by the many thousands of Irish families who emigrated there after Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo and during the Great Famine. No fewer than 300,000 settled in the city. Nearly all were penniless and with few possessions. Out of the appalling squalor and degradation rose the first burial and friendly societies, born in the belief that people could come together as a collective to stave off adversity. One of these was the Liverpool Independent Legal Victoria Burial Society in 1843, later fondly nicknamed the Vic. It was the brainchild of William Fenton and a few of his friends and associates. So moved were they by the plight of their impoverished neighbours, unable to enjoy the smallest of life's comforts, let alone a decent burial for the people they loved who were likely to die prematurely. For a halfpenny or 1 penny a week, they could now at least lay them to rest with dignity. These pioneers were so focused in their vision that the Vic grew quickly. Communities were summoned to meetings by posters and bell ringers, at first in Liverpool and then throughout the land. At those meetings, they were told of the Vic's aims and they joined in their thousands. Ambition and sheer hard work led to the expansion of the Vic, not only in the volume of business, but in the variety of services that it offered. No longer was it merely a question of meeting funeral expenses. As Victorian prosperity grew, so did the desire to put away regular sums to provide healthy, cash payments in later years. Since then, the role of the insurance policy may have changed. Its importance as a way to provide and protect for the future has not. The world is changing at a faster pace than ever before. One thing hasn't changed, and as we enter the next phase in the evolution of LV, we remain focused on the needs of our members and customers, helping them to live confident lives. Now is the time to ensure that LV is ready for the next 175 years, and we leave a legacy that our founders would be proud of.
So, other than a fascination for history and black and white movies, which my family would tell you I do have, why play the video? Well, I think while much has changed in the UK, as Peter said, sadly not everything has. There's still a lot of poverty, and certainly globally you see many of the same issues out there in terms of lack of access to basic infrastructure, education and opportunity for people to find their way out of those challenging situations. But at the same time, the power of communities and entrepreneurs to come together and solve those problems, create solutions, is still very relevant. And I'm a firm believer that one person with an idea, coupled with drive and determination, can actually make a huge difference, can make a real change. So business can reshape our world one person at a time and have that hugely powerful leverage effect that lifts whole communities to a better place. So although William Fenton, our founder, wouldn't have realised it, he started a social enterprise that was aimed at solving a community problem through a shared business model. 175 years later, sorry, go back one. I'm clicking too fast, there we go. 175 years later, we're still trying to do the same thing. We're still a mutual, we're still owned by our members, we're still effectively a not-for-profit business, and we're still trying to be relevant in the world. And it's, I think that remains a challenge for us, but a challenge we want to rise to. So fundamentally, I think every business has a choice and has a balance to strike between head and heart. Like every other business, we have to have a clear strategy, we have to have a purpose, we have to have a plan, we have to show up and operate in the markets that we choose to operate in effectively, and we have to make sure that we deliver the expectations of our customers so that we can be relevant, competitive, and earn the right to be a business. And by doing that for 175 years, we've actually grown pretty substantially. So that starting out with a few people in Liverpool has turned us into a business of 6 million people and 1 million plus members, as they still mutually owned. But I'm a big believer in purpose, again, to reiterate Peter's point. Just the head's not enough. We have to follow our heart. We have to have a social purpose. We have to have a reason to believe. How do we show up in the market every day? How do we make the market and society work better for everyone? Very simply, if we believe we are competitive and we can demonstrate that, then we have the ability to make some choices. We can make those small interventions every day to make the world work a bit better. And that's what we are really trying to do. How do we do that? It might be through creating better products. It might be doing things like our membership hardship fund, where we reach out to people who are in trouble and say, how do we help? It might be through just the small touches of humanity every day, where we say to our frontline staff, you're empowered to give what we call green heart experiences, just to make a little difference for somebody who's offered in a point of real extreme stress or need. Most importantly, though, all of those things come together to give our people, our customers and our members a sense of us having purpose, that we're here for something that is not just good for their wallet and their head, but it's good for their heart. And I believe strongly that in today's world, long-term business success really relies on having that sense of purpose, having that sense of belief that you're making a contribution more than just making another pound. So this isn't an advert for LV, much as I'd love it to be. I'm not sure any of you are our target market, you look far too young. What this is really about is trying to explain why when Mick approached us, when Wildhearts first approached us, why it really resonated, why it was kind of a no-brainer. Because essentially, it immediately resonated as, this is a business, it's a commercial business that has a social purpose that's trying to change the world one small step at a time and trying to leverage that effect globally. So that really, really resonated with us. So we started small, but quickly. We engaged Wildhearts directly as a supplier. We have one of the guys from our procurement team in the room, if you want to talk to him. Wave, Tom, wherever you are. There you go, over there. But that first conversation really opened up all sorts of opportunities. So we sort of shared this with our teams, as Mick said, at some employee meetings on Valentine's Day. It was a nice match between the green heart and the red heart. And quickly we got into, people just got it. It just didn't need explaining. People got the enthusiasm. So that led to more conversations. So the next conversation was, well, how can we get more social enterprises in to work with us? So we quickly expanded the network. That led to the next conversation where the procurement team said, well, actually, how do we give them more leverage? So we've got a £1 billion supply chain. Let's get all of our supply chain companies together, get them in the room. It's hugely powerful, not because of, if you like, those stories themselves, hugely powerful because of the impact it had on our people who just got enthused and unleashed, if you like, their creativity. And it was while I was at the conference, actually, on the conference, the Social Enterprise Conference with our supply chain, that Mick talked about micropsycho. As he mentioned earlier, if you're not familiar with the concept, it's essentially entrepreneurial training for people where you give them £1 and give them sort of 30-odd days to come back with some ideas. And what they make goes towards the Wildheart activities, and they can see the impact it has. And Mick showed us some videos of that, and it was videos of really young school kids. And then he said to us, guess how much they made? Actually, my favourite clip was the little kid who went, I learnt I'm not very good at maths, but I do like counting money, which stuck with me. But, you know, we all guessed how much they made, you know, a few £100, £1,000, whatever. I think one of the kids had raised £14,000 in 30 days. Just astonishing. And those kids absolutely rocked. And what hit me was like, actually, everybody can be an entrepreneur. They just need the opportunity. They just need the skills. They just need the coaching to get there. So when we delivered micropsycho training to our staff, we didn't go to a leadership cohort or a senior team. We said, actually, we want the frontline staff, our customer service staff, to be part of that. And again, we've got a couple of guys in the room. I'll embarrass them. They're right at the back, who went on that. And they got huge results out of it. I think very simply, you know, we all spend a load of money in business on empowerment training, leadership training, motivational, that sort of stuff. Give people £1, a purpose, and 4 weeks, and unleash them, and you'll be amazed at what they can do. You'll be amazed at the change. They learn they can be decision makers. They learn they can be problem solvers. They learn they can innovate. They learn they can be entrepreneurs. And I think since then, our challenge has been holding people back rather than trying to get more people in. So if I rewind to where we came from as a business, it was one man's desire to change society for good. That little bit, and the drive to make it happen, that got it all going. I think 175 years later, I'd like to think we're creating the environment for thousands of people to impact millions of lives in a little way every day, either directly in what we do, but also in our leverage effect by working with people like Wildhearts and trying to make that network of social enterprises really function. So my advice, if you are thinking about working with these guys, if you think about working with any social enterprises, is just start. Don't spend too long thinking about it. We can overanalyze it. We can get caught in the corporate processes and decision-making loops. Just start, because you'll be amazed at what you can achieve. You'll be amazed at the impact it will have on your people's enthusiasm and belief. You'll be amazed at the impact it will have on you and how it will make you feel about your impact on the world. Business can change the world for good. Personally, come back to the question that my daughter raised to me about why do you do what you do? I do it because I believe it must change the world for good. That's what we're here for. So imagine the power of businesses driven by a purpose that inspires, populated by a community of entrepreneurs who want to make a difference in the world by making your business great and making the world a better place day by day, bit by bit. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I love that. Give people £1 and a purpose. I wish I could. Well, that's not my line, right? So thank you so much, Richard. Do we talk about crisis and capitalism, etc.? I think we talk about the microtackle method. There's a very specific methodology of training, and the results, it's just like you get these eureka moments. We're training the heads of HR at Nestle yesterday, and the head of HR said, the phrase I'd not heard, he says, there's been so many unblockers for me. And he was thinking completely differently. We piloted microtackle with Barclays, HR people globally, not their innovation team, their HR people. They were spectacular. And consistently you get the people saying the same thing. It's particularly women. I didn't think I could do this. I never thought I could do this. And it's like a eureka moment. Now here's the point. Those wee munchkins, those wee 10-year-olds made 14 grand with £1, consistently 9 grand, 5 grand. It's a phenomena. I've had teams on corporates doing the same thing. That same energy of capitalism, of money creation, creates the solutions that we're all looking for. In this very room, there was a young team of interns, and they were given a crash course in the microtackle method. And one group said, OAP loneliness and mental health is a real issue. all the graduates are sitting at their desks at lunchtime. If they're not going to walk, they're just kind of sitting at their desks, or they're chilling out, maybe taking a break from work. We know who the OAPs are. They're in our customer database. Why doesn't we just set up a wee buddy system and the grads can phone one of our OAP customers and ask them how they're doing? And you're like, that's genius. Now they came up with that idea in half an hour. Just about, then we've got, because how do we help social mobility? How do we reduce plastic waste? How do we do this? We are so capable of the solutions if we're given that purpose and a network and a methodology of delivering it. And this collective way, the me is amplified through the we. When people go, I can, they then know a credible way of taking action, the results are remarkable. To your point, Peter, if we use the energy of capitalism to create wealth in its true sense, this is what I always find in business leaders. They start saying things like, I feel so much better about myself. I'm a better father. I'm a better husband. I'm a better me. You go, exactly. Because you were never a money-making machine. There was so much more to you, and there's so much more to life. I'm really, really excited about introducing the next speaker, and you can tell I love the job because I just get just so inspired, and I'm so grateful to the people that come and the people that speak. I'm really excited about our next speaker, and I love British because people who are really stellar global performers, and they say that and they go, please, they got all embarrassed. And when we do speeches in America, they're all kind of high-fiving each other and stuff like that. But I don't know what it is about the Brits, but people like say, please don't say anything nice about me when you do my intro. Go, well, how do I introduce you then? Right? So, Dr. Kamal Houthi, OBE, there's a lot of Knights of the Realm here today. Is someone I've been really looking forward to speak. She was the head of responsible business in Asian markets at Lloyds. More recently, she's non-executive director at Lions Club. I don't want to talk more about it because I don't want to steal her thunder, but the story behind that is utterly remarkable. And what we do throughout the year at Wildhearts, if we're out meeting people, is the team and our directors come back and go, I found somebody for the gel, they're amazing. And so I've really, really been looking forward to hearing your speech, and I'm really looking forward to what Kamal is going to share. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Kamal Houthi.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Mind you, it felt a bit strange coming into Barclays, having worked for Lloyds for 38 years, but thank you for the warm welcome. Yes, business for good. I must admit, when I was asked to speak, I get a bit cynical. Having worked in the corridors of corporate, I now hear things like inclusion, mental health, well-being. Is this just another tick box? Is this just another tick box for a brand to make themselves look good? What can we do? Can we have a nice, fancy strap line that makes us look that we're going to be doing business for good, and it's going to make us, look appealing to our customers and our colleagues? I truly believe, actually, yes, is there a difference between being a good business and business for good? I don't think so. One does go hand in hand. And especially when you think about some of the iconic brands that have gone under, and just this week, Thomas Cook. I mean, a company that's been around for centuries. My husband and I, we have a company that's been going just under 40 years, and I'm laying there awake at night and thinking, how does this happen? How does a company of that strength that's been around for so long go under? Now, it could be that, yeah, actually, what can I do? It's such a huge problem. And I'm going to talk about me. I'm going to talk about what can I do? What can we do in this global issue? And now, I can say, well, actually, did I do my part? I worked hard. I went home. I'd sold my children to study. I make sure that they were good citizens and that they got good jobs. That was me doing my bit. And I can shut the door at night and then thinking that I'm doing my bit. But actually now, as a grandmother, I've got 3 beautiful grandsons. I'm beginning to get anxious. I'm beginning to think and worry about the globe. I'm beginning to think about climate change. I'm beginning to worry about their future as ethnic minorities, thinking about the role that they'll play. I'm thinking about values and behaviors. And actually, I no longer can shut that door. I feel I have to do more, even though I have retired. Speech marks, I'll talk about that in a moment. And so, what am I trying to do? You kindly showed a picture and a film there, and I did get emotional, and I tried to, you were talking about 150 years ago? Well, actually, my family, I was born in India. My parents lost everything in the partition of India and Pakistan. So we were the immigrants. It's a story that I feel it's though deja vu, everything I'm hearing about immigration at the moment. We landed here in the 60s. We had no penny. There were 6 of us. But unfortunately, we thought we were going to be welcome because Britain was asking for labourers to come in and help them. In fact, we landed when Enoch Powell was saying that rivers of blood speech and all the things that were going to go wrong in the UK because of these immigrants coming in. My father was a civil engineer. He couldn't find a job that merited his degree, but actually we ended up working in factories. So he had a huge chip on his shoulder. I went through education, but he wouldn't allow me to go on to further college. And basically my roles were 2. One was to be a dutiful daughter. I had an arranged marriage at 18. I met my husband on the wedding night, and I had to look after and care for my in-laws. That was my role. But I'm going to talk about heroes and allies, the role that we personally can play. And if it hadn't been for my father-in-law who encouraged me and saying, look, Kamal, you can do good. Yes, you have to do this dutiful work, and you have to stay true to what the women are expecting of you. But actually, if you want to carry on working, just don't tell them what you're doing. And that's how it became this Jekyll and Hyde, or shall I say Wonder Woman act. I didn't look like her, but that's what I felt like doing. So at home, I'd be wearing my Salwar kameez, doing my role, playing my role as a part of what they expected of me. And then when I stepped outside, I managed to get a job as a cashier at TSB. And I'm going to talk about my heroes in banking. This is a company that 150,000 people, but I'm just talking about 3 people. How 3 people could have such a huge impact on somebody's life. We talk about purpose. For my purpose as a cashier, I could speak different languages. So customers were coming in and they were able to understand. There was a woman that could speak Punjabi and Hindi and was able to actually interact with them. They were able to have access to the finance information that they couldn't actually have before. So I had purpose, that small purpose as a cashier in a branch. From there, I'm proud to say I carried on working hard, became the first Asian bank manager, ran about 160 branches, and then curveballs hit, just like curveballs are hitting us now. Lloyds and TSB merged. My job disappeared. My division got cut up. But there was a guy that heard what I was doing, Paul Baker, came out of his ivory tower to come and see what I was doing and said, look, come on, if you ever need a hand, you can call upon me. And I did. I said, look, Paul, my job's going. They're offering me these jobs. I don't really want them. And he said, come on, what you did across your 160 branches, I want you to now do it right across 2,500. You take that deep breath, and then I trotted off to London to see him. Beautiful. With his courage and his support, I actually started doing this stuff right across the group. But then I saw something different. As I started progressing, there was real lack of diversity, real lack of gender, and all the things that we now know about. Actually, my voice started suppressing. My culture, which was very much bringing me up to be respectful to elders, being very respectful to seniority, actually, I was never quite good enough for the next promotion. I set up the first ethnic minority network and the women's network in order to really just understand what the hell was going on. And when I spoke in the first conference, there was somebody there from the government and said, actually, Kamal, we're thinking of pitching for the Olympic Games in about 10 years' time, but we know we need to improve our supply diversity in procurement. Can you lead the task force for us? To be honest, I had no flicking clue what she was talking about. What I got to lose. So it's a voluntary role. I took it, and the first few meetings, oh my God, politicians, that's why I'm not going into politics, was a disaster. But I'm proud to say 18 months later, it's the best white paper across government. It did shape the way that they procured contracts and became the bedrock of the 2012 Olympic Games, where they allowed SMEs to actually procure some of those contracts. And then my company became headline sponsor for the Olympic Games. But it did something else for me. These people thought I was so much more senior, that I was much more capable. They were hanging on every single word I was saying. Unlike my own company, who'd pigeonholed me, this Indian little girl who was very sweet, very quiet, was never quite good enough, that confidence gave me empowerment. That confidence felt I could do more. And that's what I want to talk about here. Everybody here, I know there's some people here from Slough and Eton, I believe. My husband went to your school. When we came here, he couldn't speak the word of English. I'm so proud of the company he's now leading, multi-million-pound company he's actually built up from scratch. We can do more. We know that 30%, adding diverse workforce does add 30% to your bottom line. So when I went back, I knew my husband was complaining. Kamal, you're one of the top banks. You're solid. You're very British, though. You don't understand the culture. We can't have access to finance, and I'm finding it really struggling for my company to grow. But I also believe in what's in it for me. And what I mean by that, a business case has to be the rationale to get people to listen, to get CEOs to listen. What's in it for them? Why would the bank want to actually help and support the Asian community? Well, actually, look at the cake. It was growing this fast. It was growing in these sectors. Oh, yes, I'd love it, Kamal. But you're not going to get it because we haven't got the products. We don't understand how to reach out to them. We don't understand what the barriers are. I'm proud to say my third hero, he actually didn't take my idea. He allowed me and sponsored me in front of the board to actually pitch that idea. And my other hero took me to corporate banking and said, well, actually, Kamal, just come and do this right globally for us. So you do meet people. You can't do these things on your own. You actually have other heroes to actually help you open those doors for you sometimes. And these happen to be white men. We talk about gender equality. Women need to do more for each other, but these wonderful people helped me. And I'm proud to say, over those 6 years, I loved it. I really loved the role. We helped the community get stronger. We helped the actual design and cultural training courses. I helped my people understand what it was about culture. We designed our products and so forth. As a company, we were doing really well. And then 2008, the banking crisis. Overnight, the board asked to step down because we were asked to rescue another bank. As you probably heard the story, HBOS took us down with it. We had to be rescued by the government. And as the board stepped down, my boss left and I was been going, the new CEO came in and said, actually, Antonia said, look, actually, can you stay on? We're going to have to build trust with customers and pride with colleagues. 150,000 colleagues overnight really resented the company. Can you imagine, like myself, you're putting everything into shares, your share price is going down from £10 to £5, 32p. How do you get an organization to love you again? How do you get pride in that organization again? It was a huge challenge, and I stayed on, and that's when I first got involved in, I would say, the third sector. We were investing money, like many banks do, and other companies do, to community programs and so forth. But actually, something had to change. We had to find a purpose again. So I looked at our charity programs, and I looked at our volunteering, and then I started thinking, if volunteering could have done that for me, helped me find my purpose, helped me find my pride and my confidence, can I help my colleagues? We're a service industry. We don't make anything. We don't really go and sell anything. But my God, if I could give my colleagues an opportunity to step out and go and change somebody's life, save somebody's life, could that actually make a difference for them? Could we find a charity that really integrated with what we wanted to do? So I took on Alzheimer's Society as our first charity for me. And rather than just shaking a bucket, we wanted to make a partnership approach. So I'm proud to say we helped found the Dementia Friends program. We changed policies within the company, looked at chip and pin. Well, if you've got dementia, you can't remember your chip and pin. You've got a customer coming in who's withdrawing money from their account. They don't understand why they're withdrawing it. How do we get colleagues to actually really interact? 9,000 colleagues put their hands up to be trained to be dementia friends. We were meant to raise £2 million. I then took on Children Need and then Mental Health UK. Over those 6 years period, we raised £20 million. Why? Colleagues got behind it. They actually, flipping for the first time, felt that volunteering role, that partnership approach, they could do more. They were coming back feeling much more agile, much more creative thinking, and much more loyal to the boss who allowed them to go and do volunteering in the first place. I got universities to come and measure the impact on volunteering, not on just the charity, but on the individual. Their growth, their personal development grew 10 times faster than me sending them on a course on influencing skills or presentation skills. And our colleague engagement scores went 12 points higher for those people who actually did volunteering. So it made business sense. It was no longer something that was stuck over there in our responsible business or our CSR program or HR and talent. It became around the table. This became around, actually, this is how we want to do business. And then finally in 2015, we were going to mark our 250th anniversary, and they said, Kamal, can you actually lead the campaign? And again, I said, oh, God, I'm not a marketeer. I don't know this. But actually, again, helping, what could we do? We've been around for 250 years. And actually, when I started researching with Ruth Goodman, the historian, we were there helping the canal system. We funded the first light system. We funded the first railway system. And all of a sudden, that pride started entering into our colleagues. The role that yes, we've had our ups and downs, but as a company, what's our purpose in the UK? What can we do? And what's your purpose as an individual, as a cashier, as a boss, as a CEO? And all that collected, and I remember getting this crazy call from Dan Snow, the TV producer, and said, actually, Kamal, I believe your colleagues funded a Spitfire in World War II. And I said, yeah, we did. It fought several times. It was called the Black Horse. Within a week, colleagues were putting money in, and it fought, and we were really proud of it. And I think it got shot down in the channel out there. And he goes, no, actually, I think I found it. I think it's in Somerset. Would you like to dig it out in your 250th anniversary? Oh, my God, crazy. This cashier now here sitting on Somerset with a CEO digging out a Spitfire, influencing my execs to fund it. And this engine now proudly showing in Gresham Street. That pride really, really resonated with colleagues. And that's what I think helped with, obviously, the new CEO and the board, helped pay the government back, helped us to be independent again, and instill that pride. And now we've got a purpose, and I hope you've liked the new adverts, because that's my legacy when I left. Really, it's about actually what's our role in society. What can we do? But what can I do? What can individuals do? I did retire in 2017, and I'm proud to say I'm helping Her Majesty Queen on the Commonwealth Trust Fund. We're helping 53 countries across the globe. What she wants to do, though, is help the youth of those countries to take ownership and make change happen. And as a corporate banker, I'm trying to help, actually, how do I help these great minds to collaborate? How do they share ideas? That's something that works good in Africa could work great in India. How can I stitch and help corporates really come together? In my role in TLC Lions, we're now going into corporates to talk about inclusion, talk about diversity, talk about mental health. When I took on mental health in Lloyds Banking Group, I didn't want it to be a tick box. Spoke to my CEO. Now, you might have heard this story. When Antonio took over Lloyds Banking Group, within a few months, he was signed off sick. And to be honest, I thought we were going to go under. But he came back. He did then help turn the ship around. And so when I took on mental health UK, I goes, Antonio, 6 years later, if you now don't talk about why you went off sick, this will definitely be just a tick box. With some persuasion and some courage, he did that interview in the FT. He talked about how he came in and looked from Santander, looked at this huge problem that the bank had, and how he was going to turn it around. He was going home every night worrying about it. The worry that caused sleep deprivation, the sleep deprivation caused anxiety and stress. And when he did that interview, I'm telling you, if anyone's met Antonio, he says, that's a guy that's immaculate, not one hair out of place. But actually, 85,000 colleagues, oh my God, he's got a heart. And it had a huge impact over our company, allowing and empowering other people to talk about their issues and their mental health issues. So I do believe now the final for me is actually, this has to be, how do we get CEOs, those captains of industries, to get really emotionally connected with the cause, with the purpose, whether it be climate change, whether it be mental health, whether it be inclusion, well-being, whatever it is, for them to understand what it's like for an Indian girl to be in the shoes here working for you. We talk about not having talent in our companies. Talent's there, you're just not looking at it. They just look differently, they just speak differently. There might be different genders, whatever, maybe sexuality, whatever it is. But they're there. It's just opening your eyes. So getting bosses to be really emotionally connected with the cause. And then from bottom up, if I can do it without a degree, working my way up with some help, there's nothing stopping the world. These young people making a difference. It's your voices that we're trying to attract. It's your talent that we need to look for. It's the millenniums out there that are actually making us a bit worried. How do we interact with you? How can a single Twitter have a bigger impact than more than a multi-million-pound national campaign? We need to resonate. We need to understand. You have a voice. You can make a difference. Thank you very much.
Well, what an amazing first session. You reminded me of something. Kamal, I went to a little school in Yorkshire, and I'd never been in a school like this. My wife's parents came from the Punjab, and she speaks Urdu and Hindu and everything. And when she's on the phone to her sisters, she'll be speaking in English. And I'll walk in and all I hear on the phone going, yeah, he's fine. He just came in, and then she switches to Urdu. So I think he's doing my head in. I think I know what that is in Urdu. So the interesting thing is, took a bit of time, but you got there. Thank you very much. I personally find this whole talk, it's more of an American thing of identity politics. Speaking as a white, but I find it so intellectually stunted that if you're a white man, you can't comment on this. If you're a woman, if you're not the right ethnicity, you have no right to comment on whatever. Because what I loathe about it is because it assumes that we have no shared experience. When I saw that amazing video about LV, those people coming to Liverpool, you just go up a little bit north to Glasgow, that's my ancestors from Ireland, in Glasgow, the other half from the Highlands. They were spat on, they were ridiculed, they were mocked, the prejudice they experienced was repulsive. Fast forward, the exact same things and treatment was given to my wife, whose parents had come from the Punjab, and my in-laws. And they built a business which was jaw-droppingly successful, with turning up in England, in Manchester, with my father-in-law, with £10 in his pocket. Do we not have that shared experience? This young girl who did microtyco went to the school because they had become the champions of England, these little girls, right? The little girls, it was a sea, not one white face in this school. All these little girls, black school uniforms and black hijabs. When I first met them, they wouldn't look at me in the eye. This little girl had been told that her goal in life was to get married. That was it. And she was the champion of England at microtyco, and this kid was unstoppable. All these shared experiences. And so that's the thing about this one, the personal journey I've been on over the last year because of microtyco Innovate is empathy. Because people stand and go, my inspiration is, I've had people opening up about mental health. Incredible. People talk about OAP, loneliness, and plastic waste, and all these things, and seeing an insight into what's driving them, but why? And then you realize the shared experience and how connected we actually are. So people would say, well, you can't relate to Kamal's experience. I go, well, I can. My mother spoke like that. People used to speak to my mum like that because she was of Irish descent. I get it, but you'd never think, and that's that horrible thing about that prejudice about, well, he couldn't experience or understand. I most definitely do. It was a driving force of Wildhearts, wanting to champion the underdog and the oppressed. So thank you so much to our speakers for the first session. Completely different angles with the same joining themes. Thank you so much, Catherine, for hosting us, and Jacinta for hosting us and opening up the session. I feel enriched already by your contributions. Thank you so, so much. We're going to have a wee break, and then I'll be back later on introducing our Wildhearts Youth Ambassadors. But go and make friends, because all the best people are in this room, and this is where the magic happens. And we'll see you after the break. Thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of the London Gel Summit. I'm Morven, part of the project development team at Wildhearts, and I'm delighted to be introducing some inspiring social entrepreneurs and business leaders in our Entrepreneurship for Good session of the day. Throughout the day, it's really nice to hear from some of our corporate partners, and through my role, I have the privilege of seeing the impact of those partnerships firsthand. So from empowering women and girls in the developing world to our amazing skills programs across the UK and beyond. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the speakers in this session because I've seen what it takes to launch impactful initiatives. And I think we'll all learn something really valuable from them today. So our first speaker of the session is Royston Braganza, CEO of Grameen Capital India. Through his work with Grameen, Royston has seen the power of finance in transforming lives sustainably and helping people to work themselves out of poverty globally. We're delighted to have him with us here today. He's joined us all the way from India, so please do give him a very warm welcome to the GEL stage. Royston Braganza.
Thank you so much. Is there a clicker on this? So I think the earlier speaker said that his photograph didn't have a beard, mine didn't have white hair. But other than that, I think it's a pleasure to be here this morning. The first session was full of nights. Hopefully we'll now see the day. And we're delighted to be here this morning to share with you some of our journey. And one of the things that struck me looking out of the window was the song by Crowded House, which said, "Everywhere you go, take the weather with you." Because when I left Mumbai, it was exactly the same. I landed here to this tremendous monsoon reception. But thank you, and good morning, and welcome back from the break. What I'm going to be talking about this morning, and I just want to figure out which way do I, okay. Click this, is talking about how do we really change the world. I mean, if we're here for anything less than that, then I think we should just go out and enjoy the weather. But I think we really are running out of time. We need to change the world, and it can be done. We've heard some inspiring speakers this morning, and each one of them has given us their window into the world and their role in changing the world. But I believe that each one of us has that possibility, capability, and drive within us to make sure that we are changing the world. Clearly, the world is a VUCA world, and everywhere we look, we seem to be having doom and gloom. On either side of the pond, we seem to be having similar situations emerging. And incredibly so, it gives us probably even more reason to look for the one thing that unites all of us. And I think the fact that 193 countries have signed up to the SDGs, the fact that there is real momentum, and we've heard the references, and Peter gave us this really good wagon wheel explanation of where we are vis-a-vis the goals, give us really a credible way forward. Last year, exactly on this day, I was sitting in the UN General Assembly, and I was invited to speak there about new ways of financing the SDGs, innovations, and we'll talk about some of that as we go along. But clearly, what we're seeing is this continuum that is building out in terms of funding. And Grameen Capital India was set up to be able to help connect the capital markets with the enterprises that are serving the bottom of the pyramid. So the ability for us to raise capital, there is no such thing as good or bad capital. Capital is agnostic. It's what we do with that capital is what makes a difference. And therefore, when we're talking about $30 trillion or $2.5 trillion a year to meet the SDGs, it's impossible to believe that governments can do it alone. And that really was what I was talking about at the General Assembly last year, saying, how do we bring in different pools of capital? How do we bring in the government capital? How do we bring in the philanthropic capital? These two already know about the SDGs, but how do we overlay that with the corporate CSR and with private wealth and with mainstream capital markets and really bring everyone together in an approach that's really looking at the different risk profiles and making sure that we are getting there. And therefore, we're looking at different enterprises that can serve this agenda, whether it is in the affordable health space or the affordable education space or the clean energy space. We are really looking at a huge opportunity before us to be able to create businesses that have impact on the millions. For example, you take the Indian microfinance sector, the ability to really grow from tiny enterprises to the large ones, probably opposite of my own career progression. I started for a decade in Citibank and then with HSBC for 5 and then set up Grameen in India 12 years ago. But I started at the corporate bank, investment bank, mid-market, emerging local corporates, SME, microfinance, and now I've hit rock bottom in Grameen. So probably the next job is an excavation or something. I have no idea. But it's fascinating as, at the race to the bottom, one really sees some of the great changes that are, tectonic shifts that are happening at the bottom of the pyramid to change the world. I currently chair the Indian microfinance sector. We have 42 million clients, all 42 million women, and all 42 million women are around the poverty line. So it's extremely humbling to see the power of financial inclusion, the power of scale that can really help to change the world. And we're talking literally 1 million at a time. So how do we create these businesses? How do we find businesses that even the mainstream today, or whether it's Wall Street or Main Street, is talking about? The fact that 181 CEOs signed up just on the 19th of August to say that we are not talking only about profit maximization, but we are talking about stakeholder empowerment, stakeholder engagement, stakeholder involvement, and that includes the whole area around which we work, and building in community interaction as part of our work. So the whole momentum seems to be exactly where we want it. And so that was just sort of a brief introduction, but the next 15 minutes that I have in 11 seconds is going to I'm going to talk about what I believe is the way forward for us to be able to look very concretely at examples and at opportunities that we can help to meet these sustainable development goals. And for that, I've put up a 6-step approach, and they come, and the acronym is the word HEARTS. I don't know how Wildhearts came, but I know the Wild Days were there before that. But hopefully this is a wild life ahead now, where we can really take on the world and find ways to be able to really reach probably 1 million at a time, but 1 million a day maybe, at the pace that we need to be able to get there. And so I think the first approach needs to be a holistic system, ecosystem approach. It's impossible for us to work in silos. So when I talk to Patrick, or whether I talk to others in the room, or to Richard, we're saying, how do we pull all of this together? How do we create an ecosystem? How do we create an enabling environment that really supports this agenda? In India, we have some really interesting initiatives. The 2% of all profits of corporates need to be put into sustainable CSR activities. 40% of all bank credit has to be put into priority sector. There's a new category called the Social Venture Capital Fund that's in the Securities Exchange Board of Indian funds architecture. So the ability for us to create these pieces, I mean, literally word for word of the Social Venture Capital Fund guideline was written by us, and I sent it to the government. But the ability for us to create new pools of capital, to create new architectures, new infrastructure is important. We can't sit and say that that's the bad world and we will do our own thing. The ability for us to engage and really collaborate and say, how do we create enabling ecosystem environments? How do we create enabling regulations? How do we create these that talk to each other and can feed off each other is extremely important. And therefore, sharing the practices that we've done is very important. This is my crazy dream. How do we build a capital with a conscience ecosystem? So 12 years ago, we set up Grameen Capital India as the world's first social investment bank to help raise capital for social causes. 2 years ago, we launched a debt company. Hopefully next will be a social equity fund and then a social stock exchange. And then I can become like Peter and fade into the knighthood. But the fact is that Peter is the one moving to the day with all his great trapeze slides. But the belief that we can create this ecosystem to bring in capital for causes that are important to us is critical. But equally critical is the fact that nobody is left behind. And I think that's one of the themes of Agenda 2030, saying how do we bring everyone along? And Peter talked about diversity and talked about the many women, but then he had this funny line which said, boy, there's so much to be done. You should have said, girl, there's so much to be done. But anyway, the fact that we are really sitting in this room with us people of like-mindedness, we should sort of seek how we can energize each other, but then go out there and make sure that we can build these scalable enterprises that include everyone. Microfinance sector had its own sort of pitfall when there was a crisis and it hit and people were realizing no one's, making sure that everyone's included. This was getting up to the creamy layer. And how do we really create programs? And the Grameen Bank created, therefore, a beggars program where every single beggar was given a loan. And the beauty of Professor Mohammed's sort of ingenuity is that he said that where is the beggar begging? He's begging in a street corner. He's begging at a traffic light. And who knows that space better than that beggar? So if we give them 2,000 rupees, they can buy bottles of water, which they can sell. They can get magazines. They can get flowers. They know what that area needs. And so instead of going house to house begging in a neighborhood, they know who has children, who has old people, and they can take products that are necessary for that family and then really go. And so the beggars were, they were looking forward to the visit of the beggar because they were bringing products that that house needed. The ability to create new economic models, to create bold steps to be able to make sure that everyone is included. The area around authenticity and measurement is absolutely critical. And I'm worried because we've seen the time of greenwashing, and now we're seeing the decade of impact washing, and probably next decade we'll see the decade of SDG washing. And we're seeing corporate annual reports with stickers of the different goals, and it's becoming the hip thing to do and talk about it. But really the ability to measure with equal rigor the commercial as well as the social impact is absolutely critical. It's like two legs of a human body, the way we see social enterprises. And you cannot run too far or too fast on just one leg. Colin saw the scandalous slide that I put on in New Zealand some time ago, but then I got rapped on my knuckles. Actually, I did, but I rapped myself and said, no, I should not do that again. But it sort of brought us the focus that we tend to focus on one leg only. We either focus on the commercial leg and believe that if that's really growing and doing really well, then the social leg is keeping pace. Or we will focus only on the social leg and we don't think about sustainability and we don't think about scale and we feel good about it, but it's not going too far or too fast. And the need for us to constantly measure both the commercial and the social is extremely important because that's when you get scale and that's when you get pace added onto it. The next slide is where I'm going to spend bulk of the 9 minutes, 18 seconds that I have left. And that is where we want to talk about results-based financing. Two trends are happening globally as we speak. One is the huge initiative and the huge effort and the huge energy around the SDGs. The second is this paradigm shift towards paying for inputs, from paying for inputs to paying for outcomes, or results-based financing. Anyone remembers the H in the HEARTS acronym? Holistic approach, yes. E, everyone included. Wow. A, authenticity and measurement. R is we're talking about the results-based financing. One of the trends we're seeing globally is a lot of talk around SIBs and DIBs. Do you know what they are? The social impact bonds and the development impact bonds. And there's tremendous hair splitting around what's a SIB and what's a DIB, and then there are conferences happening in five-star hotels debating ad nauseum, which, is this a SIB or is it a DIB and why and what? And the reality for me is, and for those who aren't aware, the SIB is when the government is the outcome funder. The DIB is where corporates or private sector is the outcome funder. And the way this outcome funding is working today is that instead of paying to build a hospital, I will pay when infant mortality rates have come down. Instead of paying to set up solar panels, I will pay when carbon rates reduction has happened. Instead of building a school or paying for that upfront, I will pay when education outcomes are met. So very good sort of move towards paying for success as opposed to paying for inputs. But the challenge and what sort of annoyed me was that they were called SIBs or DIBs, which are when the government's paying for the outcome or the private sector is paying for the outcome. And I said, hey, wait a minute. If a product is named after who the funder is, that's where all the energy will go, chasing the government and chasing the private sector CSR or philanthropy. Why should a product be designed based on the funder? It should always be designed based on the task, based on the outcome, based on the segment that we're working with. And so we created, and I announced last year in the General Assembly, the creation of SDG impact bonds. And there are just two fundamental differences. The first is that we don't care who the outcome funder is. We don't get obsessed about who the outcome funder is. And this obsession was taking 2 to 3 years to do a SIB or a DIB because you had to find the outcome funder who didn't want to come in till he saw who the impact investor is, who didn't want to come in till he saw who the implementing partner is, who didn't want to come in till he saw who the rating agency is. And in this circus, 2.5 to 3 years was getting wasted. and the middleman was making all the money. And sometimes that characterizes us so incredibly of the impact sector which we work in. And it's important for us sometimes to step back and say, is this what we're really, given up what we're doing and focused on this sector for? How do we make sure that the real work gets the money? So, I mean, to my mind, as they say, justice delayed is justice denied, then good delayed is also good denied. So if you take 3 years to do a social project, you're denying that opportunity of being able to do it much earlier. And so what we did was we launched the world's first SDG bond last December, where we said, we will put the upfront capital, we will define the outcomes at the start of the day. We took 2,000 tribal women in rural Madhya Pradesh, which is one of the poorest states in India, and we worked with an implementing partner there, and we said, we will give you the money. It was an NGO who would have spent 6 to 12 months to raise funding. We said, we will give you the money up front, we will define the outcomes, you start the work, and as the work is being done, we will look for an outcome funder. So the work doesn't stop for the shortage of money. The money starts, and then when the outcome funder comes in and pays you, you pay us back. Now, the trick here was the fact that we're saying these are going to be based on the bonds. So the first one, the bond was on goal 5, which is on women's empowerment. The second was on goal 8, where we said we'd now work with 5 social enterprises, and these are for-profit companies who are in the space. We put them together into a single structure, and we said we will give you, the funding to do your project, 10 crores, $1.8 million, or $2 million, and you can go ahead and do this project. We will define the outcomes, and when the outcome is met, CSR will pay you back, and then you can pay us back. Now, what this has happened, and we have 4 more in pipeline, 1 for goal 6 on water and sanitation, 1 for goal 2 on food security and agri, 1 on goal 7 for clean energy, with outcomes very defined. The key here is not to do a £2 million deal. The first 5 pilots will be £2 million. The next will be £20 million, where we then distribute the other 18. And the third will be £200 million, and then hopefully put it on the social stock exchange and democratize funding access. So the ability for us to look at the SDG bonds is one of the key themes I want to leave behind with you, saying create an economic product or a bond that works to the outcome that you're working in. So if you're working in healthcare, if you're working in mental health, if you're working in youth empowerment, whatever is the theme that you're picking up, try and align them to the SDGs, because there's a lot of momentum behind that. Try and find which, within the 17 SDGs, which sub-target you're meeting. Create an outcome sort of matrix around what would those meet, and then figure out how you can create and package this into an SDG bond that brings a financial resource that helps you to kickstart your work. The other piece is technology. How do we really use this data, which is the new oil, only that it's even better because it can be reused, and the ability for us to be able to leverage the technology that we work with. I mean, we have 42 million clients. How do we harness that wealth of information that we have across that database? How do we then, for every Facebook app ad, if Facebook goes up because of a $10 advertiser fee, can that woman get an equivalent token of the £10, and can she then use it through the blockchain to be able to afford healthcare solutions, or pay for insurance, or pay for education for her children? So the ability to create and leverage AI and ML and blockchain for the work, I mean, it's already happening. Syrian refugees today, through the World Food Program, under a blockchain intervention, are able to get food packets delivered so that there is no duplication in a seamless process. How do we really excite ourselves about technology and get deep into it, because those are the ones that are going to bring the cost down and make sure what we're doing is sustainable and measurable. And finally, it starts with me. It's impossible for us to be able to drive change if we cannot be that change. And so I want to leave you with the most favorite quote that I have, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Royston there. I think that's given us all a lot of food for thought. Some really interesting points there around the SDGs, also the impact on technology and all of us working in the social sector, but also a really interesting point around the balance that we're all trying to strike between commercial sustainability and social impact as well. And I think that's something that will probably be echoed by the other speakers in this session. So our next speaker is another perfect example of how social business can go a long way in tackling some of the biggest health and poverty-related issues in the developing world. He's recently moved into a new role, a new venture in his exciting and diverse career. So we're delighted that he's been able to take the time out and join us from Belgium today. So please give a very warm welcome to Erwin Tellemans.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erwin Tellemans, and I'm the director of an international disability organization called Handicap International. Indeed, about a year ago, we returned back from an inspiring journey in Africa, where I'm born there and lived there for about 45 years. So during my childhood, I was constantly confronted to the challenges of disability and what this leads to, the difficulties of life, etc. And so at the age of 18, decided to go back to Belgium to become a physiotherapist. The war started in Rwanda, the terrible genocide, and then about 800,000 refugees settled into 5 camps across the border on the eastern side of Congo. And so that's where really my career started, 24 years ago as a physiotherapist. As a child of development workers, that's what I had to do. It was, they brought me up like that, and so I had to go back to Africa and basically serve for an international organization in different countries, starting in the refugees of Goma, working in Sudan, back in Rwanda, and then ended working for 13 years as a CEO of a very large disability hospital in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Really great work and learning a lot of those incredible people that I met in Africa every single day. And they learned me not to complain. Never ever do I have the right to complain. With very little simple interventions, really transforming thousands and thousands of lives one at a time. However, during this journey, I learned that, and a little bit reflecting on the discussions of this morning and the inspiring the presentations, I actually come from the complete other side of the equation. I come from the non-for-profit, from the world where we go to Africa and we spend money and we serve and we don't think really much about the day after, sustainability, and we, cooperation, development agencies, basically write tons of proposals left and right, and if we are lucky, you know, we get 2 granted out of 10, and we deal with 50 donors, and we actually spend every evening at receptions, walking from embassy to embassy to embassy receptions, talking the same talk every evening again and again. How was it? Since yesterday, it's still the same. Do you have possibly a grant for me to spend? And at a certain point, you know, I started realizing years after, how wrong is all this? How wrong is all this? Because it's not fair for this boy, Santino from Sudan, to basically just spend a few euros or pounds or dollars on a brace that is made locally out of iron bars, and there he can walk. Not to be able to ensure, not to be able to confirm that in 5 years' time, the rehab center will still be there. That this service will still be there. And so this was this thinking in myself, and this many discussions and debates that I had with my mom and my dad, you know, about their life as development workers in Africa, and me being stranded there as the CEO of an incredible hospital in Africa. Google it, CCBRT, complicated name, CCBRT. an amazing hospital that some of you here, Ian, have visited, doing an amazing work to address maternal mortality, to address disability, to address obstetric fistula, etc., etc. Incredible work. Google it, CCBRT. But this is where we ended. This is what I saw in the night. This is where, you know, with my 450 employees, every day had to face. Writing, we had more report writers than doctors. You know, my frequency of reception, cocktails, etc., was going even up because the needs, the ice cream of the hospital became too good. People from all over Tanzania, from outside Tanzania came to us because we were honest in our care and we were professional in our care. However, this would be the end very soon. And so I saw Africa. The Africa of today is not the Africa in which I grew up. Today in Dar es Salaam, you can buy a Jaguar. Yeah? Today in Dar es Salaam, you can really have a real luxurious life, and people have that there. Yeah? And so I started thinking, while we see other international hospitals coming and invading Africa to make money, yeah, and to only serve the rich, we said, why don't we start tapping into this market and not only address the poorest of the poor? And so we started looking into other sectors. The aviation sector, you know, a business class and an economic class, but we fly with the same pilots, the same doctors are working on the same patient, on the different patients. We have on the front easy access, we have nice food, nice drinks, etc. In the back, we do a little bit less, but the quality of care, the quality of engine, the quality of pilot is exactly the same. We went to look into the automobile sector, and so we started implementing lean management. We traveled all the way to the US to see how good looks like. How is a hospital being run there in a lean way, according to the Toyota production systems. And so we basically transformed what was once a poor hospital, running, I mean, the best of the best possible care, but it was still poor because we were only dealing with poor, and we had poor money, yeah? And so we started switching it completely around because this money was just too complicated. It was too expensive free money. That money that we got was so expensive, became so expensive. And so we started making money through a little clinic in the back. We bought a little old canapé, and we freed some buses, and that would be the parking, the private parking for some people that could afford 10 times the price for a direct consultation on the eyes or a direct consultations for physiotherapy, etc. And it worked. People came to us because they not only wanted to be seen quickly and not having to travel to Paris or to Brussels for their hip surgery or for their cataract surgery. They wanted to come to us also to do good. Yeah, people realized, okay, if I stay here, it won't take so much time, but I also do good by investing in a consultation that would cost 50 euro. You know, I do good to many other patients. And so it really picked up. And then I started talking to my traditional partners about possibly building a private clinic, but now at the front of the clinic, yeah, as the business class. And it was one that was impossible to sell with all my friends with whom I was cocktailing. It was impossible to sell because in the 8 concept, there is still this philosophy of spending and rich and making money is stigma. It is for only those that make money. And so it's quite interesting today that the talks this morning in particular, it's for-profits that go slowly into a social enterprise and doing good. And here we have a for-poor only doing work for the poorest of the poor, you know, moving towards the for-profit concept. And so the truth is probably somewhere right in the middle. And so none of the donors gave me money to make a for-profit private clinic. So we went to a loan, and so we borrowed $3 million, and right after, slowly, some non-for-profit started joining us. And so that's a little bit my journey. Another interesting aspect is innovation. I think in the world of development cooperation, and that's one of the last slide, we're not innovating enough. Yeah? Think, for example, about amputations. 80% of people in this world that require a prosthetic leg live in developing countries, and yet less than 10% receive a leg, have access to a leg. And so here we are piloting with 3D printing, so that a child comes today, you scan with an iPad, send it to a printer, and the child can be fitted tomorrow. So I see a world in front of me, also through my current work with Handicap International, humanity and inclusion better known in this side of the world, to possibly, through innovation, 3D printing, working through the cloud, promote and increase access to orthopedic devices. Last but not least, and this is to say a big thank you to you, investment in people, human resources for health, and it was mentioned earlier on already, this is the future. We shouldn't really indeed think about the final result. We should do it through our people, build them up, inspire them, and then they will deliver a good service. So thank you very much, and have a good end of the day, or rest of the day.
Well, thank you so much to Erwin for speaking so honestly and sharing a very true insight into his social enterprise and business journey. I think a lot of people in the room will have found that really, really helpful. So thank you, Erwin, again. So our final speaker of the session is Philip Ullman, Chief Energizer at Cordant Group. At the GEL Summit, we're always really keen to showcase social business and social enterprise in all its different forms and variations. And so we were delighted when Philip said yes this year to speaking at the GEL. So I won't steal any of his chat or any of his story. I will let him share it all with you himself. So please welcome to the GEL stage, Philip Ullman.
Thank you very much, Morven, for that kind introduction. So when I get introduced as the Chief Energizer of the Cordant Group, that normally raises two questions. Number one, what the hell is a Chief Energizer? Number two, who are the Cordant Group? So I'll start with the Chief Energizer question. My job is to create the environment where others thrive. It's not about me, it's about others. The Cordant Group was set up in 1959 by my dad. It was a security guarding company. I joined in 1996 when the turnover was about 12 million. We employed 1,000 security officers. In the last 23 years, we've been blessed. I've managed to grow it to a large recruitment and facility services group. We turned over north of 870 million last year. We placed 125,000 people in various positions and jobs. Geographically, we're in the UK, Ireland, all over Europe, and in Australia. Now, I'm a risk taker, so I'm going to do something different to everyone else here. I like to have a conversation, because it's boring just to listen to other people's voices. So what I'm going to try and do is to get as many of you involved in a conversation. I want to hear your voices, not mine. I did this a few months ago in Helsinki, in Finland. And when I was speaking to the organizer, he said, Philip, you do realize that the definition of an extroverted Finn is when you talk to him, it looks at your feet. So I wish you had warned me before I prepared my speech, I said. He said, how many people do you think I can get to communicate, to talk in a session? And he said, I think you'll be doing well if you get 5. So believe it or not, I actually got about 8 or 9, so I achieved that target. So what I'm asking you guys is, I want you guys to talk, to get involved. The first question is, how many of you are going to contribute? Shout out. How many? Set me a target for how many people we want to contribute to this session. Anybody? 25. 25, okay. Let's try for 25. Please, can I need your help? It's a big number. I need help. And what I'm going to do is walk around the audience as well, which means I lose control of this speaker, but somebody's going to hold a sign to me there to tell me how long I've got to go. So let me start with, there's 3 concepts I'd like to deal with. And I want your views and your ideas on those 3 concepts. So when we decided to become a social business about 2.5 years ago, that's what's different about us. We have made the choice to convert from a commercial, profit-focused business into a social business. And it's a hell of a journey. It's a complete nightmare, as Royston is nodding. It's a nightmare. So the first thing we did, I went to see Peter. Is Peter still here? He's gone. It's coming back, good. So the first thing I did was 3 things. I capped dividends for the family, an absolute cap. I had to put money into the business for them to cap it. It wasn't easy. I've capped dividends. We've capped salaries at a number which I'm not sure is right, but it's 20 times the lowest paid. And we're looking to share profits with as many people as we can. Now, my question for you, I've been interviewed recently by Bridget Custon of Oxford University. They're using us as a case study of this journey from commercial focus to social focus. And she said the key of everything that you're doing is that cap. I want to ask you guys, do you think the cap, the fact that we're introducing a cap on dividends and remuneration, is that key? Has she got it right? Anybody, please, somebody help me. No one's going to comment. Somebody break the ice. Somebody be brave. Yes. Go on. Yes. Why? Yeah, why?
Because there is a limit to how much money any one person needs. And so I can understand that what you've done is you've decided, okay, so here's an amount of remuneration which is suitable for the person who needs to be paid enough to attract someone who's able to do the job required of them, but actually they don't need more than a certain fee or a certain.
Couldn't agree more. Let me ask you this question. Is there a problem with trust in society at the moment? Yes. Of whom? Who don't we trust? It's easy to start with those. Who don't we trust? Anyone? Who don't we trust?
Politicians.
Politicians, yeah. We don't trust politicians. Who else don't we trust? The elite. We don't trust the elite. Who else?
We don't trust institutions.
We don't trust institutions. Who else don't we trust? Each other. That's true. We don't trust it. Is there anybody we trust? Ourselves, but we're struggling to find. So what occurred to me is, why is Bridget saying to me that this cap is critical? Because if I'm saying I only need so much and the rest is for others, I think what it's saying is, you can trust me because I'm not in it for myself. And to me, that's the concept. And it's actually based on my faith. There's two sayings which I think are relevant to this whole concept of almost the politics of enough. We have an expression that who is happy? He who is satisfied with his portion. You don't need millions or billions to be happy. You don't. If you look at the people who've got that kind of money, I don't think they are actually happy. Okay, nothing, you're right. They are miserable. And the other expression is, he who has 100 wants 200. If you've got 200, you want 400. If you've got 400, you want 800. It's human nature. Does that resonate with you guys? Why? It's the way it is. It's just human nature. It's partly, I think, greed. It's just you want more. And partly also uncertainty, because you convince yourself, I could lose everything anyway, therefore a billion's not enough, I need 2 billion, or I need 3 billion. Because, so the concept of the cap, we recognize is critical. Does everyone agree with me, by the way, that the concept of capping is at the heart of what we need to do? I'm open to discussion. I'll be honest with you. I put a 5 million quid into the business, and I got the caps. But I think I'm up for negotiations. I haven't got the answers. All I know is you need caps, and I think society needs to think about what those caps are. I just came up with arbitrary numbers. 20 for the pay was because Jeremy Corbyn talks about 20, and Peter Drucker talked about 20 times as a ratio. But when I speak in some places, they say 1 minute, 7 is a number. So I think 20 is a big number. If you speak in the Nordic countries, they say 20 times, that's much too big a space. So the answer is I don't know. I know the concept of caps is critical. Where those caps sit, I think society needs to determine. So the next question is, if we recognize that caps are important, how am I doing for time, by the way? Okay, no. Okay, 12. I've got 12 left.
12 left and you've got 100.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm doing well. Okay, I'm doing well. So how do you go about putting caps in? So if we agree that there needs to be caps, that we need to rebuild trust in society, how can we make it happen? Or how can society make these caps happen? Any ideas? Anyone?
If you said to someone like footballers, the amount of money they have, they could change the world. I mean, they started doing things like the 1% thing, which Jürgen Klopp put himself forward to. That's a start, but bigger gestures from that sort of environment could make a huge difference.
Role models. In other words, we want people to, because we all learn by emulation, don't we? And if we can get role models that do it, others will follow, because these people are the heroes. I agree with that. Any other ideas?
Ask how they did it in India. How did they make that compulsion happen?
Royston, how did he do it?
So they put a policy in place that said that 2% of all profits have to be plowed into CSR activities. And it was sort of enforced.
But in terms of the range, have businesses capped their dividends, for example? Is there a shareholder dividend cap? Are there salary caps in India or not yet?
Neither of the two exist, but there's a number on the profits that are made, so 2% of all profits need to get plowed into the CSR.
Which is, to me, I think there's a difference between CSR. I think CSR is important from what I'm calling almost authentic social business. We'll come back to that, but I think that is more CSR-like. It's almost a kind of sacrifice. It's a charitable approach, which I don't think is sustainable. It's good, but I don't think it's the answer.
And definitely not when you put political party funding in the list of what can the 2% do.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Does there need to be legislation? What do people feel?
I mean, you can also raise tax rates, but all that happens, everybody moans like hell. So you'll get the right-wing press actually saying this is appalling, this is ridiculous. What you can do is look historically, because many of the people we're talking today come from organisations that were set up by Quakers, by Jewish families, by religious folks' families. Now, I'm a man with no religion, but I was brought up in a religious background. But maybe that's one of the
I agree with you. My inclination is you don't want to force it. The trouble is if it becomes the state imposing it, I think there's a natural resistance. It feels wrong, doesn't it? But the trouble is, will people do it voluntarily? We talk about the enlightened shareholder value. Did that ever happen? In 2006, the Companies Act was changed, and there was Section 172, which it never happens. So I think, to my mind, you almost have to, as the government, you have to give people the chance to do it voluntarily. You have to almost encourage it. You have to get role models doing it. Was it 10 minutes? 9 minutes. I'm running out of time. Okay, but I think it's an important concept. So I think we need to explore together as society how you put these caps in. It could be a combination of legislation, of role modeling, of perhaps encouragements by the government rather than enforcing it, giving incentives, tax rebates, VAT rebates, if you cap the salaries in your company. And then the actual taxation system rewards the good behavior rather than punishing the bad behavior. So that's concept number one, which is the concept of limits, which is a very... Go on. Yes. Well, the family was affected. As it happens, the family had a tough time with the business anyway. We haven't been able to do it. The answer is not huge amounts. It's a very valid question.
Did you do it in terms of reducing the top, or did you bring everybody up from the bottom?
Look, we had a problem because contractually, if you're a business and you've got bonus structures which give people a £1 million bonus, you can't retrospectively change it. So what we had to do, anybody new that we brought in, we actually lived by the cap. But the people that binding agreements with, I couldn't change it overnight because I was bound contractually.
So you altered the top rather than the bottom? Because you
No,
could move everybody up.
we've done both. I'll be clear. What we did is actually we went to all our big clients. A lot of the people we employ are at the minimum wage, the most vulnerable, the people that need to be protected. We said, look, you can't pay a minimum wage. You can't expect people to go cap in hand to the state and say to them, I want benefits. So a big corporate pays a wage, but the only way that the corporate makes the money work is because there's tax credit or housing benefits. So what that means is, in the real world, that the benefits are going straight to the shareholders. No, that's real. That is what is actually happening, which to me is disgraceful. But it's the system. And fundamentally, but what we did is we went to our clients, and one or two of the big ones, partly Brexit related, have actually, and partly I think because of the change in temperature that's happening, did go for a living wage, which we've already increased about 15,000 people from kind of £7.50 to £10 an hour, and it's a big difference to their, but it's not easy. None of these things are easy in the workplace. Concept number 2 is we call purpose before profit. And at the moment, what would you say is the purpose of business in general? Anybody? Purpose of business? Shareholder profit. Simple. It's shareholder profit. It's all about a very small elite group, because most of the young people are not actually able to get on the ladder. They can't get the properties, they can't get the shares, and therefore they don't get benefit. It's shareholder profit. What should the definition of the purpose of a business be? Can someone come up with a better definition of purpose?
Optimizing stakeholder.
Yeah, absolutely right. So it's got to be more inclusive, hasn't it? And Colin Mayer at Oxford University, I think, has got it right. I'm interested in your thoughts. He says the purpose of a business, every business, not just this is every single business, should be to develop profitable solutions for the problems of people and planet, whilst doing no harm to people and planet. So there's two components, and it's critical. There's two components to that. There's one, not doing any harm to business, so to the world, to people and planet. And the second one is doing good. And both, at the moment, would we say business is doing harm? Yes. To people? And it's interesting, the way I like to look at this was that Mars Catalyst have come up with a new way of measuring performance of a business, which Royston will be interested in. At the moment, we're all focused on financial capital, which is just profits for the shareholders. They say, in fact, the intangibles are just as important, if not more important. So what they've done is they've come up already with a set of lead indicators, and this is not an impact bond, this is actually a set of lead indicators, and they've got them worked out, which actually measures human capital, number one, which is people, their physical well-being, their mental well-being, more importantly, their spirit. Are they energized? Are they loving what they're doing? Have they got a purpose? Is there meaning in their life? All these things which are intangible, but they're real. And they've got measures already in place for measuring human capital. Social capital, any idea what that might be? Social capital, what's that going to be? Anyone? Yeah, but they actually define it outside the business. So they say human capital is within the business, but every business impacts outside. And that's the way the world is. Companies like Google and Apple are changing everyone. So their impacts are way beyond the confines of the business. And so what social capital is measuring, what impact a business has on, 4 minutes, running out of time. Okay, I'm measuring the impacts on people outside the business, and it's social cohesion, the ability for the institutions to start working together and to actually, and at the moment, I think they're totally dysfunctional. I mean, the mess that we're in this country is incredible. One more concept, which I think is as important as the other two. So we talked about limiting fair distribution by setting limits and caps. We've talked about purpose before profit, which is a completely new way of looking at business. The third one is covenant beyond contract. Anybody, what do you think I mean by the difference between a contract and a covenant? Anyone? Yeah. So what is a contract? So a contract is a transaction, isn't it? In a contract, which is the world that we live in, which is transactional, I pay you money for a good or service. I'm trying to get you to pay more. You're trying to pay less. We're fundamentally competing with each other. Can everyone see that? That's the world we live in. We're fighting each other endlessly, everywhere. And it's a zero-sum game, has to be, because if I win, you lose. The model that we have to move towards is a covenantal model. So what do I mean by a covenant? A covenant is a relationship between one and more or more human beings. Human beings are not things. It's not transactional. It's about human beings with beliefs and values getting together to do together what they can't do separately. A completely different concept. Do people get it? It's about collaboration for the common good. So what I'm saying is, and that is not a zero-sum game. We need to move to a completely new model where we care for each other. How long more now? 2, I'm running out of time. Okay, and how long have I got for my film, by the way? 2 minutes, okay, I'll finish it quickly. So we have to change relationships. It's got to be about relationships. We're not building relationships. We've lost family, we've lost community because we're so focused on money that all those important things in life have, to a large extent, fallen by the wayside. And that's why we're in the sorry mess that we're in. We need to rebuild family, rebuild community, and move from a model of fundamentally transactional relationships to real, genuine, binding ourselves together based on honesty, based on doing together what we can't do separately, and changing the way businesses and indeed government operate. We have a couple of minute video which tells you a bit about the Corden Group, which I'm going to press start. It's not working. Oh.
The world of business is moving forwards at a relentless pace. Networks connect people with information like never before, while smart systems increase efficiency and extract resources in new ways to maximize growth and profit. But this is happening at the expense of people and of society. We want to see everyone enjoy real prosperity, so at Cordant, we're making business work for people, not the other way round. We're coming up with access to affordable financial solutions for when things go wrong, which will mean no more payday lending. We're creating opportunities for people to learn new skills and do work that's meaningful to them. We're rebuilding people's relationships with others to create stronger bonds, better health, and greater well-being for all. The businesses of the future will build their success on benefiting people and working in ways that will be more effective tomorrow than they are today. So as our business moves forward, we move forward with a purpose: to improve society, person by person.
Thank you very much to Philip, and thank you to everybody who got involved in that very animated discussion. I think that will hopefully spark some conversations now as we move into lunch. So we've now got, I think it's an hour for lunch. You'll see the timings for the afternoon on your schedule. So thank you very much and enjoy.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, into the afternoon section called The Future of Business. Brilliant to see so much noise at the networking breaks and see so many familiar faces and lots of people here right from the start today at 9 o'clock who haven't left, so that's fantastic. My initial starting point is we've got to put a big shout out to Barclays colleagues who've joined us from New York. They can see us, they can hear us, we can't see them. We can't hear them, but they're in a team in a place called Whippany. So on the count of three, we're going to say a big shout out and big hello to Whippany in New York. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Hello, Whippany. So they're joining us for the Future of Business section. So for those of you who don't know me, you can see on the screen at the back that I've been involved since Wildhearts since the very beginning. I'm very passionate about business being a significant force for social and economic change. And I think the power of business to drive towards social and impact-led outcomes is unrivaled. And we've heard some really strong opinions this morning, some sort of vigorous debates, and it's really got everybody thinking about what they can do within their business. I'm very privileged to work with a lot of procurement people who have listened to lots of things that we've said over the years, but I'm definitely sensing that momentum is starting to shift towards people having the license within companies to do something a little bit differently. They've probably already, for many years, thought about lots of things that we've been discussing about impact-led decisions and purpose-led decisions, but haven't always had the ability to help drive some of those things forward. But there has never been a stronger need for it, as we've heard this morning. Lots of the structures that we understand in the world are definitely changing economically, politically, and environmentally. Nothing is the same as it was even just a year ago and several years ago. But as Peter mentioned in his talk this morning, that time is really of the essence, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit more. But Mick sort of referenced a lot of these points in his slides earlier this year, that actually big business and global press is starting to consider these debates. And when it starts to become mainstream news, as much as you might want to be cynical about it, I think that's the starting point in creating the license for all of us to discuss these topics in depth. So pursuing shareholder value is no longer enough. I'm sure there's a bit of skepticism from some of our shareholder-led businesses just yet, but I am absolutely seeing that change happening from a procurement and a buying social perspective, and we're going to get under the skin of that a little bit later. The world's biggest asset managers are urging their clients and their investment staff. So, some of the biggest controls, if you like, on the monetary pots in the world are starting to embed purpose and impact-led decisions right at the impact investment phase. That's a significant shift in terms of social outcomes and trying to build the economies and particularly the communities that we all want and that we all want to live in. And again, shareholder value is not enough, but the top CEOs of some of the biggest businesses are starting to consider and wrestle with these conversations. It's very, very early days, but it's important that they're happening. This is my favorite one, though. As many of you know, I'm very passionate about procurement being one of the biggest sort of mind shift changers with just where they can spend their money. And I was privileged to be at SAP Ariba Live in Barcelona and took part in their sustainability summit in June this year, where I was surrounded by some of the world's biggest brands discussing purpose in procurement and making every decision in procurement in the wider business have an impact or a purpose-led outcome. That's absolutely brilliant. But what everybody took away from that is that the time to do that is now. And we have had incremental and steady sort of movements, if you like, towards sustainable and sort of resourceful economies for about 20 years. But honestly, what we really need for society to affect and benefit everybody is a thunderbolt of transformation. And it really is compelling on everybody here that they are taking steps to make those changes where they can. The The Bisocial Corporate Challenge is growing all of the time, and through the work in my association with Social Enterprise UK, the majority of these businesses are represented here today, where they are publicly discussing and setting targets about trying to drive procurement-led decisions to create social impacts. You should not be cynical, actually, about a lot of the work that these businesses are doing. Many of them respect the fact that they're on a journey. Nothing's perfect, and they are moving towards more purpose-led goals. But if we don't have the conversation and put the flag in the sand, nothing will change. And just reiterating as well that when I talked about the pressing need for structures to be reimagined, the middle stat here, I think, is one of the most important. It's not really about making people feel good. And yes, it's about reimagining economies. There is an overwhelming business case to put purpose at the heart of your decision making. And if you don't, in my opinion and many other CPOs' opinions, actually, you are now at a commercial disadvantage if you aren't considering these things, because businesses are using this for a commercial advantage. And that's really where we want to try and bring everybody into understanding it's a business case. So as I lead into our first speaker here, these two stats I think are prevalent, and it's the source of these stats that's important. PwC is one of the Bisocial Corporate Challenge partners, has been involved in pioneering the research around the SDGs. And it's really important we all have a common framework that we can understand and we can work towards, because that has been missing for at least the last decade. So PwC have stated the case and stated the stats that actually the majority of businesses will be embedding the SDGs. And actually I think even from last year, or maybe 2 years ago when I first referenced them, it's amazing how many people in the room and many of our customers now know exactly what the SDGs are. So if you didn't already know it, if you buy from us, we impact as a group and our foundation over 50% of the SDGs. So even if you haven't got a framework for it yet, buying from our group directly impacts the ones that are in colour here. And you've got a very simple way to create your procurement power and drive social impact. So on that note, we've got a Director of Sustainability from PwC, Louise Scott, who's come and introduce everything that they do at PwC and where they are going and help frame the Future of Business section.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Louise Scott. I'm a director within the Global Sustainability team at PwC. So at PwC, we have about 700 people across the world who are consulting to clients on sustainability and climate change. And I run a team that helps to coordinate that network. And I've also been leading the work we've been doing on the SDGs. So I think I'm going to spend a few minutes just giving a bit of sort of background and context to a whole discussion around sustainable business. And I was going to do two things. I was going to look at why it's important and then look at what we're doing at PwC. It's actually a really exciting time for business. There's lots of calls for urgent action. There's loads of innovation. There's loads of disruption. And it's a time where business can actually, by doing good and by addressing some of these challenges, they can actually also do good for business. So that's a kind of win-win. Before I started, I want to do, just take a quick poll, actually. If I could get you to put your hands up, if you've already started to think about how you can be more sustainable, how your business can be more sustainable. So that's pretty much everyone. And then keep them up if you've actually got action plans in place and you've set priorities and you've got targets and you're driving action. So I think that's quite reflective of what we see generally. Generally, there's good levels of awareness and engagement, but actually when it comes to driving action and having concrete action plans, it tends to be a smaller number. So what I was going to start by doing is just thinking about the broader context. And actually, the world is facing two really huge challenges. And the first huge challenge is sustainable development. So how do we carry on developing in a way that isn't compromising the needs of people and the needs of the planet? And the second big challenge is climate change. And business action is needed on both of those, and it's critical and it's urgent. So on climate, last October, the IPCC, they launched a report that basically said that we've got 12 years left, and in fact, that was last year. So we've now got 11 years left to limit the amount of global warming to less than 1.5 degrees. And 1.5 degrees is a significant number because it's above that level that we really see it becomes dangerous. We see some dramatic effects. All the evidence we have at the moment is that we aren't on track to do that. Each year, the WEF has a report on the global risks, and they have about 1,000 people, and business leaders, academics, and they think about what are the most significant risks in terms of their impact and their likelihood. And last year, 4 out of those top 5 risks were all environmental, and climate change and extreme weather were the top 2. And in loads of other areas, we're having a negative impact on the planet. So one stat is that by 2050, the plastic, the way we're currently using plastic, there's going to be more plastic than fish in the ocean. So that's the bad news. So sustainability, climate change, they're very complex issues. They're issues that need sort of multi-generational, multi-stakeholder, multi-government action in order to solve. And it needs concerted action working together. And the good news actually is that is starting to happen. So 2015 was a really pivotal year for that. So in 2015 on climate, we had all United Nations member states agreeing to the Paris Agreement. And they're making commitments to limit that global warming to below 2 degrees. And in fact, this week in New York, there's been a lot of action at the United Nations General Assembly. Lots of governments making very bold pledges, stepping up action, and actually committing to net zero by 2050. So that's where we need to be. We need to be at net zero by 2050. And if you think that what that means for us as individuals, for businesses, it means totally transforming the way we think about energy and the way that we think about how we work. But meeting that net zero by 2050 is critical in order to curb climate change. The second thing we had in 2015, as Colin's mentioned, and I think has been mentioned through the morning, is the Sustainable Development Goals. So the Sustainable Development Goals unanimously agreed, quite significant, unanimously agreed by all 193 UN member states. The set of 17 goals, and they're to be achieved by 2030. So you've got the 17 goals, and underneath those sit 169 targets, and those are the targets for action. And they cover all 3 elements of sustainable development. So for development to be sustainable, you have to have the economic in balance with the environmental and the social. So they're very different to the Millennium Development Goals that went before. So the Millennium Development Goals were very much seen as focused on social issues in developing countries. And a big difference is they had the period of when the MDGs were coming to a close, the UN started a 2-year collaboration process. So the biggest consultation they've ever undertaken. And they heavily involved business, government, NGOs. And the result was the agreement of the SDGs in September 2015. What's significant about them is that business were involved, and everyone is now looking to business to help to achieve them. But actually, why should business want to help to achieve them? And I wanted to just look at 3 reasons why I think it's really important for business to be thinking about this now. The first is actually the SDGs are the closest thing we have to a world strategy. So we've got all governments working to the same set of commitments. So every single government has agreed to achieve the goals in their country. So it's not about the UK doing sort of aid in Africa. It's about the UK achieving them in the UK. They cover environmental, social, and environmental. And in order to achieve them, government's going to need to put in place policies, incentives, it's going to need to legislate. And we're already seeing that in things like the Modern Slavery Act, in the need to disclose gender pay gaps. And it's actually a chance for business to sort of get ahead of the curve of that regulation that's going to happen, to think about what they can be doing now so that when government does take action, you're ready and you're ahead of competitors that haven't. So the second reason I think it's critical for business to act is that business has a responsibility. In order to achieve the SDGs, in order to achieve this sort of net zero for 2050, the transformation we need, business really needs to transform the way it's operating. So it's much more than just corporate responsibility projects. It's much more than just looking at a CR project, popping an SDG logo in your annual report and saying that's job done. It's about whole-scale transformation, and it's about a change at scale. It's about changing strategy. But actually, for those businesses that do want to engage, there's lots of research that it's a brilliant opportunity for business. So in Davos a couple of years ago, the Business and Sustainable Development Commission launched a report called Better Business, Better World. And that sized the prize of engaging with the SDGs. And that estimated that by 2030, there'd be $12 trillion in new business opportunities a year from addressing or having products and services that help to address the SDGs, and that would create 380 million jobs. So for those businesses that do engage, there's a huge opportunity. And then finally, purpose. I think we've talked about purpose before, but there really is a growing call on businesses to be about more than just making profit for stakeholders. And there's an expectation that companies put profit, that companies aren't putting profit above all else. There's also a recognition, actually, that those people that are really engaged with purpose perform better. So one example of that is Unilever. They're sort of oft-quoted, sort of good corporate citizen, but their sustainable brands grew 46% faster than their other brands, and they're accounting for 80% of their turnover growth. And there's lots of other examples like that. One quote from Larry Fink, so he writes us annual letters to CEOs each year, and he said, "Purpose is not..." Hold on, I'm going to need my glasses. "Purpose is not the sole pursuit of profits, but the animating force for achieving them. Profits are in no way inconsistent with purpose. In fact, profits and purpose are inextricably linked." So I wanted to come on to talk to you about what we're doing on purpose at PwC. So in PwC, we take purpose really seriously, and our purpose statement is to build trust in society and to solve important problems. And we do that in a number of different ways. We do that through our work with clients, and we also do that with how we operate as a business. We also do it through supporting social enterprise, and we take that very, very seriously. And we also do it through how we use our voice in the world. And I just wanted to touch on a couple of examples for each of those to hopefully try and bring that to life a bit. So sort of starting on the left-hand corner, so some examples of the work that we do. So 700 people across the world working in sustainability and climate change. We've got about 100 of those in the UK. One thing we've been very active on is we've been working with the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. And they have come up with a set of recommendations to think about how you incorporate climate risk into your business. And it's very much saying that we need to be thinking about climate risk as we do any other business risk. 42 central banks are supporting those recommendations, and it's very likely that in the sort of very short term, they're going to be regulating and mandating that for all financial services clients in their jurisdictions. And that then will have a knock-on impact to the people that those financial services clients are lending to. The SDGs, we're doing a lot of work to try and help businesses engage with the SDGs. So the SDGs are a government agenda. The goals and targets were written for governments. So actually translating that into business action and how you can make sense of that, we're trying to help to that with things like the research. We've written a guide for business. We've created a diagnostic tool. We also have a free version of our tool available that you can download on your phones. It's called the PwC Selector. So if you Google that, you can find that. And we're doing a lot of research. So at the moment, we're doing something called the SDG Challenge. It's in its third year. And we've just looked at 1,000 businesses across the world, how they're engaging with the goals, what they're prioritizing, and how they're moving it into strategy, because that link into strategy is really critical. Thinking about how we support entrepreneurs, we have something called the PwC Social Entrepreneurs Club, and that's a space for social entrepreneurs to go. It's based in our fire station building. So in London Bridge, next to our More London office, there's a Grade 2 listed fire station, and we've made that a social enterprise hub. And the Social Entrepreneurs Club is housed there, and also Brigade, which is a social enterprise restaurant that we set up in 2012. It works with homeless people in the borough, a bit like a Jamie Oliver for 15, and it trains them. So since 2012, we've had over 1,000 apprentices that have been through Brigade, have left with a qualification, and we then support them into further work and carry on supporting them. As Colin said, we're a founding member of the Buy Corporate Social Challenge, and that's all about getting business to use their spending power for good. As a group of companies, we've committed to spend over $1 billion with social enterprise. So, so one example of that for us is Clarity Soap Company. So they support people and train people with disabilities, and they make soap. So we have that in some of our offices, and we're in the process of rolling that out as our sort of soap supplier in all 29 of our offices. So thinking then to the third area of actually how we run our business, we take environmental sort of stewardship very, very seriously, and we've had quite a long program of trying to reduce our carbon impact. So over the 10 years to 2017, we actually, by focusing on energy particularly, we've reduced our scope 1 and 2 emissions by 77%. But that's where actually it's also good business, because that's saved us £20 million in energy costs. We've also worked very hard on things like business travel, and we've decoupled our footprint from our economic growth. We've actually published a set of guides on acting on carbon lessons learned that you could download from the net and have a look at. So there's 28 different lessons that we've learned, and we've sort of transparently shared those, some of our challenges and successes for people to see. We're now moving on to think about the circular economy and really trying to build circular economies and principles into what we do. We started with trying to go zero to landfill, and we achieved that in 2012. And we're now trying to be 100% 100% recycling, and that's something that we're focusing on. The final thing is that we want to be able to use our voice and our position in the marketplace for good. So we've just collaborated with WWF and the producers of the Our Planet series. I don't know how many of you have seen that. It was launched earlier in the year in Netflix, and it actually was immediately one of their most popular series. So I think it's eight episodes that David Attenborough narrates. Really worth watching. We've created one episode that looks at the impact of the sort of ecological crisis on business. So trying to be quite hard-hitting would be great if you wanted to, if you've got people back in your business that you want to convince about, the impact of this on business, then you can download it from Netflix and look at that. So hopefully I've just highlighted some of the challenges that the world's facing and actually why that should matter for business. And I think key really is that the purpose of business really should be about more than just making profit for shareholders. At PwC, we take that really seriously, and hopefully I've brought to life some of the way that we do that through our work with our clients, through how we run our business, and particularly how we're engaging with social enterprise. I think it's really clear that business action is urgent, but that there's also there's a real opportunity for business that does engage. So, thank you.
So I think that's the third time today we've heard Larry Fink's quote that profits and purpose are inextricably linked. And no, but it's really, it means that quote is in the mainstream and people are thinking about it and they're referencing it. And what I thought was quite interesting, Royston as well brought up the quote. So, working and living in India, and he's come over from India today, that, he's also looking at that as a benchmark of how to move towards a more purpose-based society. Social enterprises inherently have purpose in their DNA, and it's a little bit harder for corporate business to find its specific purpose when it has for many decades focused purely on shareholder value. But what I really think is great about social enterprise, and lots of the ones that we're influenced by, is that our stories are a lot of our currency, and we've grown up building those stories in our business. So everything that we do from a social side is built into every decision that we make on the commercial side. And our next speaker is is rising as a business in the social enterprise scene, if you like, has got a very entrepreneurial mind, looking to diversify, won many awards, and notably the year before last won Chivas Regal's pitch over in the States, which was a significance profile raiser for Change Please, a coffee company that uses coffee in order to help and train homeless people into a much more stable and supported life. A few of you will already know a little bit about Change Please, but we're really interested to see the next stage of Change Please's development. So Jamal, come up to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon. Hello, Whippany. I'm not sure why they're in my microphone, but hi everybody, it's lovely to be here. It's a pleasure to be a social entrepreneur and to really share with you our journey of what we've achieved in the last 3.5 years. But what we do is not particularly special. We're just doing what's right and what's going to become the norm in our future. And I believe what I'm about to share with you today is a representation of how business is going to change in the next 5 years. But first, I'd like you to imagine if we could genuinely end global warming. Imagine if we could genuinely end homelessness. Imagine if we could provide sustainable employment for people who are disabled, autistic, and who are blind. And imagine if we could achieve all of that just by organisations like yourselves or the organisations that you work for changing what products you purchase through your supply chains. That's the power of social business. So we're all here today because we want to make a difference for ourselves, for the organisations that we work for our families, for the next generations. But I want to caveat that with an example. We all knew that plastic and single-use plastic was bad for our environment for the last 10 to 15 years. We couldn't escape it. All of the images of plastic ruining the oceans and the damage that it's doing. But we still kept using plastic. We still keep using plastic. And it took the government to implement a 5p tax for us to stop using that plastic. So since 2014, plastic use on plastic bags has reduced by 86%. That's crazy. So for me, that shows that we value losing a humble 5p over the pain and threat of what single-use plastics can do for our environment. And that's clear. The 86% number really is clear and evidently shows that. And I believe that people want to do good, but we have to make it easy for them to do good and give them a reason to do good. And that's why social procurement is so important, because procurement directors, people who are making decisions on supply chains, can directly make it easy and give people a reason to do good throughout your organisation. And you're speaking on behalf of all of the individuals within your companies. So I want to make the case for social procurement. And part of that case cannot be it's the right thing to do, because we all know that. The case will revolve around this being a commercial competitive advantage. It's ultimately going to make your organisation more money. That's going to be my case. So Change Please is a social business. We find people who are homeless and rough sleeping and use coffee to lift them out of homelessness. And we try to empower people that are homeless to lift themselves out of homelessness and not rely on a handout from the government or from donations from the public to do that. So the way we do that is we find people who are homeless and rough sleeping from local charities, from Crisis, Centre Point, St Mungo's, all the biggest charities around the country. We receive referrals. That person then does a 1-month employability training. We receive a weekly report on that person's timekeeping, reliability, customer interaction, and money management. If they make it through, they become Change Please employees, and we pay them a living wage. We provide housing in 10 days, and we're the only organisation in Europe that provides both a living wage job and housing to people that are homeless. A bank account, and probably the most important part of what we do is offer therapy support. Whether you're a victim of domestic abuse, a military veteran, that underlying problem is what we need to try and solve. Otherwise, the rest is just going to go round in a circle. And then ultimately, after 6 months, we support people with a future job. We also look at the full supply chain of products that we purchase. So we purchase coffee from a farm in Peru that supports women who are victims of domestic abuse. Another farm in Tanzania that supports landmine victims. The coffee then comes to London where it's roasted by people that are homeless, sold on 46 sites across the country, Change Please sites across the country. And we only use cups that are made out of plants, not plastic. And we convert all of our waste coffee grounds into biofuel. So that's great, but we've gone a step further. We actually now... where I'm meant to be pointing. We actually now use blockchain to be able to track the full supply chain of where our beans come from and how they end up in your cup. And that means that we can pay farmers fairly, we can reduce fraud, reduce corruption, and ultimately track the full pollution trail of where those beans have travelled directly to your cup. So you can sit, when you're purchasing a coffee from us, you can see a screen saying, this coffee has come from here, it's paid the farmer this amount of money, and there's only one other organisation in the world that's looking at doing this, and that's Unilever. And we're already leading the way, a 3.5-year-old social business. So this, for me, represents social enterprise. The product might look the same, it might taste the same, it might write the same if you're using a Wildhearts pen, but ultimately what's happening in the background, the difference it's making to people's lives is ultimately the key factor, but consumers don't always see that. And that always isn't the best decision-making factor. So that's great. However, only 5% of our customers buy for the social impact. In our case, in coffee is incredibly subjective. They see it as a compromise. They see that there must be some sort of compromise by doing all this social good, that you must be compromising on the quality of the product or the price. So we believe there's 3 fundamental areas where you need to focus on to be a successful social business. Number 1 is the quality of the product. Number 2 is having a competitive price. Number 3 is making it easy and convenient for you to purchase. But number 4 is the social impact needs to be a bonus. It cannot be the focus of your efforts. And I see a lot of social businesses focusing first on the social impact and thinking that's what's going to win them business and convince procurement directors to buy their product. And actually, that's the wrong way around. So we thought, why do our customers, not our B2C customers, but our corporate business customers buy our coffee? And we always hear from every social enterprise event that you go to, the focus is always around this stampede of Gen Zs and millennials that are going to be coming into your business, and they're going to make up 50% of your workforce. And it's true. This is the recent Deloitte study. They will work for you based on purpose, vision, and values. They'll leave your organization between 2 and 5 years if you're not focusing on those purpose, vision, and values. They're incredibly compelling. We see that on a daily basis when we're supplying coffee into our corporate accounts. Here's an example from SAP where we've just started supplying them. And 2 days ago, one of their employees saying how proud they are to work at SAP because they're buying social. We see this all the time. Another example of Bank of New York, we gave them an option to either stick with using Costa and Starbucks or change to us, and the employees had to put a token into a box. And out of 1,008 employees across the country, for all Bank of New York employees, 92% chose to move to Change Please. So that's all great. That's the employee engagement. But there's more than that. So we went to 120 of our top corporate partners, and we said to them, why do you buy our products? And the results were pretty staggering. So we said to them, the answer to the question cannot be, it's doing the right thing. So what is the reason why you're buying our products? And 52% of them said it gave them a commercial competitive advantage. It's going to make them more money. It's going to win them more business. So commercially, it's going to make them more money, and that's the key focus. 52% of our organizations value that as the most important reason why they buy our coffee. And I believe that's the same for nearly all social enterprises that are focusing on the social impact as a bonus and not the key area. 20% go back to the millennials and Gen Zs, where engagement of employees is fundamental. 14% focus on brand reputation and trust. 8% on recruitment, and 6% that they're acting as a representation example for other organizations to follow. That, for me, was staggering. Because we always lead with, it's the right thing to do. We always lead with, it's the engagement of your employees. It's going to help them stay with you. It's going to help encourage new employees. But fundamentally for them, it's about winning new business. That's why they're buying social. So we look at examples from our current clients. And here's Virgin Trains. Virgin Trains replaced 4 large coffee suppliers in the country to just buy Change Please coffee. On all of the trains nationwide, all the lounges nationwide, and it led to a 15% increase in coffee sales year on year. That was one of the only categories that increased year on year in coffee. It was so popular that they had to employ a new social media manager to deal with all the incoming tweets and messages from people saying how amazing that relationship and partnership is. Because now they've got a message to say, come to Coach D and buy a Change Please coffee that does X, Y, Z, as opposed to come to Coach D, our cafe's open. They even spent close to £500,000 on tube ads all around London tubes just to communicate their brand partnership with us. I don't necessarily agree with the text in that message. That's up to their lawyers to sign off, but it worked. We work with Halifax, for example, in their new flagship sites in London. This is in Oxford Street. This one's coming up in Cannon Street soon. And it directly resulted in new customers coming into the bank to buy coffee, to hear about Halifax, and ultimately to look at buying a mortgage at the same time. We now supply Virgin Atlantic on every single plane that's in the air, on every single lounge globally, from Seattle, San Francisco, New York, LA, London, Manchester, supplying Change Please coffee on board. And they directly link the commercial revenue that they have to the Net Promoter Score. And part of the Net Promoter Score that they've always struggled with is the coffee quality that they have. And for us and for them, they're now changing the consumer experience to focus around I actually broke the top of the van when I did this. They're changing the narrative to be when you leave a plane and it shows that message around put your spare change into a bag and it goes to help UNICEF, so on and so forth. I never have spare change, and you're leaving with a feeling of guilt that you're not able to contribute. Now they're saying, you might not have known this, but by flying Virgin Atlantic, you've been drinking Change Please coffee, and it's gone to help Mark, Lucy, Michael, Claire. And you're now leaving with a feeling of pride of flying Virgin Atlantic because you're buying our coffee. So that customer experience directly helps to develop commercial revenues. Here's UBS. It's the biggest coffee bar it's the busiest coffee bar by far in their building of 8,000 people. We actually had to stop the queue just to be able to take this picture. This is AstraZeneca, and we replaced Costa in that building, and there was an increase in sales by 19% over Costa, which is great for AstraZeneca, but also amazing for the catering company that put us in there. The only category that we haven't increased over Costa was espresso, which is ridiculous, but that's another thing that I'm bringing up with our team. And this is some of the engagement from their staff at AstraZeneca being proud about working with Change Please. We supply WeWorks all over the country, and their focus is on Gen Zs, millennials, HSBCs, IBMs, and they actively use this as a way of selling new memberships and desks. When they opened in Birmingham, we came out and we opened the site with in Manchester, with Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Manchester, because we were that integral to their sale of their new sites. So this is all commercial revenue that's directly helping them to sell more business. The partnership with the Mayor's Office, which looks great, it's absolutely fantastic. They've got an increase of 169% of people sleeping on buses, trains, tubes, and they're giving us sites that we're working in tube stations in London, which have been abandoned for the last 10 years. And we're converting them from empty sites, which used to sell magazines, to coffee kiosks, purely on the basis that they didn't have water and drainage. And we are able to use technology from Switzerland, machinery that reduces our water consumption by 30%. And that means it's new commercial revenue for Transport for London, which is much needed. So this is all about development of commercial revenue for their businesses, and the doing right is the bonus. We've just opened in Perth. We're opening in Sydney in February. We're opening in Milan and Paris in December, Brussels in February. Came back from meeting the Mayor's Office in New York, and everywhere we go internationally, we see exactly the same response from businesses. They want to do good, but they need to make it easy for their employees to make that difference. And if someone's going to purchase a coffee anyway, why not purchase that coffee and do good? And it's a really compelling case. This is the site we opened in Perth, in one of the biggest buildings in Australia. In Perth. So Social Enterprise and Social Enterprise UK have done an amazing job. They employ 2 million people across the country, 5% of UK's employment, contribute 60 billion to the economy, 6 times more than the agricultural sector in the UK. That's all great, but that's nothing. That's nothing compared to where this is going to be in the next 5 years. That's nothing compared to organisations like Wildhearts, Clarity, Change Please, where we're going to take social enterprise in the next 5 years. This is just a drop in the ocean. And it's up to procurement professionals to give a reason to the people making decisions within the organisations, to make it easy for them to buy social, to do good, to represent the individuals in their organisation by buying social products. And fundamentally, if we keep focusing the narrative on it's the right thing to do, or it's helping for global warming and so on and so forth, it's just going to crawl through supply chain decision making. We need to make the narrative around it being a commercial argument, about it being a good commercial decision and making money for your organizations. And that's what's going to hit the hearts and the minds directly of the people making the end decisions. And it's our responsibility as social businesses to arm you with that information to make those, to be able to share that commercially, so internally within your organizations. If we're not doing that, then we're not doing the right job. So we won a few awards, a bit of a pat on the back for our team. We were listed by Marketing Week as one of 100 most disruptive brands in the world for 2017. Previous years were companies like Uber and Airbnb. Won the Queen's Award for promoting opportunity. Went to Buckingham Palace a few months ago, which was great. We were Richard Branson's Startup of the Year last year in the Sunday Times. And he could have chosen any organisation to have as his Startup of the Year. any social business, any charity, any for-profit business, any of the ones he's invested in, from Slack, from Ring, and he chose us. Because he believes that the future of business, as we do, is represented by social enterprise. He believes that if you're not using social enterprise now, and in the next 5 years, you're going to be at a commercial disadvantage. And it's not going to be a choice in 5 years. It might be a choice now, and it looks good, and you can put it in statements, but it will not be a choice in 5 years. And that's why I believe when I spoke to him, he agreed that's the reason why. We're diversifying into new areas like digital advertising, B2B energy, same concept. We can sell advertising to companies like Pernod Ricard that can buy €2.2 billion euros a year in advertising for the same price, the same quality, space ad, and essentially it's 100% of the profits are going towards good. And I'm actually excited when people say every idea, every business, every app has already been thought of, because social businesses can come in and disrupt those existing businesses and the status quo and make a difference. Just want to finish quickly on an example of someone who we've supported. Here's a Dan. Dan used to be an executive chef in New York. He studied at the Kemp's College, which was the highest culinary college in the US. And he moved to the UK in about 2009 with his family. And unfortunately, in 2010, he lost his wife and daughter in an accident. Became severely depressed, lost his home, lost his job, ended up homeless around Borough Market. End of 2010, beginning of 11, he was walking past Blackfriars Bridge on a freezing cold night, icy waters, and he heard a scream from behind him. And he looked round, and he saw a lady jumping into the Thames, essentially trying to commit suicide. So he, whilst everyone else was kind of looking over, not knowing what to do, calling 999, this person, being through so much pain, took off his clothes, jumped into the Thames, and he saved this woman's life. And it made every major UK, international press that you can imagine. He also won the George Award for Bravery from the Queen, which is the highest civilian award that you can get. He won the High Commendation given by Prince Charles, and that hadn't been given to anybody in 43 years, and they gave it to him. And even though that happened in 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, he was still homeless. And he said to me that as soon as he sat back out on the streets, people saw him in exactly the same way that they saw other people that were homeless, as potentially being a drug addict, having mental health issues. But the truth of it was, he was literally a national hero. But we put him in that same box and that same label. And he found us, and he's now an awesome employee of Change Please. I've only got 30 seconds, but here's a quick little video on a Dan.
So Dan, tell me about your past. I hear you've had quite a rough time of it.
Yeah, I mean, where we are right now, this was my bedroom. This is where I used to sleep.
Just here? You slept
right
here?
Right here, yes. Yeah, a good 10 years I slept here. So this is my safe haven, basically. So
Why here?
Because of the heat, yeah. Especially when I came to London, and I ended up here, right in this very spot. And I've had people try to urinate on me. I've had set fire to me, throw bottles at me. I think the worst, though, is just the loneliness, the starvation, the hunger, constant hunger.
We firmly believe that everyone should be allowed another go. And actually sometimes you get into a position, we've all been in places where actually we're a bit stuck. Things that seem simple to a lot of people, like just talking to people across the coffee counters, can be a challenge. How has Change Please changed you?
Wow, I mean, I'm still rebuilding my life, but without Change Please, how can I support? They've done more for me in a year and a half than the whole government has done in 12 and a half years. They took me off the streets, they put me into a place, they gave me clean clothes, they gave me some dignity, and I'm looking forward to getting back to becoming a chef, because that's my trade. Yeah. But I would never be able to do that if I didn't have the support from Change Please, so...
Maybe you should come work for me.
I would love to, maybe one day. Could you afford me though?
And then we got him a role as a chef somewhere, which is amazing. And just to finish on, for me, all of the people in this room are represented by this image. This is a 14-year-old Greta Thunberg, 2 years ago sitting outside the Swedish government headquarters, banging her drum around climate change alone. And this is how I see our future. The time is now for change. And the time is now for a new status quo. And I believe the people in this room are leading the way in that change. And you and your decisions are going to represent the vanguard of our future. Thank you.
Well, brilliant. That's getting everybody fired up. Nice loud applause there from Jamal. And great to see the engagement as I was looking around the room there, that actually there is a new guard. And I'm passionate about the new guard working alongside the old guard, because I think we're all people, we're all aware of the issues that have to change. And whether your passion is homelessness, or it's social mobility, or it's a medical issue, or another mental health issue, every social story and every business can really support towards those goals. So thanks for some brilliant insights there, Jamal. We're actually going to move to a video, and I'm going to introduce a lady called Adair Fox-Martin from SAP. I've got to know SAP very well over the last 2 or 3 years, and I met them in 2017, and I was at a conference where I was really struck actually by the senior leadership that was involved in trying to understand what steps they were going to take into their social enterprise and social journey. The leaders were all executives on one of the biggest brands. I think they're one of the top 10 brands in the world, and they were really taking serious steps as to sort of feeling like, one, they had a lot of procurement power, but that was not actually the thing that they were going to be able to bring to the table. SAP, I think, have the world's 100 biggest brands using their systems and technology systems to procure and for invoicing, and there's $3 trillion of spend globally goes through SAP's systems. And the point that they make at that point is it's a massive marketplace for buyers, for suppliers to engage and to work on the same platform for social change. So one of the biggest, smartest things that SAP can do is bring their resources to the table and not necessarily just their procurement spend. And I've been really impressed with them because they really put their money where their mouth is in terms of resource. They've gone into a strategic partnership with the Social Enterprise World Forum for 3 years, and that's a significant investment. You can go online and find out what that is. They've become a member of SE UK. They've joined the Buy Social Corporate Challenge. They've started to onboard social enterprises into the supply chain. But crucially, they're going to create a social marketplace on their technology system. And Wildhearts are one of the first examples of exposing what we do to some of the biggest brands in the world with an online profile of what we do socially, and match basically procurement professionals globally will be able to find us and bring opportunities to us. Now, as a sales professional, that's not what they teach you in the early days, that ultimately they should be coming to us. But that's what I think is quite significant about social. We've got something, as Jamal was saying, very important to bring back as a partnership with our customers. It's mutually beneficial to work together. And number 17 of the SDGs is crucial. It's all about partnerships. None of us can do it alone. And that's the same for the people that we help in our foundation, the people that Jamal helps on the streets, but ultimately it's mutually beneficial. So buying and using money that exists in the world is a fantastic currency to be able to create social outcomes. So Adair wasn't able to be with us today, but she's recorded a brilliant video that will give you some significant insights into the strategy and support that SAP are bringing into the social sector.
Hello, my name is Adair Fox-Martin, and I'm an executive board member at one of the world's largest technology companies, SAP. I lead the team of over 14,000 sales professionals operating across 180 countries who bring the latest technologies to over 440,000 organizations across 25 industries. So what? How am I applying this influence to not only drive a profitable business, but to make the world a little better each day, which, by the way, is a true passion of mine. SAP's purpose is to help the world run better and improve people's lives. And whether you sit on the executive board or you're the latest recruit to our internship program, all employees at SAP are encouraged to ask themselves, so what? How is what I do each day contributing to this purpose? This is where the future of business lies. CSR initiatives, philanthropic donations and sponsorships will always have their place in support of socially impactful programs. but the future needs more than programs. This understanding came to SAP rather naturally. We have been deeply inspired by social enterprises, those organizations who live and breathe this business model in its purest form. Social enterprise organizations such as Wildhearts, From Babies with Love, Change Please, Social Enterprise World Forum, and Social Enterprise UK have taught us so much over the past 10 years, and particularly how we can take the value that has propelled us into a successful commercial organization and put it in service of tangible social impact. So how does SAP marshal our value in support of the social entrepreneurship movement? Well, firstly, with our talent, giving employees the time, the resource, and the mentorship to engage in social entrepreneurship is not just rewarding on multiple fronts, it's fast becoming the norm that new generations of employees are expecting. Secondly, in our core business. For SAP, this is technology and innovation. This is where we invest in research and development. This is where we train our people. This is where we co-innovate with tens of thousands of partners and customers. And it is this deep expertise that we have developed over the past 50 years that we want to put in service of the social enterprise sector. And finally, with access to markets. At SAP, our Ariba network is a massive digital marketplace that connects millions of buyers and suppliers right across the globe. It's larger than Amazon, eBay, and Alibaba combined, and hosts over £2 trillion in transactions every single year. Our aim, together with Social Enterprise UK, is to open up this marketplace to social enterprises and to make it easier for millions of organizations to find and do business with them. And it starts right here in the UK. But we don't only aim to bring our customers closer to social enterprises. At SAP, we walk our talk. By procuring from social enterprises here in the UK, we have, in the span of just 2 months, diverted over £200,000 of our local procurement spend to social enterprises in the facilities category alone. And we're just getting started. By procuring from social enterprises such as Wildhearts, our teams are more engaged than ever before. Wildhearts often talks about the Chief Procurement Officer becoming the Chief Purpose Officer. And I actually couldn't agree more. But you don't need to take my word for it. As part of this programme, I received an email from our procurement team in the UK that I'd like to share with you. Building social enterprises into our supply chain has been amazing. In my many years of working in procurement, I have never felt as excited or prouder of what procurement can achieve when we look beyond the normal measures of price, quality, service, and performance. This is without doubt the best example of procurement with purpose. So, as you can see, together, corporates and social enterprises like Wildhearts can deliver social impact even better together. When we do this with the right intentions, with authenticity and a true desire to resolve some of the world's most pressing issues, we actually build business that matters and help find a better way to grow.
So great to see from a procurement perspective the impact that it has on people and that culture that allows individuals to make decisions in their workplace that drives impact. But this next section, we're going to try and get under the skin of how it's done. And I appreciate for some businesses, it feels like it's easier to get done than in others. But actually, I don't agree with that. And I know that Philip Ullman said earlier, yeah, it's been an absolute nightmare turning his business from a PLC business into a social business. I actually think from a pure sales perspective that generally, obviously, sales is hard. It's not for everyone, and there's an awful lot of factors that affect the ability for somebody to say yes or no. And it's no different for procurement professionals when they're making bigger decisions with strategies around social enterprises to bring their entire teams along with them, to get their teams to understand what social enterprise is all about. And ultimately, social enterprise isn't a panacea. And I think it's fair to say that actually, we are right as suppliers first and foremost for some businesses, and we're not always right for other suppliers. What Adair reminded me of there was, though, that there's a real human side to procurement. And when I first met J&J at the procurement teams, one of them said to me that on their first day when they started in procurement, their boss said to them that the only way you can be popular in procurement is if you bring your dog into work. But that has changed, and I think this whole section has shown that actually being a leader in the social enterprise space and trying to diversify your supply chains can actually make you very popular. And I know very many procurement people who've raised their profile significantly in their business because they've brought social impact into decision making. So up onto the stage in this next section, you're going to hear from business leaders who are all directly pioneering in many ways social procurement strategies in their business. They're all part of the Buy Social Corporate Challenge, and they've got some really interesting points to make about the overall influences and decisions that they have to cater for when they are trying to bring social impact and impact-led decisions into their thinking. So Mike Ashford from Amy, Laura Faulkner from Nationwide, and Chris Mowat from Mace are going to come up to the stage. We're going to ask a few questions and start to think of some questions because we will open it up to the audience for the last 5 minutes. Can you welcome them all to the stage? So as I mentioned, there's lots of procurement people in the room, lots of your teams are here, so you're on the stage, they're all watching you, they'll see your day-to-day as well, so you can catch up at the break and tell me the real stories. But it's not easy, I think, bringing social impact directly into all the decision making. There's a lot of strategy. It's never existed before, broadly speaking. But I want to start with you, Laura, because Nationwide are actually a social enterprise. Yep. They've been around for a very, very long time. But only recently in your business has that sort of re-emerged, doesn't it, as a philosophy for what actually Nationwide stands for. And do you want to touch on that before we get going?
I'm sure it probably isn't a surprise to many people that Nationwide isn't a bank. We're not a company. We are a society of 16 million members built on a social purpose. So we started 130 odd years ago, and really the core purpose is, and this is clever, building society, nationwide. So it is very, very simple. Built on a social purpose. We do believe that everybody deserves a place to call home. And we use our voice to lobby. We use our voice to, to speak on matters that mean the most to us as a building society. It was only a year and a half ago that our chairman, David Roberts, with the chairman, chief executive of the Co-op and Social Enterprise UK, co-wrote a paper called The Hidden Revolution. And it really was talking about the power of social enterprises and the fact that actually, organisations, societies like Nationwide contribute so much to the economy of the UK, and we need to start talking about it more. And back again to what Jamal was talking about earlier, it's not just about doing the right thing. I think one of the key parts is, we've heard it many times today, around profit without purpose means nothing. But let's be blunt, the other way around. doesn't help anybody out either. So purpose without profit in some way also won't help your customers or your members. So there's a long way to go, but we've been very clear and going back, I guess, to basics. And it is a differentiator, I guess, for Nationwide at this point in time.
And I'll come to Mike now. You have been, yourselves, John Cully, Amy, have been on this panel in a different light before, but you've been around social enterprise now for a number of years. But what's been quite different about your approach to it this year, and we talked about this quite recently, is the strategic approach Amy have taken, a very long-term plan. Your entire procurement strategy for the next 6 years embeds social enterprise as a fundamental part of it. So what is the thinking behind trying to look much more into the future rather than just some of the shorter impact wins that a lot of companies can get involved in?
I guess the journey started really when we actually moved into the relationship with Wildhearts, and I was very much part of that process as well. And I think when we went around the business with Wildhearts, we went through a competitive tender process. Wildhearts was successful in that tender process, and we actually went around the business to talk to some of our key stakeholders about not just the hard commercial side in terms of service and the product quality, but also the social enterprise and social impact element of the relationship. And I guess what we started to realize very quickly in that relationship internally with our clients and our internal customers as procurement, I guess, was the commitment that we set. So over the last year, we've very much been seeing a lot of, I guess, questions and feedback from internal users of the Wildhearts service specifically, asking what the actual impact is. So, as a site, we've spent £30,000 on office products. What has that delivered? So we've seen a lot of positive pressure, I guess, internally. With that, we've seen a greater engagement of people that are not procurement people in that relationship, that are looking and also coming to us as procurement people with ideas, concepts, seeing things in social media. And what that's led to, I guess, is a more structured approach from us within procurement to actually launch an activity as an organisation around social enterprise. Where we're actually, in a couple of weeks' time, bringing together our Tier 1 supply chain and also some of our critical Tier 2 to talk about our involvement in social enterprise, social impact, and I guess start to broaden our involvement beyond just product, but also into service, and also looking at ourselves as an employer in some of those areas where social enterprise actually has an impact. So geographically, we sit in Glasgow, and I recall going to Glasgow with one of your colleagues, I think Colin, and actually having that discussion, and people around the table actually recognised Micro Tyco already from involvement with their children in the school process. So we started to see the loop closing, I guess, and started to realise that actually this had an intrinsic value in the contracts that we operate, how we operate with our clients, and how we operate in the communities in which we operate in. So what we're now doing is formalising that process and starting to set some very real targets around not just commitment in terms of spend volume, but also the kind of impact that we want to help deliver as an organisation.
I might come back to some of the points there actually, because you've mentioned multiple benefits there that go well beyond commercial reasoning in a contract. And rest assured, Amy, didn't give us an easy time. Don't give us an easy time. And set respect, but equally that allows us to be humble as well, because we've made mistakes on the contract at times, and we have to be quite open to that. But I think what's also quite different about the supply relationship which we have with our customers is we are very much human. It's not always about the pounds and the pence. It must be commercial, but equally you'll look to me as a person to make sure my eyes are on some of those mistakes and the team is rallied round in order to solve them. And that doesn't mean to say we get favours, but equally there's a different relationship, because there is now a different stakeholder that benefits at the back end of the contract as well. So there's a three-way loop, if you like, that benefits.
It's very much a collaboration. It's changed the behaviours that we have as a procurement organisation with our internal stakeholders and user groups. And I think it's almost become a bit of a blueprint for what we need to do elsewhere in our supply chain.
Which is great, because I like that influence going the other ways that doesn't really have anything to do with us, but changes the conversation, doesn't it, about how business can stand for something greater. Now, Chris, you're a relative newcomer into social enterprise as a business, but you have done everything you can to move quickly. You want to tell everybody as well sort of what drew you to Wildhearts specifically, because you and your teams took to us quite quickly actually without an overarching strategy, to be fair.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, to start with, we were given a long list of social enterprises to go to. We took an educated guess and thought actually stationery is a fairly easy one to move to for the market that we exist in. So I work for a facilities management company. Mace Macro operate in about 43 countries. I think we are about 65 clients strong at the moment. So in terms of the feed that we have, it's fairly substantial. And we chose Wildhearts really because we wanted to be able to motivate, to innovate, energize, and really attract talent for the future. We want to attract talent to both macro, but also to our client base. And I think that, you know, the war on talent is something that's going to be very, very important as we move forward. And we just saw Wildhearts as a real kind of way to develop that further, do it as a bit of a pilot test, and hopefully, you know, we're then able to move on to other social enterprises. And I think, you know, we've done a great job so far. We've got a long way to go, but we're well on the road.
But you faced a lot of challenges actually, bringing on, so from a head of supply chain perspective, you can sort of quite quickly spot the benefits. You can see why your clients might spot the benefits, but the people in your organization, you found it a little bit difficult to, at times, motivate and get them to switch contracts. So it's not been easy, actually. Yeah, we've got a long way to go. You thought we'd have been further.
Yeah, I mean, the team that I've got, they were well bought into it. Some of them are here today. They understand it, they get it, and they're out there as our salespeople. The interesting challenges that I found were, and I can't quite work it out, but you kind of get to the level of doing the deal and making the transfer, and for some reason there's some complacency that sets in. So, you know, we've only been working on it for about a year now. We've got a couple that have converted. We've got a lot more that will convert, but we've just got to keep on pushing through it. I'm struggling a little bit to understand why we get to that point, and I'm unsure as to whether it's maybe it's because the stationery itself isn't seen as mission critical, and perhaps it's the actual product. But to me, it should be a nice, easy changeover, go for it, and do some good out there.
That's maybe something for us to reflect on actually as a supplier, and are we getting our brand into the end users' hands, if you like. So yeah, the orderers are a world away from the people who are actually consuming our products and services, and maybe that's something that's more prevalent when you're buying a coffee. You know, it's very transactional. Maybe we need to reflect on that a little bit more, and something that I'll take away. I might come back to Mike actually, because last year at the Social Enterprise UK Awards, you quickly went from being a leader in the space by Social Corporate Challenge. You then won the Market Builder Award quite quickly for opening doors into your supply chain for other social enterprises, some of which are here. But again, you know, you've won an award for that, but you constantly talk about wanting to do more, trying to do more. You know, it's not enough. There's a challenge. Do you want to, there's a lot of procurement people in the room here who are not engaging with social enterprise or on that journey. Is there any hints and tips you can give them to try and accelerate the growth of onboarding, and maybe some things to avoid?
Of course, yeah. I mean, I think the bit that's been most important for us has been actually putting aside time as a procurement organisation. We're a very transactional legacy business that's very driven by raising purchase orders, paying invoices, the day-to-day. And it's sometimes very hard to actually stand back from that and to have the capacity and capability to actually go around the business and speak to end users, also go out to the supply chain. So something I've been encouraging my team to do is to physically go and see some of the social enterprises, recognising full well that actually we've got a level of ownership in that relationship as well to help develop those social enterprises, because obviously it's got to be a commercial performing entity. Otherwise, that relationship will fall down very quickly, and our internal clients will very quickly judge us on that. So I think putting time aside, being able to resource properly to manage that is really, really critical from a kind of procurement perspective. I think equally being clear on the message. So we've heard it several times in the last hour or two about just it being good and the right thing to do is not enough. It's actually a bit more of a complex message than that. And I think what we've been learning is around the importance of picking case study examples that mean something to that business. So just picking up on your moment, Chris, in terms of the FM business, we have an FM division, and probably out of our 5 operating divisions within Amy, the most challenging for us is the FM business, where, you know, theoretically on paper, you know, you look at things like cleaning and soap and products that sit in that area, you kind of think, well, we can shoehorn that in quite easily. Actually, it's been the most difficult area, and I think some of that has been because it can be very client-facing, and if it goes wrong, it's quite visual. And I think what we're now doing is spending more time with those areas of the business to say, actually, you know, you can start off small, you can start to coach and mentor and build that into the business model. And I think trying to build that into our bids, into our responses to clients is probably a good place to start. So I think it's about being simple in your message. It's also about bringing your social enterprise partners into the room. So I know on a number of occasions, Wildhearts have also spoken to key stakeholders in our business to explain how things work, and I think to provide that level of reassurance. So I think it's keep it simple. I think it's communicate effectively and regular. And I think, going back to my point a moment ago, also think about the commitment and expectation you set in the business and make sure you follow up on that to talk to people about the good that is actually going on the back of these activities.
That, you made me think something as well, because recently you have a new member in your team who has come into the team, but actually wasn't fully aware that we were a social enterprise. No. So there was a gap in the market, actually, or gap in that conversation where, had he known, he might have had a whole different perspective on us on day one than, again, not looking for favours, but ultimately there was a much broader strategy that we were playing into. And that's nobody's fault per se, but it meant it's something that me and my team have picked up on today, actually, that there was a gap there, actually. And if only he knew ultimately what we were all trying to achieve together, that might have actually changed the relationship on day one.
Absolutely. We do tend to kind of sometimes, I think all of us make those assumptions. You move on to the next base and sometimes forget that not everybody's been on that journey and is aware of what's happened and why it's happened.
So that, you know, I think there's a real tip there for both sides of the fence, from the social enterprise perspective and from the corporate perspective there, that actually there's a long-term partnership here. We may be preferred suppliers. Some people might know our story inside out, but there's a constant need for marketing, keeping the story relevant and refreshed. Because people do come and go, absolutely. Then it's made me think a bit about culture, Laura. When we first met you a few years ago in RBS, the bank, the whipping sort of bank for the press, really, back in the days. But several of the personnel in the bank have popped up. I've told that story before. You know, broadly speaking, our introduction into LV, into Towergate, into now Nationwide, came from people who couldn't do anything with us at all, functionally or culturally, because they were working for RBS. And let's just say the sands were shifting quite a lot in RBS to be able to make decisions around that. But I do remember the first time I was invited, without favour, invited into Nationwide, and the procurement team are here today, so I'll not name names, but you know, they were pushing a bit of paper around on the it said, oh, we've now got these 5 pillars of I think, purpose and pride, and you know, Laura's coming, she's changing a few things, really good, you know, but they were really, never had that cultural perspective before, had they, of trying to embed some purpose, pride, positioning of decisions right into procurement. It hadn't been done before. So that journey, how have you taken some of everything that was learned the hard way in RBS and ultimately it's a keen fit with Nationwide, but getting the teams to come with you?
It's not been a challenge at all to get the teams to come on this journey.
Right.
I've hopefully given you a flavour of what Nationwide is like to work for and with as an organisation. So the people that are attracted to work for an organisation like ours think slightly differently as well. They're in it for the long term, I would say. So yes, I've had engagement with Wildhearts and a number of other social enterprises over the last decade, but coming to Nationwide and us really kick-starting I'm keen not to use the word programme, but our work and our journey, I'll use it, you've used it a few times, at Nationwide was quite simple. The team were already doing a fantastic job before I arrived, and all, I guess, what I've done is created more of a forum and a platform to talk about this kind of thing more. We've got some of the responsible business in the supply chain team with us today as well, along with the procurement team that actually deal with Wildhearts account. And it's that focus that we've got on everything from whether it be modern slavery in our supply chain, whether it be looking at social enterprises and then building onto the Buy Corporate social challenge, whether it be climate change. So there's a number of different facets to what we are looking at. I'm trying not to look at the fear on their faces. I've probably just added another couple onto their list there. But it is making sure that we're quite clear on what we need to do. But having the backing of an organisation like Nationwide for a few things has made it a little bit simpler. And again, it was the commercial and right thing to do, and from a purpose point of view, it was the right thing to do to move to Wildhearts as well. So it was made very easy for us to do that. And then the story that you can talk about within your own organisation about what Wildhearts actually does sells itself, right? That is so easy to start talking about. But our job as well, and we're very keen on this, is with regards to, and I think you've already spoken about it as well, Mike, looking at, in particular, the Buy Corporate Social Challenge, is speaking to our Tier 1 suppliers. So we've recently, over the last 2 weeks, had our annual partner event. So we had our 55 top partners in a room in Threadneedle Street in London. And we had our CEO, our Chief Operating Officer, any C-suite member, I managed to convince them to come along that day and talk to our partners and the relationship owners for those in Nationwide. And at the beginning and at the end, we talked about the SE UK Buy Corporate Social Challenge. We also had a number of the social enterprises prepare the breakfast, the lunch for the day. We had Change Please, Bellew, etc. So we had a number of the firms actually there delivering their goods on the day, just to show what you can do. A number of our partners anyway, Waits, ISG, are already part of the challenge and moving forward to that. So it's just becoming easier to do. And I do think that is not only to spend your own procurement money with social enterprises. I'll be honest, it is part of your responsibility to fly the flag and actually get others once you're on that journey in that as well.
I think that's a big thing that's come out from various sessions today, actually, whether, and I sort of referenced it particularly because the SAP's been one of the biggest insights of that to me, where they will struggle as a tech business to spend a lot of money in the space, but actually the resources that they have to influence their supply chain, when you've got hundreds of procurement professionals in Barcelona listening to them, pushing the debate around, reinventing capitalism broadly. And I think, all of you have seen that as well, with Tier 1 to Tier 4 suppliers. You are big businesses and particularly construction companies. You've got the biggest budgets, actually the biggest procurement spends in the UK, actually, the FTSE 100 business. So you've got a lot of power and you've got a lot of influence, and it's those Tier 1s, Tier 4s. I wouldn't worry always actually about how much you can spend as a monetary figure, because influence and talking, and you've seen that as well, haven't you? There's lots of business benefits to taking something like that into your teams and your supply chains particularly.
We've said it over and over today already, but it's all about that purpose. Our clients are pushing it into the RFPs. We're getting case studies from Wildhearts and other social enterprises to help with that, and we'll just keep building it up.
Does anybody have any questions that they're thinking of right now? We're moving into the last 5 minutes, and I'm running out of questions, if I'm honest here, because so much of the content's been really rich during the day. Even if it's professionals, procurement people, is anybody thinking something or they want to make a comment? If you're a social enterprise, it's a good chance to raise your profile. So we've got Barclays and Clifford Chance here as well, so we'll move.
Wondered, I suppose this is for all of you really, just wondered what some of the challenges you've come up against when you're onboarding social enterprises, because tailoring your questions and thinking about some of the tendering that you were talking about, what have you done differently?
I'll take that to start with, if that's okay. So I guess the challenge we have as a business, we operate primarily in, people tend to think we're constructors, and we're actually in the infrastructure support businesses. So we have people cleaning, we have people working at heights, doing bridge inspections. So a key element, I guess a hard element of our business is actually making sure that all of our suppliers go for a level of due diligence and process to make sure that we're not putting people at risk and we comply with health and safety requirements. So I think one of the challenges is sometimes those processes can be quite cumbersome, very much administratively driven, and I think sometimes we've seen a lot of social enterprise partners that have come on board and worked with us found that quite overwhelming. And I think the lessons learnt for us on that is actually, and something I think we've been talking to our partners in Social Enterprise UK, talking to Wildhearts, and everyone around us about how we can make that simple. But also, I think when we onboard, or when social enterprises get onboarded in the first place, I think there's something that needs to be done, probably a bit more than has been, around actually educating around the kind of the business protocol and some of the things you need to go through. But also on the other side, something that I think us as kind of leaders in this talk about and started talking about recently is also what we can do to make that simple and common, so we're not all asking for the same thing in slightly different ways. So I think there's things we can do in the process going forward as well.
Just one further point around, and it was Farida Gibbs at Gibbs Hybrid had spoken before about this, is not patronising to a social enterprise either, and when they do not win a bid, give them the feedback as to why they didn't. Don't just treat them in any different way than you would anybody else. I mean, most of these firms have been in operation for a number of years. They need to learn. They're still moving forward. Not treating them any different, making sure that our processes are as simple as possible, but very clear. But at the same time, what is most important, and I took that to heart really, was around the feedback element. So when they're not winning and they're not successful, how are you actually sharing that and giving that proper time and consideration?
I think we've got to be prepared to coach as well, right? You know, to get them through that process. There is an element of just helping them.
One of the things you did bring into the early days of RBS was procurement mentors, getting your team to it was for SMEs broadly. And he's here today, I won't name him, but I do remember taking my little pitch book to RBS, you know, convincing them about all things social, and was very politely talked back that, you know, this might be for certain organisations, but if you really want RBS's business, this is going to have to sharpen up quite commercially. You know, it was helpful, but it wasn't technically, we were capable, but I wasn't pitching it in the right way, and I had to learn. You know, I had to learn a lot. He knows who he is, but he's very helpful in those early days. You know, it's great to have that resource. So if you are a social business or social enterprise, take advantage actually of the learnings that are required. It's a whole different world in corporate procurement, and I'd like to think, you know, very qualified in that now. But you know, I've had to have my ears open, and as my granddad said, you don't learn anything when you're talking, son. And I had to stop talking a lot and ask a lot of questions and learn on the hop. Jacinta, you had a question as well? Jamie's coming.
Yeah, I guess my question is, and it's a discussion a number have had over today, last night, in various interventions. It can be quite frustrating when you work for a big corporate in terms of it takes a long time to kind of really move the dial on this, kind of to have the confidence to move or have the right networks or speak to the right people in organisations. I guess my question, particularly to Laura, but the whole panel, is how much do you think is it that is based on size, complexity and scale versus the culture of the organisation in terms of being able to move the dial?
I think there's an element of culture within the organisation as well, but it's not only, I guess, if there's any firm trying to sell into an organisation, but if you're thinking about the procurement team, who are they having to deal with as well? Who are the stakeholders who own the budget? So we don't own the budgets ever, pretty much. So who is owning the budget and how do you have to get them bought into it? If you're working for an organisation like a Nationwide, it is a heck of a lot easier, but it's not to say that it's a doddle, right? It's not a given. There are still, we said already, there are due diligence you would have to go through. We're a regulated organisation. But for many of the things that we can procure, there should be no issue. I do think I would roll back a little bit, and sorry, but there's an element whereby as a large budget holder, large spender of money, we can sit here, especially on the Buy Corporate Social Challenge, and say, we'll try and see what we can do, but really we'll try and get everybody else to do it. There is an element I think we need to put our hands up as well. We did put our hands up to say we would spend the money. There are definitely, I'm not getting off the hook by trying to get my suppliers to do it. So, you know, we will be going forward on that one as well. But I do think there's a cultural element in it particularly.
Do either of you have a comment on either of the questions? Just quickly, last minute.
No, I think
just quickly on the size. You know, that's something we definitely struggle from. We cover over 300 odd sites across the UK. So actually, to get around those and get the message and get people's involvement, which is key, is very, very difficult. And I think there's a lessons learned in terms of how we use communications better. And also, you talked earlier, Colin, about recoms. keep going back, spreading the message, getting people involved that way. But certainly scale and size is also certainly an issue amongst culture as well.
Great. Well, Chris, finish off.
I'd just like to say a big thank you to Wildhearts. I mean, why I've enjoyed it so far is because you're great guys to work with. So, you know, Mick, you've got a fantastic team around you. They say, you know, not all heroes wear capes. And you guys, maybe next time turn up with a cape on, Cole.
Well, look, we appreciate that. And I've come back to that several times every single year. It's a privilege to work with procurement people in the social space, because we all become friends in many ways, professional friends, personal friends, and we've all got work to do, but we're on that journey together. Hope everybody's learned something and got under the skin of that session, and that the stories and the people are actually what a lot of what our impact is, and what we can help you to deliver, but what we can work in partnerships to deliver too. So you'll all be glad to know that. That's it from the future of business. I think it's definitely hopeful. There's lots of takeaways there. The future is bright, despite what is often played out to us in the news and in the daily press. But it's coffee and tea time, another 15-minute networking break, and then we're back in here at, I think, 3:45.
about. We're going to have amazing speakers and some great people in the panel. I was just talking to some of my peers. There's a different tone in the jail this year. There's much more of an urgency. There's much more of a business being a force for good is just the new normal. And there has been a significant acceleration. And as I touched on my opening talk, when we reached that milestone of transforming 1 million lives, we don't talk as much, but we've invested over £20 million through the activities of our business. The fact that Babson were scaling up their endorsement on us, Babson being the world's top school for entrepreneurship, we said to ourselves, look, we're in this almost unique position where we are a B2B social business that's creating money through private endeavour. We get no grants, we get no support from the government. And we've created this entrepreneurship program that executives from Singapore to Manhattan to the City of London to some of the most remote regions of the world, like the Aga Khan Foundation running microtaiko in the mountains of Kashmir, little girls in Afghanistan, boroughs in London, poor inner cities and kids in inner city Glasgow. It touches everybody and it liberates this entrepreneurial thought. So if we're saying that we must take action to create the world that we want to live in, I'm thinking of my sons here, my wee 6-year-old, my 9-year-old, the world that I want them, the men they're going to become, what's that world going to look like? We have to inspire the leaders our world deserves. And given that we have got an immaculate track record in inspiring entrepreneurship, and we're not bad at building startup businesses that create significant wealth and transform a lot of lives, or over 1 million lives to be specific. It's actually 1.25 million, but that's their new numbers. What if we said, if we Wildhearts can do 1 million lives and grow from there, what if we inspired 1,000 young people to go, I'm going to transform 1 million. I'm going to be that kind of leader. What if that young woman says, I'm going to do that when I'm running my own business or running a corporate? What would that world look like where the future business leaders, it would be synonymous, business excellence and being a custodian of humanity and the world was normal. I believe that day is not only coming, we're yearning from it. That's what the yearning for it. That's what this conversation is we're having today. And so that's why I created Microtaiko Innovate. Entrepreneurial thinking, not just say I'm inspired to do, or I'm inspired about this, I'm going to do something. I'm going to make a difference. And if we did that as a collective movement, we will move mountains. And so that's what this last section's about. I focus on Microtaiko Innovate and, in complement Microtaiko Innovate, our Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassador programs. Because so many young people would do our program and go, I love that, what can I do next? And we'd say, believe in yourself, or go forth. I'm being simplistic, right? But there wasn't a program for them to follow after Microtaiko because we knew they had their studies and everything else. It couldn't take over their life. But there was a yearning for ambassadors to say, I want to take this further. And that's why we created the Wildhearts Youth Ambassador program, and you're going to meet them today as well. So, as with everything Wildhearts does, we could not have done it without our amazing corporate partners and corporate leaders, people like Ray Baker and Soprasteria, and some of the leaders you're going to meet. Because it's this partnership of business as a force for good and bringing everybody with us, but not turning our back on business, which is the Wildhearts DNA. So we've got 2 speakers. We're going to start this session off, and then we've got 2 really fantastic panels, which I'm really looking forward to host. So, in the video at the start, you saw the Wildhearts School program and the kids with their flags and the ideas they were coming up with. In order to scale that, I needed people to come on a journey with us who would say, right, we will have our leaders in Harrow, or we will have our leaders in Glasgow coming on your boards to judge the competitions, to host the competitions, to work with the kids. We needed a compassionate army on the ground, if you will. And the first people we went to were our corporate partners. And one day, my first speaker, someone who I'm very fond of, Anna Turrell at Nestle, the head of sustainability. Did that sound creepy? I was trying to be nice. Story of my life. We were sitting in a meeting in Nestle at Gatwick, and Robin Syndrome, who's on our national advisory board, Robin, who's the head of, I always talk about, is the head of milk purchasing, head of sustainable purchasing, but the head of milk. Now, the head of milk purchasing in Wildhearts is not that big a deal. We go, is there no milk for the tea? No. Who's the head of milk purchasing? I'll be the head of milk purchasing, and off I go. But then you go, Nestle, you don't have a business if you don't have your milk purchasing right, so it's a big deal. And Robin, with his usual style, just went through Nestle, introducing us to all the key people we needed to meet. And what's been delivered as a result of that is really magnificent. So when I met Anna at a meeting, I said, we're launching a school program, and we want people to come on a journey with us. She's like, I'm in. It was so intuitive for her because she was already way ahead of the game in her thinking and what she was looking to deliver in her own career and for Nestle. So, to hear more about that, please welcome to the stage the head of sustainability for Nestle, Anna Turrell.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here with you today. I have to say a massive thanks to Mick and the team. Also, I'd love you to do my eulogy, if ever there is that time, because, man, you do a good setup. It's brilliant. Hopefully that day won't come, but yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be here on behalf of Nestlé and my colleagues Robin and Sarah that are also in the room. The journey that Nestlé's on, continues to be on, with Wildhearts is one that's relatively new, but to Mick's point, is absolutely intuitive. It just makes sense. And so over the course of the last kind of year or so, not only have we been working internally to kind of make the building blocks fit into place, but we've also been engaging our internal stakeholders, our business leaders, to take them on the journey with us, because this stuff is so important. And so I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to stand here in front of you today and say that not only have we been able to kind of move over our office supplies procurement to Wildhearts, but we're also, as Mick said, supporting the schools program, and we're also now testing Innovate, Microtyco Innovate, with our graduates. We've also got work with our extended leadership team as well. This is new stuff for us, because as a big multinational, we tend to build internal systems and processes, and actually there's just so much benefit of having that outside-in mindset and understanding and challenging us. So absolutely thrilled to be here. In the spirit of this session, I wanted to kind of take a step back and at quite a high level, kind of maybe explain to you a little bit about what I see as being the business imperative for action and what business for a force for good really needs to look like and why. But I want to start 21 years ago. 21 years and 7 days, to be exact, when I was 16 years old. I loved hanging out with my mates and spending way too long on the family landline, deconstructing and dissecting the day school activities with my best friend, because this was pre-mobile phone days, right? I loved music and buying new CDs. Yes, CDs were a thing, and even buying questionable singles. The Australian soap Neighbours represented a critical lifeline to the world's most pressing issues. Leonardo DiCaprio was a floppy-haired god. Ross and Rachel were still on a break. I got up, I went to school, I came home, I did my homework, I ate dinner, and I went to bed. Life was simpler then. My anxieties and my worries, whilst just as valid and real as anyone else's, were framed by a very different looking world. This week, another 16-year-old girl sat on a stage in New York, far from home, in front of global leaders, CEOs of some of the world's largest companies, and heads of state. She delivered an impassioned speech on the imperative of climate action. And she did this in a foreign language. Will you recognize the necessity of the enormous task which must start now? Or will you say nothing, do nothing? She implored of her audience. My 16-year-old self's world and that of Greta Thunberg's look and feel totally different. So what's changed so much that our young people are taking to the streets, leaving their classrooms and striking in a bid to get the world to wake up and pay attention? Perhaps it's the fact that our science is telling us loud and clear now that we're running down our planetary clock, and in so doing, making the survival of the world's most vulnerable peoples increasingly difficult and challenged. Perhaps it's the fact that our Twitter feeds and our Instagram posts reflect a polluted, polarized, and, to be honest, pretty scary world right now. Their call to action is clear. But what will it really take for us, as a global community, to listen and to act? Now, I'm not entirely sure I have the answer, but I do have an idea about what the journey needs to look like in order to get there. A couple of years ago, the OECD had some data which showed that the UK at that time was the only developed economy in which wages were falling whilst the economy was actually growing, albeit meagerly. Fast forward a couple of years to today, 1 in 8 UK workers, that's 3.7 million people, live in poverty. And 1.3 million people, including children, now rely on food banks. To contextualize this further, 1 in 5 children in the UK today live in food insecure households, not knowing where their meals will be coming from next. Our economic model is socially and environmentally pretty broken. You don't have to look too far to see the evidence of this. It's in our newspaper headlines every day. Whether it's the plastic in our oceans or it's the fact that 1/3 of all food we produce we waste every year, the communities without access to basic sanitation, or the fact that girls are still more likely than boys to never set foot in a classroom, despite the tremendous progress we've made over the last 20 years. We need change. We need an inclusive global economy that works for everyone. An inclusive economy is one that creates opportunities for people of all backgrounds and experiences to live with dignity, to support themselves and their families, and make a contribution to their communities. An inclusive economy functions naturally to produce social and economic justice, environmental sustainability, and prosperity for all. An inclusive economy creates shared value. So what do we need to do in order to create an inclusive, safe, and sustainable world for the next generation of 16-year-olds? It's clear that we have a lot of work to do, and we all have a role to play in working closely and collaboratively together to achieve a future fit for you and I, as well as for those who will come after us. But what should the role of business and the private sector be in facilitating these changes, given the size of the corporate footprint on our people and our planet? After all, it's becoming increasingly evident that the world's most pressing problems cannot be solved by governments and civil society alone. It's time for business to pitch in. From reducing environmental impact to contributing to healthier societies and fighting forced labor, companies can achieve tremendous results if they balance profit and purpose. The answer, therefore, lies in the corridors, offices, and factories of the growing number of companies that are working hard to embody the concept of creating shared value. But it wasn't always this way. For more than 40 years, corporate boardrooms latched on to the doctrine that economist Milton Friedman had laid out in a 1970 article with the title, "The Social Responsibility of Business is to Increase Its Profits." That approach was supercharged in the 1980s and 1990s by the ratcheting up of share-based executive rewards. But the tide is beginning to turn. In business, CEOs have gone from being symbols of aspiration to objects of intense scrutiny. Even the younger, cooler entrepreneurs, the kickstarters of the shared economy, are now being asked questions about the impact their companies have on society. Trust has become the ultimate currency. Millennial consumers are driving this trend. 40% of those polled by the Deloitte Millennial Survey in 2018 believe the goal of business should be to improve society. This is seriously worth pondering, because by 2020, which is next year, millennials will make up 40% of all consumers, influencing about $40 billion in annual sales. I am one of those millennials. Just. Companies are starting to wake up to this new reality. In August, the Business Roundtable, which is an influential US business group, amended its 2-decade-old declaration that corporations exist principally to serve their shareholders. The Roundtable said, while each of our individual companies serves its own corporate purpose, we share a fundamental commitment to all of our stakeholders: customers, employees, suppliers, communities, and, last in the list, shareholders. They had dropped the shareholder first principle. There is a growing belief, and it's one that I firmly subscribe to, that businesses that combine profit with a wider purpose will benefit from the reinforced commitment of employees and customers. Those that fail to do so will simply not survive to become the companies of the future. This notion of business as a force for good resonates very strongly inside Nestlé. We believe that our company will be successful in the long term by creating value for both our shareholders and for society. So much so that more than a decade ago, we approached a couple of Harvard academics, Michael Porter and Mark Kramer, to help us better understand how we could incorporate the concept of creating shared value into our business strategy. Ever since then, we've reported publicly on the commitments we have made and the actions we have taken to address the priorities of our stakeholders, both inside and outside of the company. Now, we don't always hit the mark. In fact, sometimes we've been pretty wide of it. But the important thing here is that we learn and that we move forward. We are all on a journey of learning. As the world's largest food and beverage company, we have an obligation to act. We have brands known around the world and connections with consumers and communities that present amazing opportunities to engage, to learn, partner, and build together. The potential impact a company can have if it reaches beyond its own borders and stretches into its full sphere of influence is incredible. You don't need to be a Nestlé to be able to bring about positive change. Earlier this year, under the leadership of our relatively new CEO, Mark Schneider, we took another step further on our journey by communicating how we are creating or planning to create shared value as part of our quarterly financial reporting process. Baby steps, but important ones, particularly given the influential role that investors can play in tackling the same issues that we are all dealing with. 2 weeks ago, we took another unprecedented step for a conservative Swiss multinational. We publicly committed to zero net greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, and in so doing, accelerating our climate change efforts. Over the next 2 years, we'll lay out a time-bound plan, including interim targets consistent with the 1.5-degree path we must all hit. We're going to work very hard to hit that target well before we reach it, but let's not kid ourselves, we've got a lot of work to do. So why did we do this? The answer is really easy, because it makes sense. As my CEO recently put it, climate change is one of the biggest threats we face as a society. It's also one of the greatest risks to the future of our business. Good for business, good for society. If we can come together as a community and organize ourselves to get behind the changes we need to see in the world today, the potential we have to make genuine positive impact is incredible. To not act is simply not an option for business anymore, or for any of us. It's that simple. This would be my advice to the corporate boards and business leaders of companies, no matter how big or small. We all have impact, and we all have the capacity to ensure that it's positive. We just have to step up. The days of talking about issues and making empty commitments have gone. We need to take action now, together, as businesses, as governments, and as citizens, from 1 to 1 million through collective action. Greta put it best. Right here, right now is where we draw the line. The world is waking up, and change is coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was remarkable. Thank you so much, Anna. I actually was asked to do a Micro Innovate session for the HR leadership I mentioned to Sally. And the way they were thinking was so revolutionary, but the big thing, it wasn't like, oh, this is bizarre, I wonder if we could. You know you've got a great idea when you all look at each other and say, why aren't we already doing this? This is so obvious. And so many of these solutions are so obvious. We talk about businesses reimagining their role, reimagining their resources, and reimagining their responsibilities. Sometimes you say, you know, if we just did that instead of this, we could address this big issue which we thought we had no power over. Our team from South Africa, our document management business, who are using the pan-South African-wide distribution network of our document storage business to reach the most vulnerable girls in society with reusable sanitary pads, is revolutionary. But once they did it, it's because, oh my God, it's so obvious. The vans were crossing the savannah where the little remote school was anyway. The reimagining of resources. It's so, so exciting. So, following on, the next member of our National Advisory Board, who, when I asked, you know, it's amazing. You get some people go, I'd really like to, I need to go through compliance. You get people go, I'm in, I'll go and speak to compliance later, right? Not saying that Jess said that, but Jess is also significantly heavily pregnant, but it seems to be going faster than ever. Jess is the Corporate Responsibility Officer at Wesley Insurance Company, biggest employer in Birmingham, right? A Wildhearts customer, really passionately engaged Wildhearts customers. So who did I go to when I wanted to speak about the schools program and we needed a real strong partner in the Midlands? Jess. So please put your hands together for Jess Wiltz-Redding, the head of CR at Wesleyan.
Okay, this is possibly the most nervous I've ever been. Don't worry, I'm not going to give birth though, so we're fine. Okay, so that's me. This is Wesleyan. Wesleyan are the company that 99.9% of you sat in this room will have never heard of. I'm pretty sure of that. We're slightly older than LV. Yes. We're 177 years old, and we have been doing business for good for that long. We were founded in 1841 by a small group of people at the Wesleyan Chapel in Cherry Street. Cherry Street now is the home of a Poundland, and our blue plaque is above Poundland. So next time you're in Birmingham, pop along and have a look. It was at the height of the Industrial Revolution, and our man from the Wes, and it was men, I'm not being sexist, used to go around and take people's premiums to help them to save for their financial futures. We're a mutual. So we've heard a lot about shareholders this morning, but we're a mutual. So we put our customers at the heart of everything we do. We sell to doctors, dentists, teachers, and lawyers. But before that, we were quite instrumental in the First and Second World Wars. We drew a cheque that would be worth £26 million today to pay out all claims in World War I. In World War II, our headquarters, which you can see bombed here, that was actually used as a first aid HQ. In the 1950s, we established a Widows and Orphans Funds to make sure that we paid out on every premium to parents who had lost somebody. In the 1990s, we became specialists, and that remains with us until today. We're here to be the purpose for our doctors, dentists, teachers, and lawyers to look after them for their financial futures for some of society's most trusted professions. So this section is all about inspiring leaders. So for me, I want to be able to stand up for something I believe in and take pure responsibility for everything that I do at Wesleyan, but also in my day-to-day life. Acting with honesty and integrity is also really key to what I do for my job. I absolutely love my job, and I'm not just saying that because I'm up here, I genuinely do. Passion for your job is a deal breaker for me. If you don't bring passion every day to work, then I think you probably need to look for something else. If you go to work every day being the best that you can be, that for me is absolutely fundamental in our business. I also want you to be disruptive. We've heard quite a bit about being disruptive this morning. Never underestimate the power of one. We've heard quite a lot about Greta and other people out there this morning, and I think it's really important to never underestimate that power of one. You've probably all been inspired, as I have, to become a leader, and a leader doesn't mean a manager. A leader is somebody that you want to follow and to be inspired by. I love this woman. She doesn't know it, but I do. If you haven't got her book, Lean In, get on Waterstones or Amazon or go to your local bookshop and buy it. It is life-changing. I'm a bit of a geek, so I like Radio 4. She did a Desert Island Discs and had me in tears on the treadmill at the gym, because I listen to it while I'm in the gym. And she talked about resilience. Resilience is so key in this changing economic climate. We get up every day and we face fears, but being resilient, I think, and having that fire in your belly is what gets people up every single day. Two women who I believe are fundamental to how society is today. Rosa Parks and Greta Thunberg. Rosa Parks in 1955 refused to move from a seat. She started a movement, and she was actually the voice and the first lady of civil rights. Without her, the United States would be a very different place. I'll leave that there. Now, I've got a challenge for Mick here. Who thinks we should get Greta at a gel? Yeah. All the kids down here are like, yes. So there's your call to action, Mick. Get Greta. So how do I now bring this back to Wesleyan and to Wildhearts? we've always started with why. Why do we do this as a business? Why at Wesleyan should we do corporate responsibility? Why should we stop giving money to charity and actually doing more things with our people and our time? The big reason is it's not just because you want to make your business look better, it is an inherent part of our business. Our strapline is we care and we are all about you. And genuinely, every day I work with people who absolutely care about the customers and the people that we serve. This is possibly my proudest moment, and I'm really going to try not to cry. We supported Birmingham Children's Hospital to build that building, bottom right-hand side. I can see that from where I sit. That, for me, was fundamental in the choice that we made to support Birmingham Children's Hospital. We've heard lots of examples of supporting charities that have meant stuff to businesses. Birmingham Children's Hospital, for me, means so much because I can see the impact every single day out of my window. We then decided that £250,000 was good enough for a cancer centre, but hey, let's try and do £1 million. And we did. We built this building bottom in the middle. This is called Magnolia House. It is the first palliative care centre of excellence in the UK. It is changing the way that they care for children at the end of their lives. It is absolutely astonishing what my staff did to raise that money, including dunking our chief exec. That was fun. We've climbed Snowdon, everything. I also apologise for the numerous haircuts I have in these slides. Magnolia House is my proudest achievement, but it wasn't just me. We decided to write a children's book. Maggie McGee is based on real-life experiences of children within a hospital, but it is not sad. It's also available on Amazon and Waterstones. Quick plug for you there. As you can see, it was actually over 8,500 copies in the end of this book. It is so inspiring. I've given it out to friends. My child will be read this book. It is a beautiful, beautiful story of hope. And I think we've heard a lot about hope today, but this is so important. If we hadn't have had Maggie, we wouldn't have Magnolia House. I'm keeping it together, I'm doing well. But then it was like, well, okay, we've done all this great fundraising in the UK. We're a UK-based business. What else can we do? So I just rocked up to Ethiopia with some dentists. We also went to a children's village. We taught, so this is Dr. Burka. She's now studying in the UK and will be one of the most qualified dentists in the whole of Ethiopia, because we helped to do that. That's me, again, with terrible hair, helping children in a village. We painted a Maggie McGee mural. We took out redundant dental equipment from our customers and we gave it to medical and dental students out there. These students didn't want us to do the work for them. They wanted us to then inspire them and teach them how to use the equipment to be able to give the best care. The lady bottom right-hand side, she can take apart an autoclave, fix it, and get it back working within 40 minutes. You cannot do dentistry without an autoclave. She's amazing. Jane is so inspiring. Since then, we've launched a charitable foundation, £1 million a year. Sounds quite small, but actually we will have impacted by the end of this year over 85,000 lives. We'll have also spent £2 million as well. We've just employed a PhD student to actually work out what our social value of our foundation is. Our foundation is our flagship charitable giving. We've moved away from a Charity of the Year partner and moved to a foundation model that actually delivers better results for us and better engagement with charities. We're incredibly proud of our foundation. I chair our grants panel, and every quarter I have to sit there and go, oh, which one do I give money to? We've just signed off another $1 million. So by this time next year, we will have granted £3 million to causes across the UK. Again, so proud. But then we've done loads of other stuff, and there might be some familiar faces. Top left-hand side somewhere, maybe. I think I've seen, yes, there we are. We then wanted to do the next big thing. As Anna said earlier about the millennials making up 40% of consumers, that generation have been brought up with recycling programs, climate change, and the curriculum and diversity education. They want to work for businesses who are being responsible and doing business for good. The one thing that apparently comes through all the things that we say in our interviews is, why do you want to work at Wesleyan? They go, because of your CSR and because of your charity. That's why people want to work for us, because it is inherent in entirely every bit of our business. We're now going to go plastic-free in our buildings, and we also want to address climate change. I also want to pick up on something that Mick said this morning around having an interview suit. Bottom right-hand side is an organisation called Suited for Success. They are based in Birmingham, and they were set up by one lady who ran a food bank. They now receive donations from Burberry, Ted Baker, Selfridges, and they work with people who've been given guaranteed interviews to give them a suit, shoes, a bag, the lot. I did my volunteering day there, and a young lady who was a dentist from Syria walks in. She had no papers, couldn't prove who she was, couldn't prove she was a dentist because she'd lost everything. She came to talk to us, and she looked broken. We sat down with her, and we did a personal shop. The girl got up, and it was like she'd left the old person behind. She walked out of that door practically floating because we had took the time to make her feel like $1 million. If you are in Birmingham, if you have a base in Birmingham, look them up. They are the most incredible charity. And how Patricia, who runs that, has not got an MBE is just astonishing. So we want to change the future, and we want to change the future of young people, which is why we're a flagship sponsor for Micro Tyco. We'll be launching the first Birmingham Micro Tyco event later on this month, and I'm so, so, so proud. My staff are all over it. They've been given extra volunteering day to do it, so it's just brilliant news. Business reputation is so important, and it's evolving. Social media now is awash with complaints and people saying, oh, I've heard this about this business, I've heard this about this business. Did you know that Nike are making trainers out of plastic that's being washed up on beaches? Did you know that Nike sustainability is some of the best in the world? Or do you always think about Nike about sweatshops? Going back to Anna's point about Nestlé and changing that perception of that business, they've worked incredibly hard to do that, and I'm really proud to share the stage with somebody like Anna and Nestlé. You've got BP up there as well. They've been in the news this week. I don't know if you've seen. BP, this is the disaster that they had at the Deepwater Horizon. That will have effects for years and decades and generations to come. BP are working to try and change that perception. My opinion is they have a little bit further to go than someone like Nike, but they're trying. And I think from everything we've heard today is businesses need to have that responsibility and that honesty that things, when they don't go great, is they put their hand up and they don't hide it under the carpet anymore. Catherine spoke about power this morning and how you can harness that. And for me, this is absolutely fundamental what we do in business. Oh. Hey, there we go. Brilliant. So for me to finish, there's sort of 6 key points I really want to get across. Taking ownership for your actions and your belief and being responsible in your business. I'm terrible for my Starbucks every single morning, and I use my reusable cup. And I go in there and people look at me and it's massive. I have to have a big coffee, decaf, obviously. And I'm trying to get my colleagues to make that change as well. Last year for Christmas, has anyone heard of Give Me Tap? Yeah. Last year for Christmas, we gave every single one of our staff members a Give Me Tap water bottle. That's cut down our single-use plastic massively. People are now using it for coffee, for all sorts of things. That tiny little change and that tiny Christmas gift has made a massive step change within our business. Being honest and admitting when things aren't great, fix them, be better, and grow and learn from it. We've all made mistakes. You can dwell on them or you can move on. Acknowledge, move on. You cannot succeed if you dwell on the past. Hopefully you might believe that I'm a bit passionate about what I do and my job. And having passion for me is the fundamental thing of why I get up every single day. I love my job. I love what I do. And it just makes me so happy. Resilience. Going back to Sheryl Sandberg, there are bumps in the road. Things happen. I didn't swear then, that was good. You are stronger than you think. You have an inner strength that you sometimes wouldn't believe was there until something clicks and happens. If you need support, ask ask for it. We've heard a lot about mental health this morning and people not willing to put their hands up and say, I'm struggling. Please, if there's one thing you take away, if you need help, ask. Even if it's your EAP phone line at work, pick it up and ask somebody and talk to somebody. It's so important. Take action and what you believe in. What drives you to be a great leader, but also what drives you to enjoy your job every single day. If your job gets to the point where you don't find it fulfilling anymore, maybe it's the time to find something else. And finally, always bring it back to why. Never stop asking questions. I did a mindfulness course recently, and one of the things in the mindfulness, the stuff that we did, was be curious. Always ask questions. I have a 9-year-old stepson who asked me, can the baby fart inside you? The answer's no, so there's a little fact for you all. His curiosity, I know, there you go. His curiosity fuels me every day. He's asked some even weirder questions that I'm not even going to put up on this stage. If we all had the same curiosity as Fred, I think the world would be a better place. Finally, I will echo what Peter said this morning. Please, have hope, have belief, and put passion into everything you do. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm actually a wee bit sore from laughing. So I mentioned earlier, right? Imagine in the old world of business, you have a multi-million rand document storage business, hugely successful in South Africa, and you have a leader and founder of that business. And over here, you have a country where a third of the girls obscenely drop out of school during their periods because they can't manage their menstrual health through lack of products. And the implications for those girls are hellish. More likely to be trafficked, 3 times more likely to contract HIV, more likely to be a child bride, and on and on and on. The old world says, well, what do you want them to do? It's a different world. The new business leader says, wait a minute. Can I reimagine my resources? And that's what Eric, who joined us from South Africa, has done. The why and the passion, because we all have it. We are multifaceted beings. We were never designed to pay the rent and go to sleep and get up and do the same thing as if money was it. How did that ever become okay? How did we get so hypnotized by that? When real wealth is the wider sense of all the things that are most important. Is money is essential, or the exchange is essential, but is worthless when we lose the things that are really, really important. So that passion, that why, what we teach all the time, and I'm going on about microtyco so much because I've been doing so many microtyco training sessions with leaders, is we see the why, the leader with that why joins the dots. Let me give you another example as we come onto our panel here. How do you take a leading executive in charge of local government for an IT consultancy, a global IT consultancy? Okay, we've got this guy over here. And then we've got a borough outside London here with some young guys that are teenagers doing what teenagers do, and then OAP, loneliness and mental health. What do they have in common? Nothing. Yes, they do if you join the dots. And we're going to find out what they do have in common now. Because someone else who I invited onto our National Advisory Board is the Head of Sustainability and Sustainable Solutions, Jen Rodvold from Sopra Steria. Sopra Steria are an office supplies and business supplies customer. We're in very advanced discussions on their box storage, which will be revolutionary for people in this country and for young girls all around the world. And they also went into one of their key clients to volunteer, their senior leaders volunteering, to inspire local kids as to what they could do using entrepreneurial thinking to impact their own communities. So I'm going to read out some names before I then invite them up to the stage. We're going to be joined by Ray Baker, who is the guy I was telling you about previously, the head of local government, right, in Sopra Steria. Sanjita, the head teacher, right, Sanjita? The head teacher, there's always an amazing teacher, and they never take the credit for it. And I've been trying to wave at you all day, you've been ignoring me. Every time you get an amazing microtyco school, can't wait to meet the teacher, because they're the leader in that school, and they never take the credit for it. Sanjita, and then 2 of the students from that team who are representing their mates, a team of 5, is Viresh and Jamie, who are going to come up on the stage. We're going to have a wee chat, but please, if you're burning to ask a question, put your hand right up, and the team will come and give you the microphone. Please welcome to the stage. Viresh and Jamie absolutely smashed this. They've been at the House of the Commons, they've had their awards, they've been lauded, but they're sitting outside going, oh, I can't believe we're doing this. So guys, relax and have fun, because you've totally earned it. So, I wanted to set the scene, but I didn't want to steal your thunder. So, would you mind, guys, and here's the microphones here, do you want to give them just an insight into actually, no. Ray, would you mind setting the scene of why Soprasteria went into the schools and volunteers, and maybe just set the scene before you go into your idea? Is that okay?
Can you hear me? We're mic'd up, yeah?
Yeah.
Great, okay, so...
Sorry.
Wanted to hear me twice. Soprasteria, we're an IT digital transformation organisation, and sustainability has been at the heart of everything we do over the last few years. There's a few reasons for that, and to use Anna's brief, it makes sense. But it's also what our customers are expecting now. One of our main customers is central government, and they are expecting us to give back to the community. So we have a contract with London Borough of Harrow, and we were talking to Harrow about how we could give back to the community, something that we could do. And we've helped out in a number of ways. We've run kind of the IT help desks at libraries and other bits and bobs that have gone really, really well. But we felt we were missing something. There was something that we could have done a bit more to the community and give something back. So we started working with Mick and Wildhearts around the Micro Tycro initiative, and we went out to 6 schools in the London Borough of Harrow, and we run the initiative, which was pretty daunting actually, because I had to stand up in front of a load of school kids and present about releasing the entrepreneurial spirit. And if I'm honest, at first the arms were crossed, and but actually by the end of it, we were all into it, and we were having to calm them down a little bit actually. It was a great initiative for us as an organisation. The staff that volunteered absolutely loved it. They felt they got something out of it professionally as well, in terms of presenting, coaching, and mentoring, and we gave something back to the local authority and borough as well. It was just a fantastic opportunity from start to finish.
The one thing that really, really inspired me is when I was doing a training session for Ray and his peers, is it was all guys my age, Ray's age, it was their leaders, and they were really keen to go into the community and work with the kids. It wasn't, some of our partners, they do graduate programs, apprentice programs, but this was a volunteer opportunity, and a lot of senior people stood up to go into the schools. One other point you made there, Ray, which I'm really glad, is that I think some people think I'm some kind of Gandhi character. I'm like, business is bad, or they kind of make apologies like, this would be really good for our business if we do this. And go, yeah, I would hope so. That's the message. If it's not good for your business, it's not going to be sustainable, has it? So Harrow Council is a major client for you. So you were bringing massive value to your client. So let's come to Viresh and Jamie. You did the micro-tyco method. Do you want to tell the people about your idea? Because one thing that really, really inspired me is you're young guys, right? A lot of our Wildhearts Youth Ambassadors and our micro-tyco innovators, they're drawn to plastic waste, environment, and things like that. And you guys did something which really, really inspired me. And by the way, they won. They totally smashed it. So do you want to give us an insight and then maybe tell us why you came up with that idea?
So when we were thinking of the idea, one of our members of our group has a grandpa who goes to a club, and he does singing and meets up with other elderly people. And that we asked myself, like, what about my grandparents? I haven't heard about them doing any of that. And neither of Viresh's, neither of any other grandparents of members of our group. So that brought up the question of, out of the whole of England, if there's only one in 5 members of our groups whose grandparents have that, then that might reflect on the whole of England as well. So our idea is to get them involved with the younger people by bringing them into the school and having them do activities or share knowledge, and it'll be beneficial for both mental health, loneliness, and kids as well, because in year 7 and 8, it's really daunting coming into high school, being the biggest kids in primary school, now being the smallest kids in high school. So having the extra support from the grandparents helping them and the kids helping grandparents as well, thought it'd be a great idea just to bring the communities together, benefits everyone.
Was one of the ideas you said, it was and I love the link in with Soprasteria, was the idea of teaching the older people IT skills. So the kids teaching them their grannies and grandpas IT skills and stuff.
Yeah, so we thought that there has to be something that they can use in their day-to-day life, something that they can remember maybe like for the future, for always. So we're thinking basic things like, say if we give them a tablet to use, we can show them how to use FaceTime, show them how to like search things up on websites, basic things that they can take home and do. So if they've got some, like maybe a child or grandchild living in a different country or like halfway across the country, they can simply just like open up FaceTime or Skype or anything, call them, and they get that sort of, they still have that bond with them. They still have a sort of means of communicating with them.
So, I mean, you might be surprised that I remember everything about your pitch, but I mean, the judges, what was it like, Rafe, when you guys were pitching? It was like, this is really, really inspired. They have the school bus, and it was sitting unused during the day. And then they've got the network of old people, really, really lonely community. Well, let's use the school bus to bring them around, and they got the permissions. So, I mean, really, really remarkable. OAP loneliness. Another thing, do you notice in more, I don't want to use indigenous cultures, but before, in more remote cultures, the idea of interaction with the elderly and the young is fundamental. When we lose that, we lose that shared wisdom and knowledge. I used to love my grandfather's talking about the wars and stuff, and it just gave me a sense of perspective how easy my life was. Let's come to the superstar teacher. Essentially, the pressures on school teachers are pretty immense, isn't it? And one of the things that you get people trying to do a great job, and the resources, it can be, from our outside looking in, very, very challenging to deliver impact in school and then do your main job of teaching. Is that an accurate perception? Are teachers under more pressure than they were before?
Oh, immense pressure. I teach from year 7 to year 12. These students are now in year 13, but on a full timetable, so you're pretty much teaching all day. But I love projects like this. I think it's amazing when we have external people coming into the school. They have a fantastic experience. This, for us, was an all-round experience because we had Soprasteria that came in, but they also got an insight day. So they got the chance to actually work or see what the employer base is like as well. But in terms of teachers, for any organisation that is thinking about that, as long as you build a good relationship and you have a link with a teacher that's really passionate about those things, it can happen. For me, I've been trying to kind of build those connections for quite a long time, and it's probably come at the right time because we're also thinking already about what we could do next year. Maybe bring it in with different year groups or, how we can build on it.
Could it have happened without Soprasteria stepping up? Could it, the fact that you had business leaders coming in from such, such a highbrow company, if you will, like the work they do, it's pretty complex. Did that bring a different dynamic? Was it easier, the fact they were willing to help? Or?
Oh, definitely, because, I made the initial, we had the initial contact via yourselves, and then Sopra got involved as well. It just meant that there wasn't so much organisation for me to do. I was kind of the facilitator, I suppose. And so we had a lot of the work with, how many did you have, 7, 8 members of staff coming in? And that was amazing. The students got almost one-to-one experience in some cases. So,
thinking of the background of some of your students, getting an insight to Soprasteria, is that a normal career path for them? Was that a big deal for the students? Is that something they would have been unlikely to have happened?
For this group, it was amazing because they're already computer scientists. So
smarty pants, aren't you?
They've chosen to do computer science at A-level. I'll let them talk about what they hope to do at university. But the fact that we had a technology company working with us, it just meant that that whole cycle worked.
That's what I loved about the fact that the OEPs, to use a general term, you did link it in with the IT skills. But you see Barclays, Catherine was talking about that this morning, about people in their branches teaching. Guys, did you have a perception of yourself as entrepreneurial thinkers before this?
Not at all. Before we got pitched this idea, we were just a group of friends, nothing to do with entrepreneurship or even the idea of bringing elderly people. Like I said, it came as a result of making the idea and asking one of our group members for just getting inspired by that. We just wouldn't have done anything to do with this without Soprasteria and Microtyco.
Can I just say
Please?
There was 2 reasons these guys won. I was mentoring them, so that was the first reason. The second reason, the more important reason, is that they really listened to the brief about it's something about being passionate about, something that's really heartfelt, something that is in your community that you can see the next road that's happening and then within your borough and wider. And that's why their pitch was so good. And to be fair, all of the children that pitched was amazing and put my presentation skills to shame. For 5 minutes they were pitching, and it was a really hard task to judge and also pick a winner, but that was the main reason, the passion about what they were talking about.
Let's not forget, Harrow Council gave us, it was like a little mini UN, it gave us their headquarters, they had lead councillors coming along. These guys and their peers had to stand up and pitch to a business audience. I mean, it's quite daunting, and they absolutely nailed it. One thing that really struck me was the feedback, and can I just say, Heather never gets credit at the jail. She's so busy running things in the background. Heather runs our events and our schools program. And one of the things that I loved, I'm so grateful you said it, Sanjita, that Jen Rodvold at Sopra Steria said they loved working with Heather and her team, not me, because it just ran like clockwork. Because the pressure our teachers are under is immense, and you get companies trying to work in schools, but the disconnect or the pressures on time, Heather and her team just made it run like clockwork, and really, really, really fantastic. I'm so grateful to her. Ray, have you got any advice for, I mean, you're an extremely busy guy, you got a lot of responsibility. How do you mobilize good people to go in and coach students? Was it easy than you thought? Was there challenges you could advise as well?
I had to lead from the front on it, to be honest with you. And we were committed as a team, as an executive team, that we were going to get involved with this. And then it built from there. People were asking, actually, I got asked, why am I not involved by people? And it was like, right, okay, well, when we do this again, you will. We're talking to the team up in Scotland now about how we can do it. We're going to do it again in Harrow next year. And we're looking to build that out with the rest of our customers. But I think you've got to lead at the front, and you've got to commit to it, is the main thing I would say.
That is a really good point, because as I said, when I was doing the training, it was like there's a lot of like the heads of this, the head of that, and it was a real statement of culture. When you consider, think of your own businesses here, the Sopra Steria, digital transformation company, IT consultancies, some of the big clients are councils, right? One of the first person to come forward on the regional board in Scotland, in Edinburgh, rather, not because we've already got a star in Glasgow, in Edinburgh is the head of HR for Edinburgh Council, ex-Virgin. This woman is amazing. Would it do Sopra Steria any harm for me had one of your peers sitting alongside the peers in Barclays judging the kids in Scotland, and you couldn't get this guy to calm down? It was just incredible. He was so moved, feeding back to the leadership, how do I get more of this from his own personal point of view? And then the people we're going to be working with on the regional boards are the heads of the councils. That is when transforming society for the benefit of all of us becomes a competitive advantage. And that is sustainability, right? Is there anybody who would like to ask anything? I could ask questions all day. Is there anybody, if you really ask something, really put your hand up? Any questions? Okay, I'll keep going. So let me ask you guys. Go to you, Veeresh. Oh, come on, Hope, you're on stage in a minute. Okay, right. What would you like to ask?
So, obviously, you got your school children from school. Okay. But how did you kind of contact the elderly people that you wanted to kind of bring into the school, considering that the whole thing was to tackle isolation? So how did you actually get into contact with these people who were isolated from you, and how did you kind of find them?
The actual networks of older people. Yeah, what was your plan for reaching out to the old people in the community?
We were going to start with care homes. So because in care homes, just all elderly people, they're not going to have as great of a time as if they could share the experience with young people as well. So we're going to start with one care home, which, as I said, the one member of our group has links to. So we've talked to them, and then we're going to start communicating with other care homes as well and get elderly people from them.
In the time we have left, can I ask you, so you're computer scientists, right? Has this, and I'm not trying to lead you to the answer I want, one thing that really, the eureka moment for me in terms of when I was developing microtech was when I went to Babson College and they said, some of the greatest entrepreneurial thinkers are in corporates or are in sciences or in school, but they won't define themselves as such. It's a way of thinking, if you will. Do you want to go into a career in computer science? If you do, is it thinking about your impact in your career differently? Has it had a lasting impact on you? What do you think, Veeresh? Jamie's doing all the talking. So for someone who's nervous, Jamie, you don't come across this way. What do you think, Veeresh?
So I'm not actually a computer science student. More do maths, physics, and economics. But in terms of
silly me.
In terms of sort of economics perspective and sort of mathematical and physics, all three combined, but mainly economics, it's really helped me to understand how sort of entrepreneurial thinking can really impact you and really help you and sort of changed my perspective on how businesses work. Because from a young age, we'd all just think, okay, businesses, they provide us with this. But then when you get to understand everything that's required from you, everything that you need to do, all the different stages, all the different costs, funding, logistics, everything is sort of like been brought closer to my attention and made me a lot more aware of how the world actually functions based on those companies.
Interesting. Sanjita, do you have any advice? I was at the Institute of Student Employers Conference earlier this year, where Wildhearts and Barclays won the Best Collaboration Award, right? You're meant to all jump up at that point. Overwhelmingly, every brand was like, we really want to engage with skills, but it's really hard, And they were just seeming to go around in circles and I was kind of jumping up and down saying, I've got the answer for you all. Do you have any advice for corporates that want to reach out and work with really talented young people like this, and how they make it easier for people like you? Have you any comments on that?
Well, every school should have a careers lead. Or work experience coordinator or work-related coordinator. I'm involved in 2 of those areas. So if you can find somebody in a school that looks after things like that, that will be your first point of contact. And I would just advise companies to try and get out there. We are always looking for people to work with. Our students come in at year 7 from various backgrounds. Some speak in English, some speak in other languages, have come from countries where they haven't even had any schooling. So the diversity that we're getting in schools now is changing so much. So the more work we do with employers, the more opportunities they are going to have. These are the future. These students are the future. So whatever we can do to develop them is going to help them immensely. And I'm quite passionate about it, so I'm sure teachers who are working across the country will be thinking the same. Otherwise, they're not in the right job.
So that's why we created the Wildhearts School. So we created Wildhearts Youth Ambassadors, Global Youth Ambassadors. We thought Wildhearts' success today, speak with humility, has been the result of brilliant business people who have come to the table. Let's formalize that with regional boards and the national board. Also with schools. I've now got Wildhearts Gold, Bronze, Silver, and Gold schools to give teachers like Sanjita the recognition for being a centre of excellence for what they're doing, because they don't get the credit for it. And so reliable Wildhearts schools that companies know they're working with kindred spirits, if you will. I can't tell you how inspired I've been telling so many people your story. I'm so grateful to you and your team, Ray, for what you did. I know you're very humble about it, but it was really, really, really special. Sopra Steria as well as a client. There's some other young men in the audience who were also in this team. So as we give them applause, guys, you'll probably love this, but hate it at the same time. But could you stand up and get a round of applause, please? Up you get. So, following on the theme of Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassadors, I hear this phrase a lot, the war on talent. So Wildhearts has 3 businesses, areas, if you will. Procuring with purpose, whether it's our document storage business with the team here or our whole range of BTP products. Training your team, microtackle for executives, graduates, school leavers, and now we have inspiring the next generation, and that is the Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassadors and the microtackle innovators, from the wee primary school kids, and I'm giving away my Scottish heritage there, all the way up to the absolute rising leaders. And I'll tell you something, the young people coming through our Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassador program are the people you want in your business, because they are some of the most spectacularly talented, switched on, dynamic young people I've ever met. Profoundly inspiring to me, because I was a complete space cadet when I was their age. I was too busy trying to be a rock star, Andrew, which was my version of saving the world. Just as well, I didn't do it. So they really quite remarkable, the conversations and the enlightened thinking they have. And you're going to meet a group of them just now and see just how entrepreneurial thinking can create the most eclectic and impactful results. So, without further ado, this is like the Oscars, can I please welcome up onto the stage from, I'll introduce the schools later, but can Kerry Freeman from Queen Anne's, Sarvesh from Avon Board Trust, and Ollie Nicholson from the Glasgow Academy please join us? Thank you so much. I've been really looking forward to hearing you because Heather was coming running into the office going, where'd you hear this idea? Or guess what Avonboard Trust have done? And guess what's happened here? And of course, Ollie, who's a force of nature, is texts me all the time with his latest progress. So I'm really, really, really honoured to meet you. It's really, really exciting. Right, so you don't have to clip mics. What I'd like to do is if you give an insight into your idea and what you did, the motivations behind it, so the audience can get an insight into where you were coming from. You all did the micro innovate, and now what you're going to see is where did that entrepreneurial thinking manifest, if you will. Do you want to kick it off, Ollie?
You can hear me, okay. So we did Life Below Water, and we did single-use plastic bottles, and our idea was based on the fact that we have a vending machine in the school that sells 30,000 bottles a year to 800 pupils, which is an awful lot for one school in Glasgow. And our plan to fix this was to replace them with reusable bottles that not only taught people about why we shouldn't be using single-use plastic bottles, but also about the UN Global Goals, Sustainable Development Goals, and also about Wildhearts and the Wildhearts Youth Ambassador Programme. And our fifth years coming through right now, 48 of them in a year of about 120 want to be involved. So that's exciting.
There was a young girl in the school, Frances McGonagall, right, the most Celtic name you'll hear. Second year, 13?
13 years.
Right, so Ollie did a talk, and this is the thing that really inspires me. As I said, Ollie, and you and Katie's in the audience as well, so Katie, you have to stand up and get an applause. Katie and Hope and Ollie's team, they did a talk at their assembly. I didn't do a talk, they did a talk. Ollie, tell them what Francis did as a result of hearing you guys speak.
So we had to initially make sure that the school knew about what we were doing, because you can't just bring in bottles and get rid of a vending machine without a bunch of teenagers creating havoc. So what we did was we did an assembly, which is the best way of talking to pupils. And this was right at the end of last year, and I had no idea until this girl, 12 at the time, 13 now, comes up to me at sports day and says, can you sign my petition? I watched your assembly, and I want to make sure that the school actually act on this. They don't just give you an assembly and not do anything. So in a school of 800 pupils, she racked up 500 signatures for her petition in 2 days, which is mental for a 13-year-old.
So I mean, the reason you can tell, the reason I get texts from Ollie is because his school's just down the road from me, and when he found out that he had local access to me, he started leveraging his resources. He's me. You can tell we're from the same city, right? But that was remarkable, that young woman, and we invited her to Barclays finals, which Ashley from Barclays, which was so graceful. So you are so graceful. We're so grateful to you. Hosted again, judged by Barclays. And Francis got to come along. You know the whole idea about entrepreneurial thinking, you try it and go, well, maybe we had to evolve this. Let's make this for 16 and up. And then Francis McGonagall comes along and go, okay, let's make it for 12 and up. Let's just make it for talented people. Now, there's a theme about plastic bottles here. Let's come to the Avonboard Trust. Sarvesh, do you want to give us your insight? Because you had a different angle, but similar motivations, yeah?
So, hello everyone. Our school is in Bournemouth, so in the south, and we're close to the sea, which is why we decided to go for SDG 14 as well, as we thought that we would be able to help the most with SDG 14. So similarly, like them, we want to get rid of plastic bottles in our school. And we do have a connection with Microsoft, and they very kindly donated reusable water bottles to our schools so that everyone is allowed to get one of those bottles instead of bringing in the plastic bottles.
Said, yeah, we've got a relationship with Microsoft. I don't. Microsoft could basically, because Ollie will come to the kind of barriers, but the academy couldn't just say, "But that's it, plastic bottles are banned," because these teenagers are like, no, they're not. They had to pitch it and make it work. You guys had cool bottles from Microsoft, which coming from a totally different angle. Now, interestingly, I won't mention the brand, but I was talking to one of their heads of sales who's, as a rising leader, is doing microtype, and I told them about your case studies. He went, "That's why our sales in bottled water are down 10%. I'm like, exactly, would you rather be on the front of that conversation or running, trying to catch up with it? Do you know what I mean? So he was like fascinated that that's what your customers are doing. Your story's amazing, Kerry. Do you want to tell us about it?
So our school...
I'm sorry, Kerry's from Queen Anne's.
Yeah,
sorry,
so
Kerry.
from Queen Anne's. So basically what our idea is we decided, as so many of you have spoken about today, to tackle the issue of mental health, which mental health doesn't discriminate, which I'm sure many of you realise. And so it was something that widely affected everyone within our school community. So essentially our idea is that we run targeted mental health workshops, which we've been doing throughout the last year. And they're very interactive presentations, mainly aimed at the younger girls in the school, but all the way up to really the year below us, and we were in year 12 when we first started. And it's basically, the idea is to destigmatize mental health and show that suffering from mental health is an equivalent to suffering from physical health. Often if people suffer with anxiety, they can get ridiculed on social media, and there's so many different aspects now to mental health that wouldn't have been there before. And so for us, it was about destigmatizing this problem and saying that it would be the equivalent to as if you've broken your arm and you need the same treatment. And we were lucky enough to work alongside the charity Sport in Mind. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of it. But basically their primary goal is to show the benefits of exercise in terms of your mental health, as previously mentioned again today, the NHS crisis that's going on at the moment. There's more mental health cases, but there's insufficient funding to provide treatment through the NHS for everyone. And so we work alongside them to deliver these workshops. And next week we are delivering it to approximately 100 students so that they can implement it in their own schools.
And is that the conference you were talking about? You said you're committing to do a mental health conference, is that correct?
Yeah, so that's in the next week. We're taking in all the schools within our local community, and we're basically showing them our presentation, how we decided to run it, but then we're going to be there and we're going to help them all adapt it to their schools. So our school's an all-girls school, so it's very different to an all-boys school, which obviously is just as big an issue there, if not even a bigger issue for boys' schools than it is for girls' schools. And so essentially we're just going to help everyone tailor the presentations and the workshops to their own schools.
So imagine this, when we had microtype generate, it's still very big. The idea that you could create all this money, some kids, as I said, creating 14 grand, for example, out of a pound, was really revolutionary for people. But could you imagine the hundreds in a pilot year of youth ambassadors creating solutions so personal to them and then running that throughout the year? What kind of leaders is that going to create? What kind of impact? Because the solutions are coming from you. I'm horrified by social media and what it's doing for our kids. I mean, my youngest has just turned 6. My oldest is 9. I'm dreading when they're going to step into this toxic nonsense. Is it also the case that young women suffer more from it? Like, they've apparently seen, like, technology, boys do a lot more gaming, but girls tend to, and I don't mean to be, this was an actual medical health report, it's not my opinion, but they want to interact more from a social, so they get judged more, so they take the judgments a lot more. It's like more, if you seek approval, it can be quite a vicious backlash, essentially. What kind of examples were you seeing of mental health issues amongst the girls in your school that prompts you to take action, Kerry?
I guess for us, really, as nowadays, as you go through school, academic pressure, I think, is a lot more intense than it was before. So that was something that we were very aware of, the stress of that. But equally, when anyone in our group was in year 7, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, things, that wasn't something that even I was thinking about when I was in year 7. Whereas you see the girls come in now, and it's almost as if they're obsessed and their lives revolve around it. So I know now that Queen Anne's take away their phones, so that they're encouraged to interact with each other within the school environment and really form solid friendships based on real life conversations, as opposed to liking each other's pictures or, like striving for compliments on social media. I think it's something that it can become really obsessive, and so it's really important to kind of raise awareness around how social media is like a highlight reel essentially of everyone's lives, and so you need to take everything you see on social media with a pinch of salt. So yeah.
Interestingly, if we were doing a graduate training for Nestle, and this young guy opened up and said, I have a real history of mental health issues in my own family. he's like, we're a coffee business. Can we do something about the business sitting down with a cup of coffee and nesting? And he's just beginning to think and evolving. To never underestimate the halo effect, that someone can see your idea, take a bit of your idea, combine it with someone else's, and then what comes out the other side can be very graceful solutions which you've inspired. Sarvesh, what was your perception of business and entrepreneurship before you did this? Did you have one?
Well, I sort of did, yes, because I want to go into business after my A-levels, but I never really thought about this specifically, and thanks to Micropsycho, my team and I actually came up with this idea of supporting SDG 14, and in addition to that is because we also help out a charity called Ocean Stars, which is a charity that's been made after the 2004 tsunami in Sri Lanka. And I know plastic pollution rates over there are really high, so we thought that by doing this, we can also help them out. As a group of us visited Sri Lanka a few years ago. And there is stuff that we can do to help, and if we can do the little stuff first, then we can move on to the big stuff.
Exactly, I'm sure you can. Ollie, I know your mum and dad have got an accountancy practice, so you've grown up in a business family. Your mum was bursting with pride when you got your certificate at the House of Parliament. You approached us with a quite interesting take on the way you were looking at your future differently and stuff like that. You want to talk us through that? In terms of your attitude towards where you were going to go to university or not, what you wanted to do instead?
I mean, I'm not really meant to say this at a business conference, but I had no interest in business before.
You're meant to say that.
Really, yeah, they know that, yeah. I didn't even really think that business was something that I would ever be interested in. I didn't think that environmental problems or anything like that would be something that I would ever be up here talking about, would ever be talking about with someone. But I mean, Mick, we got a presentation at our school about Wildhearts, and I made the decision to walk down the stairs and go ask him how I can get involved. Obviously, that was early days. Since then, I've contacted suppliers and been getting quotes and asking for certain modifications. I spoke to the school bursar because I wanted to know how big a deal taking away the vending machine would be and how much we would have to make from bottle sales to be able to make up for it. And the school bursar said, well, we sell 30,000 bottles a year. And I said, right, so how much money do you make from that? She said, we don't get money, we lose money every year, which you would think if they're losing money on something that's destroying the planet that they would have done something about it by now. But yeah. So it was a win-win situation for everyone. But no, it's completely changed the way I looked at business because I didn't see myself as someone who could come up with an idea or someone who could implement an idea because there's more creative people than me. But yeah, it's completely changed the way I viewed business, and it's given me life experiences that I wouldn't have gained otherwise.
I'll give an example. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So you want to get rid of plastic bottles in your school, but how are you going to make sure the cool kids use your bottles? The school said, okay, you can have chili bottles. They identified chili bottles. We'd like to have the school logo with the Latin crest on it. And they were like, nah, no one will use them. And they had to go through all that for it to be something that would get traction. This, as every speaker has said, this stuff isn't easy. If it was easy, we'd all be doing it. Well, I hope you've given an insight into how much our Wildhearts Youth Ambassadors keep you on our toes, whether it's kids with bee hotels, plastic waste, mental health, which is crucial, OAP, loneliness, and that's just the first 4 or 5 ideas of that you've experienced. The way that this project has enriched us with the solutions these kids are coming up with, you know what I mean, is utterly incredible. We piloted online voting. Okay, so as we go forward, from I was talking about the regional boards, we've got our national board, and Jacinta, who again is the reason we're here, I asked to chair the national board. For all those reasons, Jacinta, you know how grateful I am to you. And then the regional boards, and then already the global regional boards will be the noble role models like you, who will be switching on this light bulb moment of brilliant young people that's going to, you know something, I can do this. That's the future. It has to be the future. But if we don't do it, who will? So we've got online voting with the video pitches. By spring next year, you will see viral videos. If you want something to go viral, get your mum to tell her friends to vote for you online. There's your marketing gold, right? This is going to be, everybody is going to be talking about, did you see what those young people did for? Did you see their solution to? And they will change the world, I am convinced, because they have you and our peers as role models. Katie, could you stand up as well? And could you please give our amazing Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassadors a round of applause? Oh, I love the gel. So it was always a dream of mine to be able to bring, rather than saying Wildhearts is helping these people, and let me tell you what that's like, and Wildhearts is doing, we together have created the funds to help this or have this impact. And I would do my best to, to bring that to life. And I always wanted for me to say, do you know, I'm going to step off the stage now, and you're going to hear straight from somebody who's a direct recipient of our work. The things I've learned from these young people, and can I just say personally, my wee boy's grown up. If you're leading the world, I'm not so scared about the future. Do you know what I mean? They're just thinking in a different way. And I'm so grateful to you, and I'm so inspired by you and your teachers. And I mean that. So, you remember I told you about the young girl who was so smart that I didn't realize was panicking and sweating blood over affording her business suit. Let me give you another insight I got, and I learned this from our next speaker, who's going to close the jail. I grew up watching my mother as a role model. I wanted to be in business because my mum gave us the most amazing life because she set up a business when I was 3 and she moved mountains. My dad was great. My mum was the wee entrepreneurial firebrand. I thought being successful in business was a noble pursuit that everybody thought. Our current generation don't necessarily think that. My forming memories were, well, not my early teenager, the miners' strike, going back, the Falklands conflict, going back a wee bit further, the 70s, were like doing my homework by candlelight because of all the power strikes, right? Going back, one things I can remember. Now, I hear young people saying, being a business leader, do you mean environmental degradation, banker bonuses, the banking crash, sweatshops with people getting in the factories falling in their heads, fast fashion, bottles in the... Do you mean the people who have caused everything that my generation's going to have to deal with? Be one of them? No. Why would you aspire to be something that you've been taught repeatedly by the media is the source of all the problems that you're going to have to face? But we know that there's such a narrow definition of the amazing things that business is doing. Wealth creation in business has always been the engine of civilization. And if we go back to those days of stakeholder value rather than just shareholder value, we can create that world. I learned that from our youth ambassadors. The thing that inspires me is when they then saw what you're doing, because all we do is tell them your stories, and with humility, what Wildhearts has done, as you've heard them say, and they go, oh, wait a minute, maybe that is something I want to strive to be great at. And if we don't do that, we won't get the leaders. They'll go elsewhere and try and change the world in other ways, when we need them to come into business. So I'm so, so grateful to you all for coming. If you want to be involved in our school program, come forward. Right? If you want to inspire these young people, come forward in the regional boards, come forward and partners on the program. And we're going to close the day from hearing directly from one of our youth ambassadors who has been a massive inspiration for me. Can you please welcome Hope to the stage?
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for attending today's Global Entrepreneurial Leaders Summit. Today is a real testament to the monumental impact that the Wildhearts Group has had since its incorporation in 2014. Earlier this year, Wildhearts achieved its goal of changing 1 million lives by 2020. One of those lives was mine. Wildhearts has had a monumental impact upon communities in ELDCs through the provision of microfinances or the Start Her campaign, just to name a couple of examples. Closer to home, however, they have had a monumental impact on my life and allowed me to make a tremendous impact upon my community. As a young person in today's society, it's so easy to feel hopeless and cynical about the state of the world that we live in. As it's my generation who are dealing with the aftermath of the financial crisis in 2008. The economy feels really stagnant, to us at least. Millennials are the first generation predicted to earn less than their parents, yet house prices and many other things that we see as a right in society, shelter, food, education, they are rising year after year after year. The future is looking pretty bleak. And that's before I even start on the climate crisis. I don't need to tell you that we are in the middle of a climate emergency. And as a young person who has to deal with the monumental impact of that on society, as I grow up, as I go into the world, into the workforce, it's just so unspeakably frustrating and downright terrifying. As a result, it's so easy for young people to feel overwhelmed and even hopeless in the face of these seemingly insurmountable challenges. But MicroTyco equips you with the mindset and skills, and most importantly, gives you an opportunity to use them, which empowers you to take action. Suddenly you go from feeling hopeless to regaining a sense of optimism that you lost to years of cynical moping around. In October of last year, I participated in the prototype of the MicroTyco Innovate Challenge. And I earned a place at the Global Entrepreneurial Leaders Summit at the UN headquarters in Geneva. Ever since then, I've been an active Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassador and successfully implemented my team's idea to end the sale of single-use plastic bottles in our school and replace them with reusable school-branded bottles instead. I was recognised at Parliament in July for this, and right now, here today, this wee girl from Glasgow is standing on a stage in Canary Wharf speaking to some of the leaders of some of the world's most influential companies. If you told me a year ago that this is where I would be right now, I probably wouldn't have believed you. I mean, I definitely wouldn't have believed you. I don't think I believe it right now. Like, this is a fever dream. None of this would have been possible without the work of the Wildhearts company, and if I had not become a Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassador. Being a Wildhearts Youth Ambassador and learning the MicroTyco method, not only did it allow me to regain a sense of control that I had lost over my future, to regain a sense of control over my future and a sense of hope for our planet, but it also equipped me with the skills essential for succeeding in my life post-education. I'm studying politics and sociology, not business. Like Ollie, I never, ever thought in my wildest dreams that I would pursue a career in business. Because I've had a pretty cynical view of businesses all my life, particularly big businesses like yours. I grew up after, no offense, I'm going to redeem myself in a second, don't worry. I grew up in the aftermath of the financial crisis, and the media has always said big businesses are the problem. You guys are the bad guys. But it always seemed like your success came at the expense of ordinary people. Big businesses didn't care about climate change or poverty or educational inequality. But thanks to the Wildhearts group, I've learned that there are companies who want to use their power as a force for good to champion global social change. My entire outlook on businesses like yours has changed. Yes, MicroTyco equipped me with the skills that I would need to succeed in business, but what's the point if I was never going to use them? The most important impact that Wildhearts had on me was that it opened my eyes to the truly amazing potential that social business has. It allowed me to see the best that business can be. Training you to use entrepreneurial thinking is one thing, but what's the point if none of us ever use it? You just have a bunch of young people who have all the skills to be amazing team members in companies like yours, and all of those skills are just going to waste because we're reluctant to join who we think are the bad guys. The biggest impact that MicroTyco has had on me is completely changing my perspective on businesses, and I am now determined, now and in the future, to use my MicroTyco skills to make a genuine positive difference on the world today, tomorrow, 50 years from now. Microtyco changed my way of thinking and, with no exaggeration, my life. As a Wildhearts Global Youth Ambassador, I have had opportunities beyond my wildest and most ambitious dreams. And thanks to the people in this room, the companies you represent, and the business decision you made to join the Wildhearts Group, this has all been provided to me and others like me free of charge. So thank you. Thank you for investing in Wildhearts, because in doing so, you invested in me and others like me. You changed my life and our lives for the better, so we can change our planet for the better. None of this would have been possible without Wildhearts companies. None of this would have been possible without all of you. So thank you.
Thank you very much.